Mheshimiwa Kimani Kichuni. It's not the position of other MPs. It's not the position of the county. It's my position as a politician, as Kimani Gonjiri, as somebody who was elected by the people. And you know, always I say I'm remaining only two things: to talk the truth na kujipanga kwenda mbinguni. And I've said I'll come today and give the Kenyans the truth of what I think. The BBI was launched in Kisii, and I was shocked for the President and Prime Minister lying Kenyans. I repeat again, lying Kenyans. One, they are saying that the youth who are leaving the university, they will be given 7 years. In 7 years, let me ask, that's why they are changing the constitution. Let me ask you people, media. The constitution we have today, ni wapi imekataza kuondolea vijana hiyo pesa? So they are just sanitizing the young people and lying them, ili waweze kuwapitishia hii BBI ambayo wanataka. Hakuna kitu imekataza even now kupitisha vijana hiyo, wanasema miaka 7. So they are lying youth. Second thing, they are saying that 5% the money will come to the county. They are sanitizing CDF, they are sanitizing county. They are sanitizing county assembly, MCAs. Why? The constitution we have today, it is saying from 15% onwards we can put. We don't need Katiba to add that money up to that 5%. We don't need. Why are you lying Kenyans, Leila and Uhuru, when Kenyans are seeing? You can do it today and add the budget to be 35, to be 50% if you want. So all the things you are saying, they are fake things. There's nothing to help people there. About adding that 5%, that is sanitizing the county, sanitizing the governors, sanitizing county assembly. And I want to ask the county assembly and the governors, although the governors cannot talk now because they are already sanitized. We were told that 5, almost 25, have stolen. They are not telling us how they should arrest these people. And we don't want also that to be taken in the constitution, because already there is a law. Anybody who has stolen will be taken in the court. We are told almost 25, they are ready to go in the court. You are adding them money, you are sanitizing them to make sure that they are passing this BBI. But that's not the truth. Pure lie. How can you stand in front of people and lie Kenyans? That's lying Kenyans. I saw them in Kisii saying that people of Boda Boda, this new BBI, it is put out that should be given insurance. The Katiba which you have today, why has it refused? If you want to put insurance for Boda Boda, you can put it. And let me tell you, I'm shocked to see Leila Odinga and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. They are defeated by the deputy president with idea. Why? The deputy president, he is talking and he's saying, this agenda of Mama Mboga, Mama Hurubaru, Mukokoteni, Wamama wa Saluni, watu ya kinyosi, it should be agenda in this BBI. Now they are hiding themselves, but they are following the deputy president. What he is saying, they went to Kisii, they got all the Boda Boda, and he gave them 3 million. Is it not what Ruto is doing? And the 3 million, it is 1.5, Leila and Uhuru. And Ruto, when he's alone there, he gave 2 million. When now he's saying about Boda Boda, then they are just singing the song of the deputy president. So these two people have no idea at all of what they want to do. They just want to lie Kenyans. And I'm saying that as Kimani Gujili. They are lying Kenyans. If they want to help youth, the way they are saying, that 7 years, wataondolewa mambo ya kulipa nini, why don't you do it now? The constitution which we have allows. Our people have a problem with youth. Why don't you give them money now? Why promise them so that they pass the constitution? You are conning Kenyans. If they are a good name to call people, they should be called conmen, because they are conning Kenyans. We need what we can have now, not tomorrow. If it's not now, ni sasa hivi. Wafanyie vijana what they can do for them. Kujenga economy ni kubomoa. Hiyo wanabomoa na kuli watu wanabomolea masikini wote. Ni watu ngapi youth walikuwa wameandikwa hapo? Many youth were employed there. You are unaondelea opportunity of working. And you know that unabomolea hawa, unabomoa Nairobi, unafieka mahindi kwa bara. And this place, let me tell you media, and you tell me one day, they will do nothing with this kiwanja wamebomolea watu. They will just fence and keep it that way. Malaysia's damage. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, because you know you are going. We like you, tunakupenda. Tulikupea miaka 5, tukakupea ingine 5. Leave us alone. Please. Don't push us so much. Your father did not finish what he wanted. Moi did not finish. Kibaki did not finish. You will not finish. Whoever will come will not finish. Not finish. So, leave us with the legacy of respect of Kenyans electing you. Na tukakuchagua kwa njia mzuri. Hii mambo ingine, na muangalie tweet yangu wakati mimi mwenyewe nilitoa statement. Wakati tulitoa washenzi. The things I said, that was 2018. It is Sultan. Nililia na nikaomba na nikaambia leo wachana na kijana yetu. Today there's a problem. I'm asking Raila Odinga. Uhuru Muigai alisimamisha new project. Kenyans understand this. There's no new project going on. Ni zile walitengeneza wakiwa na deputy president. They are the ones which are going on. Don't con people and cheat people. And again, there is somewhere the president said munadanganywa ate pesa ya kufanya Bbi hakuna. Alisema there is enough money for doing that. So we know Raila Odinga have said 7 days, 47 counties, they will pass Bbi. What is that plan of 7 days? Because now you are using corrupting people. You have killed the assembly, you have killed the Senate, you have killed the judiciary. 3 arms of the government, you have killed the 2. So when you are saying within 7 days, so there is a plan, mumepanga. Na ninauliza MCA wetu, please, mutakula hii pesa, mudanganywe, na mtatafika one day. Let me tell you, don't fight with Wanjiko. Don't be cheated, don't be corrupted. And because I know you have no money, take the money, but have a stand. And also when you take, have risk. Corona might get you for taking money for cheating Kenyans. My governors, don't talk. We know you. You are waiting for more money to steal. And the money you have already, you have stolen. Unajificha hapo kwa mambo ya nini hapo ya BBI ili nyinyi wenyewe msiweze kushikwa. Lastly, I want to say, I will make a letter to ICC because Kefisho and Matiang'i and Mount Kenya Foundation wameanza hapa kwetu Nakuru. Kuna MCA alikuwa amesimama huko pande ya Kilishoi akaanguka. Wanamtumia kuunganisha watu 100 na kuwapea 1,100 inciting them against the deputy president. And you know that they have done more than 7 meetings, and I know. Tutaua nyoka na hii miti mpaka irudi kwa kipango yake. Ni mdomo yake, ni maneno yake ambayo ametoa yeye mwenyewe. We are talking and responding with what he has said. Wana Kenya, is it Bbi or the snake? Na tunajua vile amefanyia kijana yetu, he can only do that to us with the snake. Tunajua mikutano mingi sana inazungumzwa, unakuta nyoka imetokea katika.
Yes. So mnateta, but when it comes to voting, you guys are the first kusema yes. So nataka kujua leo Tangatanga, where are your numbers bana? Ama which excuse is it that now you are giving again? Tuanze na nani? Na Tito Masinde. Okay, huyo ni kama amepotea. Vincent.
I'm not Tangatanga. I'm also just surprised as you are, and I'm actually wondering where are the numbers. They've been talking about numbers. They've been talking about this thing being shut down on arrival, and now we obviously had a situation that was, you know, when you talk about a hiding, that was a hiding, and then you have people like what we've just listened to, someone who was completely on the other side, and then he goes to parliament, and then he's voting the opposite. So it would be interesting as well to hear from our colleagues on the other side where these numbers that they've been talking about.
You know what I'm wondering, nimekuwa nikiambia watu BBI is unstoppable, na waelezea na wapea mpaka percentage. Watu wananitukana, sijui umelipo umefanya, but whenever it comes to voting hakuna kitu kwa Tangatanga. Sahii wanangojea tuende kwa wananchi wa kawaida, they can get any vote. Mtatoa kura wapi? Wangogo?
Yeah, I think maybe ask someone. Maybe Wangugu can tell us.
Acha Wangogo ni Tangatanga, acha tusikie. Mtatoa wapi numbers, bro?
Well, maybe there are no numbers. I don't think maybe I ever said that a government deal will fail. That is hii kitu imesukumwa na Uhuru. You guys mnatuambia ni ya, when it's convenient mnatuambia ni ya public, but we see who is behind it. So maybe like everybody else, let's see what will happen. Wacha tupate. The funny thing about you, Mutabei, and you guys, tulikuwa na hii parliamentary system, we had MPs kwa hiyo parliament, walikuwa nakaa hapo, we have seen this system before. I don't think it changed the country in any case. 2007 happened after we had a parliamentary system. Hii time yote ya Moi, when the economy was raped, happened during that system. So personally, mimi, I'm ready. Let's see kama MPs kukua kwa parliament yapadilisha kitu, our politicians, as far as what Gojiri is doing, that's how all our politicians are. So there's nothing new with the politicians saying something and then voting otherwise. So it's what it is.
I like the admission. From
Moses.
Yeah, guys are happy. Ayaga, Mutembei, the deep state here. But the Mwananchi are going to stop BBI. They are going to do whatever. I'm not a Tangatanga. BBI, anti-BBI campaign is not about Tangatanga versus Kilaweke. It's about standing up for a common Mwananchi. And this thing, one funny thing, if BBI passes, here in the next 2, 3, 4 years, you guys are the ones who will be crying how the level of life expectancy in Kenya is higher. Because things are going to shoot high. Because we won't be able to afford to...
Moses, acha kutumia propaganda, bro. Unajua Moses, unajua 2010 constitution mlituambia kutakuwa na umalaya, prostitute itakubaliwa, abortion itakuwa, sijui mashamba zitachukuliwa na serikali. Mpaka sasa hii kuna mashamba yako yamechukuliwa na serikali. Hakuna ati life itakuwa juu. Sasa hii life iko very high, but hatuna BBI.
Mutembei, 2010 supported the constitution 100%. Because it was good for the country. But BBI is hell for Kenya. Look at the number of MPs. How are we going to afford to pay this number of MPs plus the new senators? That's the big issue in BBI.
Kwani namba gani ya MP yenye inaweza tushinda Kenya?
No, how are we gonna pay them? I know hatuwezi kutushinda, but the nchi ndiyo atakuwa na safa kulipa taxes kuwalipa.
Remember tunachukua ma ministers kutoka kwa the elected MPs already, na kama kutakuwa na any addition is some very few MPs, less than hata 50 ndio tutaongezea.
Mutembei,
a very small number of money yenye tuko na pesa Kenya.
It's not just about the 70 new MPs. It's about representatives in the Senate. So this is going to inflate their numbers higher. Unaona? I think
Senate 47.
Another thing, I don't know if there's anybody from, but we are putting power in central Kenya because we're giving them a lot of MPs, and they are the people who are going to control who is going to elect the Prime Minister of Kenya. So now we are supporting this BBI blindly because we are following our so-called leaders. Me, I'm from CI. I was a big supporter of Raila in 2007, 2013, 2017. But right now, BBI, I'm still revisiting, like, why?
Right now, una support nani?
There to come. Ayaga is listening, there to come for me. Bring it on.
Okay, sawa. Ayaga.
Oh God, have mercy on all of us.
Yes. How are you, Moses?
Well, Mutembei, where are you leaving me? Man?
Yeah, I can hear you. And to say one more thing. Oh,
endelea Moses kwanza.
Yeah, I wanted to say Senate is going to stop BBI next week. It's going to fail terribly in the Senate.
Huyo jamaa ameota huyo.
No, Senate next week.
Moses umepotea sasa. Hapo sasa ndio male watapitisha 100%.
Who is talking? Kuna jamaa.
Next Friday tuko hapa after Senate vote.
Tutakuwa hapa, yeah, we will be here.
Okay.
Moses.
Diego.
Hello brother.
Wewe namba zenu ziko wapi bana? Tueleze.
Okay, first of all, let me say I am also privileged joining you here for this day. Now, this issue and numbers, I cannot actually say that we don't have numbers. We have numbers. And sitaki watu wengi waendelee kumkashifu Ngunjiri waseme why did he vote yes? I know Ngunjiri and the team of Tangatanga, me included, we know how this BBI is going to be good to us, and we know how it is going and where it is going to press us. Hii kitu walijadili vizuri na wakajua kwamba hii kitu hata tukipitisha it will have some favor somewhere. Remember, hata tukiongea najua the main thing yenye hao watu wana fight sana is the posts of prime ministers and the deputy prime ministers. The only seat that is going to be run for is the presidency. Now, tell me how this BBI is going to stop William Ruto from vying for the presidency, and then tell me now if William Ruto is going to become the president of the Republic. Now tell me how is it going to stop him from appointing or from convincing the parliament to appoint a person who is going to become the prime minister in his favor? Now, this thing is actually good for him. We are only complaining here, but it will favor Ruto and whoever is going to become the president. Yes?
Okay, endelea. Kuna mtu yote alisema BBI ina stop Ruto from vying.
Yeah, so that is the thing, kwa sababu unaona Watu wa Tangatanga wana complain, wanaona they are voting for no sijui, wanaona mtu yao atafinywa sana, but I want to assure them their person is still safe, we are still safe, Kenya is still safe. There is my brother there Moses talked about sijui BBI itakuja kufanya nini after how many years. We are talking about something at hand, we are not talking about something sijui miaka ngapi. Hata hii kitu ikifika that time tutakuja kujua kwamba this BBI is actually good. Kuna hii issue, I had a problem with the BBI. Hii maneno ya kusema vijana watakuja kuwa relieved from tax. Now my problem was, is this not a real surety that vijana wetu wa Kenya watakuja kukaa bila kazi? Because when they are exempting you from the tax, it means you don't have something to do. Hapo niambie, what will the
mbona mna misinterpret BBI? Yani kama uitishi tax, it means you don't have anything to do.
That is not true, Yego.
I can see Vincent there. You can convince me how this thing is going to work.
No, but it doesn't mean that if the tax exemption is just for, when you start a business, obviously it takes you time until you start making money. So during the first 7, I can't remember what the period is, but during that period, you will be exempted from remitting tax. This allows you to build your business, but without having the complication or being forced to actually pay tax. As you know, tax takes a lot of money from businesses. So this will allow you to build and grow your business because you will not be required by law to submit any tax for your young company that you're just building. So actually, when you look at this, it's actually a good thing. It's a good thing because the biggest burden of any company when you start your business is the tax. The taxman will be on your head. And obviously, as you probably, the one thing that Moses pointed out, yes, there will be a little bit higher taxes, obviously, to cover for the extra positions that we might create. And one of the biggest burden that could potentially come through is if we submit the young entrepreneurs that will be starting their businesses straight away to participating in paying these taxes. So actually, when you look at it from that point of view, it's actually a very good thing.
Okay, tusikize huyu Dennis Onseko.
Thank you. Mnanisikiza Mtembei?
Yes.
Nashukuru sana. Nimesikiza a lot of storytelling hapa. Hii mambo yote jamaa wenzangu hao wanajaribu kuzungumza ni ideal lakini si real. Reality kwa ground si story mingi. Kenya hata upatiwe waiver sijui nini ya tax nini, the most lucrative way of doing things in this country is to take shortcuts. If you want to do things, go the shortcut way. So hizo vitu, that is just paperwork. Hata hiyo BBI haiwezi nisumbua, kama inapita ipite. Hata wakati haipiti, mimi maisha yangu inaendelea, mimi niko kwa lane yangu. So kila mtu acheze kama yeye, ujitume, hata kama ni shortcut, chapa hiyo because reality ndio hiyo. But kama tunataka kuongea vitu ideal, hizo zitakuja kutumika 20 or 100 or something like that when we will not be there. But if you need us to talk about what is applicable on the ground right now, like you can see a lot of rich people working with the public service, with government is the most lucrative venture right now. Conflict of interest and such kind of things, and how you get a job, you have to know somebody, you have to come from this and that tribe, you have to be a sycophant of a certain political figure, and such kind of things. So those are real issues on the ground. And hii maneno ya BBI, unasikia kuna mambo ya prime minister, presidency. Presidency is such a big deal. So watu wakishare, unapata kuna prime minister, mwingine ametoka hii region, mwingine ametoka hii region, bado ni sawa. So about hii concern ati tutatoa pesa wapi ya kulipa hawa ma MPs. Ile pesa inaenda corruption tunatoanga wapi ama inatoka wapi? There is a lot of money that gets lost in this country. If only we could deal with corruption, then there will be a lot of money for all of us. But that is not going to be done now because we are the problem. I just want to say that if we want change, it has to be bottom up. The people that we elect, what parameters do we consider before we elect them? We elect people kwa sababu mtu amekupea handouts. It's not because ya kona manifesto. Manifesto haifanyi kazi. In fact, if you are a politician and you have a manifesto, you are not going to win anything in this country. Here you need to have money. You give people handouts. You tell people panga laini. You give them 200, and they will vote for you. Because again, people have given up. Hizi story tumesikia miaka nenda miaka rudi. Watu wamekuja hapa watatufanyia imekuwa ni kama wahenga. So we are tired of this. Watu wanataka instant solution. Ile kitu wanaweza feel. Lakini sasa haitatusaidia na ni ukweli, it is not ideal but it is real. So hii BBI wacha ipite tu because nagava uwezi pingana. Kenya yetu hii democracy na wa Kenya sisi wapiga kura we are negotiate we do we embrace negotiated democracy. People meet somewhere in a room, they form a lineup, they agree, wanakuja na what we need, pesa, and then we vote for them. But uongozi na wale ambao wanakuwa uongozini si hadi sisi wa Kenya ndio tunaamua, inakuwa negotiated. Unasikia deep state, unasikia wewe una represent kabila fulani, wewe utaleta kura fulani. Rift Valley saa hii watu wa Rift Valley, I live in Rift Valley. Watu wa Rift Valley saa hii wanajua ni William Ruto. Watu wa Luo Nyanza wanajua ni Raila Odinga. Ukipinga Raila Odinga hata kama uko right, in reality wewe hautashinda anything because lazima ukubaliane na William Ruto ukiwa Rift Valley, lazima ukubaliane na Raila Odinga ukiwa pande hii. So sisi wote hata tukisema mambo mazuri haya, sisi ni mateka wa hawa vikaragosi. Wametuweka mateka, sisi hakuna chochote tunafanya. Ile kitu iko cheza kama wewe, kama iko shortcut piga hiyo. Mambo ya BBI na mambo hii kubwa kubwa isikusumbue. Asante.
Okay, King. Huyu anajiita King yako hapo ama ni mtoe? Hiyo hata si jina poa. Okay, Moses, twende kwako.
Yeah, well, my brother ameongea vizuri. But you know, if you look at our Kenya of today, Kenya is changing. Ukikuja Luo Nyanza, the Raila Odinga of 2007, 2013 is not the Raila Odinga of today. So ile support yenye alikuwa nayo those past years is not the support that is there today. There's a lot of people that are singing anti-BBI in Nyanza today. A lot of people. Let's say if this BBI meant a referendum, let's say Raila ended at 60%, and then 35 to 40% was saying no. That will be something. And then people are bringing BBI with Tangatanga. I don't know where the numbers. It's not
Moses. Kama uliangalia the voting jana, sio Ruto Alend ni walikuwa napiga no. Why are you guys pretending? Kama ni Raila, kama Ruto ni Raila, then kina Orengo wote wamevote nini no wakipinga BBI. How can you tell me that Raila apingi BBI?
Let me ask you, is there anywhere that Ruto said I'm gonna vote no BBI? Is there
si lazima aseme, but kwa mikutano yake amekuwa akiuliza watu mnataka BBI ama wheelbarrow.
Hajauliza watu.
Boss, nitakuchezea clip.
I'm not a Ruto supporter, but hakuna
you are bro. Watu wote wa Ruto hakuna mwenye anakubali yeye ni mtu wa Ruto.
Nasikianga Ruto akisema, Ruto wanauliza mnataka siasa ya pesa nane ama mnataka wheelbarrow? Mnataka watu wa vitendawili ama mnataka wheelbarrow? Hakuna mahali nimesikia akisema mnataka BBI ama mnataka wheelbarrow. No.
Moses, if I can chip in, his more than 5 or 6 occasions say that the BBI is not a priority. That in itself is saying attack you. And if you look at the way the voting was yesterday, you can see all the guys that are aligned to the DP voted no. That was clear. You don't need to speak. You can speak through your proxy, and that is what we saw yesterday.
Moses, my countryman. Moses, my countryman.
Yes,
Let me help Moses kidogo. Moses kidogo. If someone told you are not my priority, I don't have your time. That guy is just saying automatically no. It is grammatically correct. If somebody told you I don't have your time or you are not my priority, it's simple. It's just saying no.
You know, it's different between saying a priority and a no. What the guy meant with a priority. Right now, Kenya is facing a lot of challenges with COVID-19 and the economy, and that should be a priority to be fought. Unaona?
Moses, BBI was started in 2018. There was no corona. He refused. 2019 there was no corona. Bado he rejected. So tafuteni kitu ingine ya kutuambia.
Oh, I will that. Never said no to BBI. He never said.
Moses, Ruto even went to a point akasema, BBI, I will stop reggae. My friend, kwani unataka nini ingine?
Bwana.
Ama tukuchezee clip sahi.
Tutafutie clip tucheze hapa.
You know, I'm not a supporter of William Ruto, but
you are
with how things are going. But there is no any occasion singing no BBI.
When you say no, Moses, when you say reggae to stop, juu Raila alikuwa anasema nobody can stop reggae. Then if you say reggae to stop, what is that?
No, first of all, BBI has been so.
Listen, zima mic yako.
Unanisikia?
Ni zima mic. Thank you. Endelea Moses.
BBI has been very exclusive instead of being inclusive. Because ukiona even the way they are treating MPs that are allied to William Ruto, it's not fair, because when Raila had a handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta, it was meant for bringing the country together. It wasn't about the positions. It wasn't about inflating the number of MPs higher in the National Assembly. And the pia nimesema hapa, if BBI was really meant to bring Kenya together, the first person that could have benefited from this was none rather than Miguna Miguna. Miguna would have been in Kenya right now. And that's the unity we could have had in Kenya today. But imetenganisha wa Kenya ile mbaya. I don't know what else to say.
As per you ni sawa. Lizi Mhonja. Haya, huyu alikuwa ameingia tu kutuangalia. Angel.
Hello guys, good evening everybody. Good morning.
Welcome, Angel. Actually, somebody to protect.
You know what? Something funny is that this BBI will never put for you something on table to eat. Hiyo ndo kitu cha kwanza. Whether it will pass, whether it will fail.
Yes.
Angel.
You will just have to struggle the way you are struggling for your kids to get school fees, for you to get basic needs. BBI will not support you anywhere. Let us agree on that.
Angel, ngoja nikuulize.
Yes.
Wakati unasema hii BBI haitaekea mtu food on the table, the current constitution yenye tuko nayo inaekea watu food kwa table.
Ayeki. That's why I'm telling you whether BBI will pass or not.
Here to the country, so you cannot be comparing it with the bringing food in the table.
Yes, you know what you're not getting me, Mutembei. BBI whether it will pass or it will not pass. Me, Angela, just have to struggle. Nipate pesa, nipate kila kitu. Unaelewa? And if BBI will change people's life, this is the time the government of Kenya could have changed people's life, getting money from other companies, from where in form of corona. We are having corona, so we need some money. Na hakuna pesa wamepea mtu. So you can't tell me that when BBI will pass, it will have that money to give somebody. No. Believe me or not, it will remain the same Kenya with the same Uhuru and Raila. You will just have to struggle. Hakuna kitu itaongezea mwananchi aone ako sawa. If right now my area MP haja construct barabara, you can't tell me that when BBI passes ndo atajenga hiyo barabara. Instead atakuwa amepanua tumbo juu ako na mwenzake. Last time alikuwa peke yake na sasa ako na mwenzake, so itakuwa ni competition, kila mtu kujaza mfuko wake.
Okay.
If BBI is the really thing that could help mwananchi, why could those MPs being paid 100,000 so that they can pass BBI? Same to MCA, that's what they did.
Nancy, achana na propaganda. Nani amesema?
Not propaganda.
Angela,
Not your propaganda ndo siasa ya Kenya. And let me ask you a question, Mutembei.
Angela.
No, that's a propaganda.
Angela.
Si propaganda. MCA hadi kupewa magari ya 4 million, president mwenyewe alitamuka nikaisikia. Haikuwa propaganda. Tuelewane, let us agree on that.
For MCA,
so
we know, wacha nikwambie, we know that BBI will pass because government will use all means on the ground time ya referendum to make sure BBI has passed. But it could not be free and fair election for referendum. Haitakuwa free and fair. They will use their means on the ground. Sai Chepkati ashajaza makaratasi kwa maballot boxes zimejaa.
Bro, propaganda. I thought you speak the truth.
We are not going to. We are. I'm coming for against BBI. That's the only thing bringing me to Kenya.
And let me tell you that we could have not hatuwezi kataa BBI, but this is not the right time for the government of Kenya to bring BBI. Unaelewa? They could have waited for Corona to slow down, then they bring that BBI. We could have accepted that.
Angela,
but this is not the right time for BBI. I don't support Ruto. I don't support Raila. I don't support Uhuru. I don't support
you know the problem with
anybody. Tangatanga. I don't support Tangatanga. And let me tell you. And let me tell you, Mutembei. One day you remember this. This Kenya is going to the worst point in this Kenya. Remember that Team Tangatanga, and I'm sorry to say this, Team Tangatanga ni mkale na ni msabot. My friend, if you make an agreement with any of those and then you fail to fulfill it, believe me or not, kitaumana na kitalipuka.
Kulipuka nini? You see those are threats.
Yeah, hajalingi.
Hizo ni threats, yes, it makes sense.
Because it is the government, you will use that force. But let me tell you, hata kama utachapa watu wake 7, ata make sure kwako watatu wamechapa. Believe me or not. Hiyo ni agreement.
No, Angela, let me tell you,
That's sensationalism.
hiyo ni incitement, haitafika mahali. They will never go anywhere. Just wait
I'm
and see.
telling you, Mutembei, me, I'm the neighbor. You see, I'm the neighbor. In my home place, when I move just 2 meters, naingia mahali, and I know them very well, from bottom to top. And that's why me, I can't support Tangatanga, I can't support Uhuru, I can't support Raila. In the 2022 election, I have no anybody to vote for. That day will just be my resting day in the house. Bye-bye.
Okay. Rupia.
Mutembei, oh,
Thank
Rupia.
you very much, Mutembei. I've been away, but I am back. And
Welcome back.
thank you very much, Moses. I've heard your voice. And what I would like to say is, BBI is simple. Very simple to understand. Only those who refuse to understand, who are seeing a very difficult situation ahead of them, and they are blaming BBI because of the Jubilee government. BBI is like this, and nobody should contradict it. BBI is Raila President, Uhuru Prime Minister, and then it is all inclusive. Let me just finish. It's all inclusive, but those who want to exclude themselves, let them exclude themselves now, and they will see themselves outside. But those who want to be in the BBI, let them come to BBI. Right now, it is very clear to Tangatanga that even from Mount Kenya, there is no support they have in Mount Kenya. Yesterday, you saw what happened. Even their frontline soldier, Kimani Ngunjiri, voted yes. And I've told you to look at the good things in the BBI. Right now, if you see somebody who opposing BBI, is either Angel Chepto, ama Kipiegon Yego, au ndio wanapinga BBI. Because they are following politicians, they are kingpins. They are the people, the politicians from their regions. I am also following politicians from my region, but I'm very keen on the ideologies. Luckily, I'm following Raila, and Raila has the correct ideologies that I need. Because I believe that if he's given this country to drive, he can drive this country. We've seen what Jubilee government, some people are talking about the failures of Jubilee government is on President Uhuru Kenyatta and his deputy. So there is nowhere you can tell us that BBI is doing what, is not doing what, is not doing this. Read the good things in the BBI. The good things in the BBI, one, and I've mentioned them here. We have the constituencies, and we are not complaining. We have been given, I think, if not 4 constituencies, the whole Nyanza, which we feel that we would have had more. But because we believe that BBI is has more good things than bad, then we say, let's move. Why would these people who are telling us that BBI cannot put food on their table, putting food on your table, even if you don't vote in BBI, you will still have to struggle to put that food on your table. And we have to accept the situation the way it is. But look at the good things that the BBI is bringing with it, like the Pesa Mashinani. We have 35% coming to the counties. So I don't see any reason why somebody should oppose BBI. After all, we had 2/3 yesterday supporting the BBI. What does that shows? That shows that Kenyans are for BBI and are after BBI and are for the referendum. So I don't know when you come here to start opposing BBI like Angel is opposing. I don't understand. And Moses, I don't know what the problem with you. You should be reasoning the way you are reasoning, but take the correct direction. You are reasoning well, but on the wrong direction. So you just need to rethink your politics and take the right direction. You are very eloquent, you are fluent and everything, but you have a wrong political direction. Let me finish.
Rupia, give me 10 benefits of BBI and 10 disadvantages of BBI.
I don't have disadvantages.
And if today ulisoma gazeti ya Daily Nation, it says that the MP have been in parliament for 7 times because when they read the BBI at first, waliona kuna vipengele 10, the worstest. Na wakaona hawaezi pitisha. Now that the government could use the force so that these MPs can pass this BBI. So I want you to give me hizo vipengele 10 zenye zilikuwa zimekataliwa mara ya kwanza. Tusome and then we reason on that. And that is why you utaona my point why I don't support BBI.
Ni wapi huko ulikuwa unasoma vipengele?
Angel, I would advise you to go and read the BBI, that the report itself, and stop listening to hearsay, or stop taking hearsay as the truth. Go and read BBI for yourself.
Newspapers.
So, the good things about BBI, I think I've mentioned 3. Hizo 10 mimi niko tu na hizo 3, and they are the ones that I'm going after. Mimi sitaki hata hizo mingi. I know there are more, but hizo 3 about inclusivity, about 35%, and about representation. Mimi hiyo imenitosha. Sasa sitaki ingine. Sasa, and I'm seeing your attitude is very bad. Can you just change your attitude, please, and embrace BBI? Because this thing, a change is as good as a rest. Just embrace BBI. I don't know the reason. You are the one who's supposed to give me one reason why you are rejecting BBI. And that one reason is overtaken by the 3 reasons I've given. If you look at the BBI holistically, you will see that we have more benefits. I know the people who are opposed to BBI are and I know Linton will come in strongly later because we know very well that the deputy president and his Tangatanga team are out of BBI.
Rupia, listen. Umesema nikupe reason why napinga BBI. Kitu cha kwanza, wameongeza wabunge, wameongeza senators, wameongeza kila kitu. Hiyo ni mzigo kwa mwananchi wa kawaida.
Hiyo si mzigo.
Rupia, sikia. Have to know that Rupia, wakati corona imeingia Kenya, imeharibu uchumi wa Kenya. Yale maisha yenye ule mtu alikuwa anaishi sio maisha ya sasa. Unani understand, Rupia? So, if BBI passes, uchumi imerudi chini. Mwananchi anaongezewa ushuru. Hiyo pesa atatoa wapi? And yet uchumi wa nchi umetingika kabisa, imedidimia, imerudi chini. And that is the reason why I will never support BBI. Hata unitumie 1,100 Rupia, nitakula na bado nitapiga no.
Tutapitisha bila kura yako, Angel, sijali. Okay, let's go to Ansent.
No Mutembei. Hata sisi ni watu.
Ansent, kwanza then tukuja kwako.
Clinton,
unmute your mic uongee bana.
Thank you. Hata nilikuwa relax kidogo na wasikiza. Mnanisikia?
Endelea.
Aya. Okay, on my side, I will not say that I support BBI. I will not say that I don't support BBI. But kuna kitu ya muhimu sana naweza pass through kwa wenye wanasikiza, wenye waniangalia. There is this issue of pesa kupotea, of which pesa inapotelea kwa mfuko ya watu. Na the main issue na mwenye anafaa kufuata
inafika mahali anasema jameni, tafanya nini? For sure a president like that one. Wakati amesema jameni, sasa ye is a king, anafaa kujua taxes za kudili na watu venye pesa inapotea, lakini afika mahali anasema jameni. So who is who now? Who are we checking? Nani tunamwangalia? Unaona? So the issue about the MCA venye walifanya kuongwa is the same issue that may apply to MPs. These people, they are fearing to be evicted from their parties. That is what is underground now. That when you say no, after like 1 month or like some weeks, itatolewa kwa chama, unaona? So these people, yes?
MPs waliongwa na nani?
MP wameongwa chini ya maji, Mtembei.
Acha propaganda bana. Tunataka facts. Wamekuwa wanaongwa na nani?
Okay, I'm going to give, next time I'm going to put it across here.
Sawa. Sasa usiongelee kitu unafaa kuongea hizo zingine.
Yeah. So that issue, okay, for now position itakwenda kuwa mingi sana. And those people, everybody need to be paid. I need to be paid from through our tax yenye tunatoa. Unaona? So if things now ziko hivyo na kila kitu inapanda so that they can get this money, what if these people, they are going to be placed there and then now everyone is demanding for the service, demanding for the entertainment, demanding for the service. Where is that money coming from? It's you people, you're going to serve. I'm not supporting, I'm not yes.
Asante, let me ask you. Sahi vitu zinapanda?
Of course, yes.
Ni BBI inafanya zinapanda?
Hapana.
So sasa shinda iko wapi zikipanda BBI ikiwa?
Mutebei bana.
Pesa inapotelea kwa watu, lakini jamaa mwenyewe hataki kuona hiyo. Himself is a thief. Yeye bado anaimba, mjua hivyo.
Mutembei, BBI inafanya petroli imepandishwa ndo wapate pesa ya referendum. After wamesanya pesa za corona kutoka kampuni zote sijui wapi ulimwengu mzima, wamegawana zimeisha. Right now lazima wapandishe petroli, mwananchi wa chini aumie ndo mpate pesa ya referendum na kuonga watu chini. Nasikia Mutembei. That is the truth. That is the truth. Munatunyanyasa, munatuumiza.
Mutembei, how much is a referendum gonna cost? About 10 billion Kenya shillings, right?
Kitu kama 10 billion. Hiyo ni pocket change kwa inapotea within 5 days.
What if they could have said like, let's have a referendum next year together with the election, with the general election?
Why? No, BBI ina affect the hii election inakuja, so it should happen before elections. Wezi ngojea election zifanyike. We want to have a prime minister, we want to have official position, then mbona tukue na BBI wakati election inafanyika?
You mean you want to increase taxes before the next general election, right?
Taxes hata sahi zinapanda. Is it BBI inafanya zinapanda? We don't even have BBI sahi.
Sahi zimepanda, but after BBI, for you to be able to afford taking care of the new MP, new Senate.
Hakuna BBI imeweka time limit ya kufight corruption cases. So with this BBI tutaweza haraka sana.
No, it's not
watu wakora kama nyinyi.
It's not about corruption cases. I asked you, when are you going to be able to collect money so that you'll be able to take care of the new MPs? I know there's going to be new MCs, new senators as well.
Umeangalia our budget. Our budget is over like 2-3 trillion. In fact,
Moses, if BBI could fight corruption, why can't they fight right now tuone?
Sahi hakuna
ndiposa wapitishe BBI. Kwa nini saizi kuna watu wamekula pesa ziko kwa mifuko? Mbona hawawezi sakiwa right now tuone ndo watuambie BBI itaongezea?
Hawana point za kusema. Wako na hasira. Hii hasira yenu muache, endeni msome BBI. BBI has more advantages than disadvantages.
Rupia, my brother, sina hasira. Secondly, nimesoma BBI, siwezi pinga chenye
Tutakuwa
sijasoma.
na structured
Nimesoma
talk ama kila mtu ana shout from anywhere, tuingilie hivyo.
Oh, let's have.
Moses, endelea.
Yeah, I was talking to Mtembei. I was saying right now unasema taxes ziko high before BBI. So kama BBI itakuwa imepitishwa, tutakuwa na new MPs, new 70 members of parliament, right? We will have new more senators, right? We will have more new MCs, right? So do you mean?
Hapana, MCs watakuwa wale wale.
Okay, so do you mean BBI kipitishwa, taxes will go higher so that Kenya will be able to collect more money so that they can take care of the new MPs? Because these new MPs, they will become...
Moses.
Hold on. They'll become...
Corruption ikikuja, itamaliza hizi wastage of public resources, so pesa itakuwa mingi. In fact, we need even to add more MPs because kutakuwa na pesa mingi sana.
Leave alone MPs, because you know our Kenyan MPs, they come in, they need security, their personal security at home as well. Same to senators, and these
we can afford that as a country. Why are you worried? We can afford that. We can also afford a referendum.
Moses, uoni hiyo ni job opportunities, hiyo ni creation of job, my friend.
Yes.
You are creating the MPs, but you are not creating jobs for the...
Moses, acha tusikize Dennis Oseko.
Okay, Dennis, go ahead.
Shukran sana. Vile nilisema mbeleni, kuna tofauti ya what is ideal and what is real. So ningependa sana mtazamo wetu ama mjadala wetu uangazie sana what is real as opposed to what is ideal. Most of you are declaring issues ideal, but in reality they are not applicable in the Kenyan environment. I wish we could go the trajectory of looking for a solution during the electioneering period, when we, the ordinary electorate, we, the ordinary Kenyans, have a voice. But otherwise, as we speak right now, we got the wrong people because we got them through a wrong process. So when we have the wrong people, you don't expect the wrong people to do the right thing or to do things different. Because what does it take to be elected as a politician in this country? Is it merit? It is not. There is something that is not right. And therefore, if we have a bottom-up solution, have the right people in leadership, then we can talk of what is right that they are supposed to do. But we can't have the wrong people elected through a wrong process and expect them to do the wrong thing. So we should be addressing ourselves as young people, as ordinary people, as the electorate. What is it that we can do in a small way so that we can change leadership when we have an opportunity to do so? Because right now we can only do the shouting. We are already messed up because we messed up ourselves during the electioneering period. And therefore, tuishi na hii ujeuri yetu tulifanya siku ile na hii uchafu hadi wakati tutakapopewa uwezo ya kufanya mabadiliko. Lakini vile vile wakati huo utakapofika, we need to reassess how we do things so that mtu akija kwetu astahili kuwa kiongozi, hata kama ni mtu wa kabila lako, tunaweza mkataa, tuchague yule ambaye anastahili, na lazima tuangazie ni mambo yepi ambayo tunafaa kuyaangalia ndio tuchague kiongozi. Lakini tukiendelea na hii psychophancy ati sababu mtu ametoka kabila lako, sababu sisi wa Kikuyu, sisi wa Kalenjin, sisi wa Kisii tunataka mtu yetu na mambo kama hayo, hayatusaidii. So tunaweza ongea whatever that is ideal, but so long as bado sisi hii vitu ndogo ndogo inatusumbua kama ukabila. It is not these complicated things that we probably talking about. It is simple things kama favoritism, issues like tribalism, issues like corruption. Hizo vitu, if we deal with them, we will have a better crop of leaders. Then the better crop of leaders will do the right thing, and because doing the right thing this year may not doing the right thing in the next 10 years, because things are changing very fast. On issues inatusumbua BBI, we have the wrong people there. They have their own intention. Wamechora barabara yao. Hakuna chochote tunaweza fanya kuwazuia. Uliona jana tunaambiwa sijui deputy president ako na numbers. Uliona jamaa wamechora barabara yao, namba hakuna, because walipiga kura. Hii mambo ingine ni mambo ya kiroho na mambo kama hiyo. So hawa jamaa wamechora barabara yao. Sisi wananchi tutakuwa na wakati wa kuamua ni watu gani wataturepresent, wa represent issues zetu kama wananchi wa kawaida wakati utakapofika. Lakini tulishafanya makosa. Waendeshe sisi vile wanataka, kwa sababu sisi tuliwapatia mamlaka na nguvu ya kufanya hivi. Hatuna uwezo, hakuna chochote tunaweza fanya. Hii kitu itapita, upige kura usipige, ukatae ukubali, hii barabara imechorwa na itafika. Mimi hii vitu hainisumbui, hata sitaenda kupiga kura, lakini najua itapita. Lakini hata ikipita, mimi maisha yangu itaendelea kama mwananchi wa kawaida. Lakini kile ambacho mimi ningependa kuhimiza na kuomba sisi kama vijana na Wakenya kwa jumla, tufutilie mbali mambo kama haya kidogo kidogo yanatugawanya, because our viongozi wametake advantage ya gaps ndogo ndogo. Unaambiwa kwamba kiongozi ama mtu fulani akitoka kabila yako utafaidika. Tukienda supermarket, wale walisema Jubilee, sijui wale walisema ODM nini, bei ni moja. Hakuna yeyote ambaye anapata advantage yote. Kwa hivyo sisi tuangazie yale ambayo tunaweza fanya wakati tunapata nafasi ya kufanya hayo. Tusije tu tukapiga kelele ya kusema ni nini ideal, and we have the wrong people that are representing us, because I don't go to parliament to represent myself. I have an elected member of parliament. I already delegated the powers that I have as a voter during the electioneering period, and therefore mine is to wait. If I cannot recall that member of parliament, there is nothing I can do. If the president cannot be recalled, cannot be impeached, there is nothing that I'm gonna do until such a time when I have the responsibility to do so. So let us educate ourselves so that when 2022 comes, we do the right thing. We do not end up repeating the same mistakes that we've repeated over time. Thank you.
Well, Dennis, umesema eti nini watu wakivotu wanaenda hivyo eti wananunua vitu the same, lakini nasikia kuna ile Jubilee card, watu wakienda kununua mkate wakipata imefika 60 wanaonesha wanapewa na 50.
Asol ni moja, Kenya ni moja. Sisi wote tuko kwa debe moja. Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya kwa kila mtu. Lakini ikifika wakati tunapiga kura, unaanza kusema ni kumera. Hapa pande nyingine tunasema hizo vitu hazi-apply baada ya mtu ameshinda. So hizo vitu hazitusaidii anything. So tuamuke. Asante.
Acha tusikize Abel.
Abel is probably still on mute.
Okay, right. Mutembei, watu wa Ruto wana nafasi.
Abel siongee bana. Huyu Abel ako hapa naongea.
He's on mute. I can see he's on mute.
Siniongee sasa.
Ndugu yangu haya.
Abel akishindwa Clinton ndiye atachukua. Acha
ameshindwa tayari.
Acha nimtoe mimi, sitaki watu kama hao. Endelea Clinton.
Okay, I hope I'm very clear. First of all, na wasalimu wote. Nimesikia jinsi ambavyo wengi wenu umeongea. Na kulikuwa na girl child hapa alikuwa anaitwa Angel. Sijui ametoka. But I wanted to support her. Maybe
a propaganda.
I wanted to work under her, yeah. Nilikuwa nataka nifanye kazi chini yake. Kwa sababu amenifurahisha kulingana na maongezi yake. So what I want to tell Angel first and foremost ni kwamba bad leaders are put into office by good citizens who doesn't vote. Sanjal akisema kwamba in 2022 she won't take part in voting, then the worst leader, be it Ruto or Raila, yeye ndiye atakuwa ametupea huyo rais kwa sababu atakuwa amekosa kupiga kura. Jana ama juzi wabunge walipiga kura wakapitisha BBI, na sisi kama watu wa ile pande ingine huwa tuko na numbers, na si siri, we do have numbers, but it comes a time whereby we make independent decisions, you understand? And yesterday was such a time, because MPs had to make their own independent decisions, and that doesn't mean kwamba tumepoteza numbers zetu. Kenya is a tribal nation, na kuna mbunge anaitwa Kimani Ngujiri. Nadhani constituency yake ya Bahati iko Rift Valley, Nakuru kama sijakosea. This guy had to side with William Ruto when he was timing 2022. But when it comes to voting on community issues, like the Kikuyus must support BBI, then hangeweza kuenda kinyume na what the community wants. So hatujampoteza Kimani Ngujiri.
Clinton.
Yeah.
So does it mean Kikuyu community wants BBI?
Yeah, they have to support BBI because they are the beneficiaries.
Bando Tangatanga mnasema BBI haiko na mwananchi huko.
Sasa BBI haijafika kwa mwananchi, ndio tunataka tuipeleke kwa mwananchi.
Tunasema he voted as per the community nini?
Yes, they were met at Sagana 1, Sagana 2. They were told to support BBI. And they never spoke in Kiswahili. They spoke in their own language. And lazima tuangefanya jinsi ambavyo community walikuwa wanataka.
Clinton.
Another thing, Ruto saying no to BBI. Ruto said no to BBI, I agree, but he gave out the reasons, which were very genuine according to me. Even Mutembe, you know very well that the reasons that William gave were very genuine. Unampinga tu kwa sababu maybe uko salary yako inatoka ile pande ingine, lakini unajua vizuri kwamba alipeana reasons which are very genuine. So William Ruto kusema kwamba let us deal with corona first, hii pesa yote 14 billion tuweke kwa corona, alafu BBI ije baadaye, then we start calling him names. I think that was a very genuine reason, because you can see Kenyans, less than 1 million Kenyans have been vaccinated, and that one is quite worrying because corona is still here with us. So what does it mean when BBI was passed in both houses of parliament yesterday to one William Ruto? I think we've not lost anything. Sisi tunangojea corona ishe, turudi kwa wale wananchi wetu, tuwaulize maswali tena na tena, mnataka BBI ama mnataka hiyo ingine? We are still good at that. And we cannot forget the disadvantages and advantages that will come along with the BBI thing. And again, Mutembei, you can recall very well the reasons as to why William Ruto is defying the Bbi Reggae. I started by telling you, was it last month, that there are two factions in Handshake. Faction number 1 ni wale watu wa ODM na Jubilee Kieleweke. Jubilee Kieleweke in Handshake wanajua vizuri Handshake was meant to bring peace. Lakini sisi wana ODM tunasema BBI is to make Baba the president. Two different things. And I think that is what William Ruto bought to, because William Ruto thinks that BBI is something that is meant to push Raila Odinga to State House. And if it is true, as ODM are claiming, then William Ruto has no business supporting BBI. because you cannot support BBI that is meant to push your opponent into the same position that you want. You know, when ODM governors came out and said BBI ikipitishwa, Uhuru Kenyatta atamuunga mkono Raila. So William Ruto should not be in that camp. Ako tu chini ya maji. Kumbe every step that they make is to make Baba president, and at the same time, William is also interested in presidency. So I think he took the right path. Let wananchi decide. And there is something you are confusing. We did say that we have numbers in parliament. Tuko na numbers kwa wananchi. Sasa tumehama parliament. Hata pale Senate hatuna numbers. Numbers zetu ziko hapa kwa wananchi. Yeah. So tunaongojea hapa chini kwa wananchi. Mlete BBI. And maybe we will support, maybe, because it can benefit us in one way or the other. And then lastly, there is a point Ayaga has been bringing out on a daily basis, if not weekly basis, kwamba William Ruto is anti-constitutional. I don't know the right word to use there.
Anti-constitutional, anti-change, anti-constitution, anti-reform.
Anti-reform.
Okay. It is anti-reform. let me buy into that idea then. So in 2010, he said no. He gave up the reasons. The constitution passed, and he enjoyed it for 10 years. But what ODM people are forgetting is that Baba passed the 2010 constitution, knowing very well, with all the powers that he supported that were being given to the president, knowing very well that he's going to be the next president of the Republic of Kenya. When Uhuru took over power, Baba started again. He wanted the referendum, maybe to reduce the powers of the president by introducing Saba, everything. Even this one, Baba will pass BBI, but maybe somebody somewhere will have to be the president, as Baba will be watching on the other side. So I think Mutembe, acha nimalize, najua kuna maswali mengi sana.
Clinton, we have to interrupt you.
Okay, let me answer Mutembei first. Mutembei, uko na nini?
Mmesema mko na namba za kuiangusha kwa ground. Sasa unasema bando itapita tena. Mbona unapeana conflicting statements?
Sijapeana conflicting statement. Wewe ndio una conflicted. Tulikuwa na numbers kwa parliament. Hatuna numbers kwa parliament juu kieleweke wameungana na ODM. Na hata hizo 83 MPs tulipata jana. Tumejaribu. Wabunge wote wa ODM Kenya hii hawafikishi hata 67. Alafu wale wengine wa Jubilee kutoka Mount Kenya pia kama ni wengi sana ni 40 something.
Clinton,
So,
there was an impeachment motion. Impeachment motion was supposed to be brought to parliament, and you said you had numbers in parliament. Why has it changed? You are lying to us.
So the impeachment motion is already in parliament. I've never heard of the impeachment motion in parliament. Ayub Savula was collecting signatures that he never fulfilled. So there is no impeachment as far as I'm concerned.
But you said you had numbers in parliament. You bring it on.
But we still have numbers. 83 MPs are numbers. Because we have 5 principles. Wait, I give you the numbers that we have.
Clinton.
Some relax. I'm giving you time.
Sorry, sir.
Let me finish with Charles Rubia. Charles, we have 5 principles: Kalonzo, Baba, Weta, huyu jamaa mwingine anaitwa Uhuru, party leader mwingine ni gani? Mutua. We have like 6 principles, and we have 290 MPs. Divide 290 by 6 principles. Wanaume 6 wameungana against William Ruto kupitisha BBI, and William Ruto still manages to get like 86 or 83 MPs. Now, who has the numbers? Yeah? If you divide 290 by 6, who has the numbers? Because ni wanaume 6 wamekusanyana, wakaenda pale, wakakunywa chai, wakasema, our main enemy is one William Samoei Ruto. So take your 290 MPs, divide by 6, you get numbers.
Clinton, nikuulize, unamaanisha Ruto akipata 2 million the rest wapate 8 million, atakuwa amejaribu sana juu ako peke yake?
2 million atapitisha, 2 million atapitisha. Ama William Ruto is, as far as I'm concerned now, the guy is neutral according to, as far as BBI is concerned. William Ruto said, let us have consensus. Kitu inaeleweka Mutembei. Hata kama unakula ile side ingine, kuna vitu zingine you have to agree with. Kwa sababu, when we have consensus, we want a multiple choice referendum. Kama hii kitu kina Orengo wanasema sahi, but I don't agree with the likes of Orengo because they were the ones abusing William Ruto left, right, center, that referendum cannot be multiple. They supported everything. Now they are realizing that something is wrong. They want now to claim that we have to change something. That's why I supported BBI referendum being passed yesterday, because of this stupidity of the likes of ODM members, that they support everything, then it comes to parliament, they now see the disadvantages. So that one, I supported the passing of BBI referendum. So Mutembei, BBI passing or failing will not determine who becomes the next president of Kenya in 2022. There will be BBI, then post BBI, we will have political realignments. There are alignments now, but we will have political realignments. Don't be shocked when Baba and William Ruto will come together after BBI, because they are differing on BBI. Now that BBI will be gone, these people can decide to work together. Don't be surprised when the president comes back and works with William Samoei Ruto. So these things are possible. In politics, we don't have to be as serious enemies as such. So what I'm seeing, the competition come next year will maybe be between, let me start with Ruto as the strongest candidate, and Raila. That's why these people, they still fear coming together, because they don't know whether Mount Kenya will have a candidate. But I want to assure you, Mount Kenya residents who are here, it won't be easy on you this time, because you are trying to pull people apart, and I hear you have 8 million votes. Then you bring your candidate, support him with somebody like Mudavadi, then you tell us you produced another president. I've never gone on strike, but that day I'll try. Yeah. That day I'll try, and I will at least feel what tear gas. I think I've never felt it, but that day I'll have to feel tear gas. So let us, as people in this forum, Mutembei, as much as you hate William, and people come here start saying, "Oh, I'm not supporting William, but I'm saying this way." Don't tell us who you support, who you don't support. Tell us your opinion. Mtu anasema kitu, akiona hiyo kitu ina favor Ruto, anaanza kujitetea. But I don't support William Ruto. I don't know, man. Kama uko pale, kubali yaisha.
Clinton.
You see somebody like Ayaga. Ayaga is ever on Baba's side, but ukimuuliza anaruka eti niko KANU. Na hakuna siku amewahi defend hiyo KANU yake hata siku moja.
Clinton.
So if you are on William Ruto's side, support him. Sio ati ukinaswa hapa kwa show. No, Mutembei, I don't support Ruto. I don't support Raila. I don't support. Unafanya nini kwa forum if you're not interested in politics?
Clinton, sikiliza kidogo.
Yes.
Don't forget, tuko na system Kenya. Kula Kenya asichapiwa kabisa ukweli mtu ashinde. Kula sinaibwa. That has not been addressed. Until it is addressed, we still have a problem.
So Kennedy, as a youth, when you unatafuta change, you can still sit here and say there is system. And you believe very well in 2022 your vote won't count.
Excuse me, the panel.
Clinton, can I help you for 1 minute?
No,
Ayaga, you cannot help me. You just say your point, because I know the help you want to give me already. So
Clinton, Vigesh dear. All is okay, Clinton? Okay, it's okay. Sisi tumeongea lugha yetu ya huku mahali tunaishi. Anyway, gentlemen, unajua kuna vitu vingine ambaye inafanyika nyumbani, sisi wengine tuko mbali, lakini kimawazo tuko nyumbani. There's one thing here, I tell you, gentlemen. We may discuss whatever we want to discuss about BBI, about Ruto, about Baba, about whoever we want to talk, whoever want to put it in the upper echelon, but we will never come to conclusion. Simply because one thing, even when I say even when the IBC, how do you call it? IEBC, yeah? Oh, sorry, IEBC is not going to be addressed. We are going referendum again the next time to add more positions so that to make that thing, which is not going to be happen. Itaenda hivyo mpaka mwishowe tunaanza kusema, sisi wa raia wenyewe tutaanza kusema, kwa nini tunaanza kufanya vitu bila kufikiria? Ile problem ilipatikana 2017 is because of IEBC. It's not about
with BBI.
And they have never
want
even
a
one single day now.
Judiciary. We do not want a compromised IEBC. We do not want an undermined Senate. We do not want to undermine devolution. We want our women to have their place in leadership. We do not want women to be transferred from parliament where there is discussion of resources to Senate where there is none. And we want issues of ordinary people put into the BBI, then we will pass the BBI, we have no issue. The president told us, let us have consensus. We were read Isaiah 1:18, come, let us reason together. We want to reason together so that we can pass BBI, we can save money, and part of that money, we can prepare this road from Chuka to Kareni. And those of you who are looking for business in BBI and you are looking for an opportunity to make money, I advise you to apply for tenders and go and look for money elsewhere. And those who are looking for opportunity to do politics, wait for 2022, we will face you in politics. BBI and the Constitution of Kenya is for all Kenyans. It is not a place to make money. It is not a place to do politics. Let us agree so that we can move together. Lakini pia tunawapatia ilani, si ndio? Kwa sababu wako na kiburi mingi, na wako na kifua mingi, na wako na vishindo, na wanakuja na rege. Tunataka tuwaambie we are ready for them. Kama hawatakubali mambo ya wananchi ingizwe ndani, kama hawatakubali mambo ya consensus na maelewano, basi na sisi tuko tayari. Ama mnasemaje Chuka? Wakileta kisirani si BBI tutasimamisha? Wangapi wanasema tutasimamisha BBI wakileta kisirani? Bas.
Okay, I'm coming now to the point.
Yeah, so you've heard the incoming president, the way I'm explaining, kila kitu, from point one to point, so some proceed base your arguments on what William Ruto has said. Sio rumors.
Okay, thank you.
Mtembei.
Vile nilisema, ikiwa kama hatutasuluhisha hili nini ya IEBC, tutakuwa tuna increase hii mambo ya wabunge, women rep, nini, tutakuwa naimba. Election come in, election come out. We will be doing that for generation, unless we are going to That's one thing. Second thing, unless we accept the consequences, the consequences with the dignity, with the moral principles, if we are going to accept ourselves to be who we are, with the principles, then we are going to be applauded by the world. Vinasema hivyo. Na kusema kweli, this thing of whatever is happening right now about BBI, I don't know. Mimi sitaki kujua, shauri yenu. Vile mtafoti nyinyi, unajua kitu imeandikwa in a way that ni lazima iende kwa wananchi. Hata kama wale wangepinga, wale walipinga ama wale wakupinga, inaenda hivyo kwa wananchi. Ni sisi wananchi wenyewe tuamue. Ikiwa kama unataka kubeba mzigo ngine juu, shauri yako. Ikiwa kama wewe mwenyewe utaamua, mimi sitaki mzigo, ni shauri yako. It is an individual, but vote with your own consciousness. Think about your own family, the immediate family. Immediate family ni kumaanisha mke wako na watoto wako. Those are the immediate family. The rest, mandugu zako, baba yako na mandugu na whatever, they are not the immediate family. Think about wakati unatoka kwa nyumba hapa unarudi, ni nani utani? Ni nani utapata kwa nyumba kwanza? Ni nani utakulia nyumba kwanza? Ni watoto wako na bibi yako. That's what the most important thing. So, ladies and hakuna ladies, gentlemen, in my own concept, ile kitu Ngojiri alisema alipiga kura kuwa alipiga yes, ni kulingana na watu wake wenyewe, nini yake, constituency yake. Ni lazima mtu usimame kulingana na constituency yako. Vile constituency yako amekwambia sema hivi, that person has the right to say, sababu yeye ameandika na constituency yake, sio yeye mwenyewe amejiandika. Constituency yake ameandika. So the other thing, kwa alignment ya mnasema Ruto ama mnasema Raila ama Uhuru, the president Uhuru, just forget him. According to the constitution, ni kumaanisha 2022 August atakayepigiwa kura, whether he like it or not, hata kama nini itachange size, constitution itachangiwa, he will never even one single minute on top of that be eligible to be the president. Put that one aside. So kusema Mount Kenya unakuwa aligned kwa Uhuru, that's just a lie. Put it aside. It is now for us, as a citizen of the country, to see who, either Raila, Ruto, Kalonzo, Wata, yeah. Okay, just give me a minute.
Malizia.
Yeah. So ni lazima sasa tuangalie ni wale watu gani. So the president Uhuru, just forget about him, regardless of whether he has influence or not, he will never be. Mumeona leo kwa gazeti kuwa yeye amepatiwa nini yake, ya retirement. So which means he's on the way going out. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. Tusikize Ayaga amekaa sana, then tuende kwa Rupia.
Thank you very much. Tena nimekuja time vizuri kama nina yale ya kusema vizuri. You know, there is propaganda going on in Tangatanga. They started propaganda when handshake began, that handshake and BBI was to propel Raila to the state house. Wakaanza kuita beba baba ikulu, ni wao wanasema Uhuru has not said that, Raila has not said that. Then after that they told us BBI is to tame Raila, and that one also passed. And then they came with another propaganda that BBI was to play Raila to stop the street protest. My friend, propaganda need uniformity and some research, and you put it in a clear channel, it will work. Hii propaganda yenye iko na tangatanga kina Clinton, nowhere Uhuru has said his handshake partner, he want to endorse Raila. And nowhere Raila said, those are the perceptions of the supporters. And those perceptions actually comes from Tangatanga to advance the agenda, not even from ODM, not even from, I only hear Rupia who always lament on that. But other ODM supporters, I think they are sober enough and they rarely talk about such things. BBI Yego said, how is BBI going to stop Ruto? BBI is going to stop Ruto. And you know, at first I thought it was a joke when Atuli was saying it. My friend, the fear and the reason why the deputy president and his allies are opposing BBI is one thing. Leave alone hizi siasa mingi is only one thing. In that document, if you are charged with corruption offense, you will not be allowed to run. In the near future, somebody might be impeached. Once you are impeached, you will be taken to court. When you are taken to court, they are truly prophecy of not in ballot. Actually, it will work. That is the fact. And that's why you see people like Sonko now, they are underground. They were opposing BBI with vigor. They have realized that they cannot even stop reggae, not even stop, even stand on the way of reggae. You can stand on the way kidogo. It's like a train. You know, a train has no emergency. So that's why they are quiet. Again, the people who are opposing BBI, most of them have not read the document. Like my friend Moses, read the document, understand. We had a Mweshimiwa from our county here who want to be a senator. He told us he had 3 copies. Yeah, I asked him a simple question. In that document, they are even extending the election petition from 2 weeks to 1 month. If there is another document that says now election petition will be for 4 days and another one is saying 60 days, he should tell us. The document might be, you know, government printer is one. These things were not printed. These things were not printed on River Road. So that is a pure propaganda. That is a pure propaganda, Sam.
I just excuse me, sir. Give me just 10 seconds. Did you hear what Senator Attorney General Emerita Wako said yesterday in the Parliament? I'm sorry to say so. Look at me, watch that thing, and then you can know it.
No. About printing, we only want government printers in Kenya. The rest maybe were printed somewhere because BBI has been fought even inside the IBC. Remember when we were launching the IBC, there was a certain clerk there that went and typed at the Burning Bridges Initiative. So it has so many issues. There is so many issues here. There is pull and push. So those ones should not worry. That's the main reason why William Ruto should be a worried man. The guy might be impeached in the near future. If he either resign or he will face the fire. The fire is coming. I rest my case for now.
Okay, tuende kwa Rupia kwanza.
Thank you, Bwana Mutembei. I think I want to escalate this discussion a bit by coming. Sam, just keep quiet, please. You know, when I start talking and you interrupt me, things will evaporate and I will forget what I want to say. So let me finish, then you will come in. But I want to say, you know, you cannot lie to us. Somebody like Sam, you know, you are just lamenting too much. In politics, and you know very well, you have to be affiliated. You cannot keep on lamenting here, sijui mkienda kupiga kura, mpige kura shauri yenu, hata mkiona ni nzuri mpige kura. Sisi bwana, vitu kama hizo hatutaki hapa. Take your side and say what you want to say about BBI or against BBI. Then Mtembei, if forum hapo naona, if law, you are supposed to reorganize it next time. We have the people, the opposers maybe down here and the proposers up, so that we know who is who. Because some people are just hiding. And let me tell you, the reason why I'm saying I want to escalate this thing, I really sympathize and pity the people who are talking about William Ruto, Deputy President, opposing BBI and supporting him. Because we have seen his leadership from 2013. And we've seen clearly that the MPs, let nobody interrupt me, I'll just hit the nail on the head, and usiseme na nataja mtu vibaya. The MPs who are following William Ruto from Central Province and from anywhere are purely following him. This is a political forum. Are purely following him because of tenders, nothing else. If you look at Muthika Lenturi, he was arrested sometime. I don't know if it was yesterday or today. Because of tenders. Look at Rigathi Gachagua, was arrested, has issues because of tenders. So the problem here is the deputy president, the deputy president, the deputy president thought that he would be president in 2022 because President Uhuru Kenyatta said, "Kumi yangu, kumi yako." And this is somebody who cannot even explain to us how the issue of Aror Dam and Kimwerer Dam went, because he told us that 7 billion got lost. Some people don't even see that. Some people don't even see that. That is poor leadership. And he's a real hustler, the way he says. He's a real hustler because he used his office to influence illegalities in government. And this is a political forum. Let me continue. He used his office wrongly to do corruption, and to even the reason why we are talking about some money is getting lost every day, 2 billion, is just because, you know, President Uhuru Kenyatta, to say the truth, is a selfless man. I'm telling you, saying that. And everything now went to the office of the deputy president, and we are in this mess we are in right now. And some people cannot see that. That the only reason why the deputy president is against the BBI is because BBI is now changing the whole thing, that it is not automatic that he will become president. And that people should see that. People should see that. We should stop telling us that Mimi says he supports Ruto, Mimi says support BBI. If you are not supporting anything, why are you here? And what are you supporting? If you are not helping Kenya and you are not helping anybody here, if you are not supporting anything, just leave and go to your house, sit with your kids. So, hii ni siasa na lazima tufanye siasa the right way.
Rupia wacha feelings. Rupia wacha niondoa feelings kwa.
I said when I'm talking,
ongea siasa. You cannot say that because si support Ruto, si support BBI, I'm not supposed to be here. No, I have right to be here. Lazima niongee the way venye moyo wangu unaona na venye akili yangu inaniambia. Rupia tafadhali, kama siasa imekushinda kama
Angel, I know very well there is something that is between me and you, because last time as Ayaga said, I behaved like Bali. Okay, I made a promise, I will fulfill it, but before I fulfill it, can you change your attitude and support BBI? Me, I don't work with people who don't support BBI. So change immediately, and then I fulfill my promise. Lakini vile naona saa hii hiyo mwelekeo umechukua ni mbaya.
If you don't work with the people who support BBI,
huyo msichana ameharibu kila kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema. Somebody can talk.
Okay, acha tuende kwa Kenneth.
No.
Kenneth bana nini?
Mutembei, it's evening here. Good evening.
Yes.
You can hear me. So I think first of all, we have to be very cautious and not to pick emotions while talking on things that matter. It is very important that you can make a point without making noise. And it is very important that we all note that whatever we are talking about is something which is very, very important. So I will be very, very brief because I don't have much time. I had been so void of knowledge and ignorant until I started being interested in what happened back in history. And I followed history up to the point that I became a teenager and up to the point that I became an adult. Back 30 years, we had places or parts in Kenya that were not accessible. You could not access them. We had parts of the country that you could not even make calls. We had parts in the country that were marred with a lot of conflicts, tribes fighting against tribes, just because of things that could be fixed in a very easy way. Then come 2010, there was the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution that delivered us the county government or the devolution. Let me just talk about that. When devolution came, the national government was compelled to give an amount of money to the counties. It was not something that the national government was to do because maybe a particular individual was paying allegiance to them, but they were compelled to do so. After 2010, these places that were inaccessible, these places that maybe were marginalized, experienced some kind of light. And they realized that the problem that we had was the monies that we are supposed to be spent on the people were in the hands of certain individuals that had control, and they could only dispatch to them that supported them. Now, when I had not read the BBI and I picked on the propaganda that everyone was saying, I was kind of ignorant in a way until I decided to read the document and read it well. Wherever there is a document that is passed or there is a document that is given, it can't be 100% because it is done by humans. But look, the problem that we have today in our country is the problem of corruption, because we have a lot of money, but the monies that we have get into the hands of the wrong people. Take an example of the 47 counties that we had after the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution. There are counties that you can be willing to even migrate and be there. It is so unfortunate that I'm one person who comes from one of the counties that is marred with a lot of corruption and there is no development that is going on. But in other counties, you can admire. Why? Because of the kind of leadership that they chose, because of kind of people that they put at the helm to handle their monies. They've come with a lot of projects, they've come with a lot of things that are going to the people. Fast forward, the BBI proposes that apart from the monies that are coming to the county, the monies should be going to the wards. Listen, and let us listen good. The problem of corruption that we have today is key. But how can we deal with this corruption? Through the issuance of BBI. Today, if I know Mutembei at a personal level, I know their home, I know his brothers, I know his parents. I have the right to reach out to him and tell him that the problem that we have here is corruption. You are not doing to us what somebody is doing at the other ward. Today, the people of Homa Bay will complain and say, we are not getting the right services as the people of Makueni are. So what happens? It means that we have a problem of leadership, but not a problem of money. So when the constitution was brought in 2010, the constitution was supposed to solve one thing. Number one, it was supposed to solve marginalization. Number two, it was supposed to solve bad leadership. But then what happens? It is us who elected the bad leaders into the office at the county government. Now, bringing it to the ward level, it means that whatever money that was supposed to be happening or whatever money that was supposed to be used at the county level will be brought down to the ward level. What does this mean? This means that every person, every individual who will be handling this money, we will be knowing them at our personal level. When we need hospitals, we tell them we need hospitals. When we need roads, we tell them we need roads. When we need schools, we tell them we need schools. And if we need industries, we will tell them we need industries. And that is where that is the major reason why I support BBI. Come to corruption. Do you think that if you are in a boundary, and you're checking the development that is taking place in another ward, and your ward is not developing because you chose a bad leader, do you think it would be possible to elect this leader again? No, it will not be possible. It means that we will be narrowed down to a point that we want to look at a leader because we already know them. We will elect good leaders because of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Twende kwa Angel. Angel. Angel uko hapo? Okay, Bernard.
Yes, niko.
Oh, sawa. Chukua chance. Ni wewe.
Acha Bernard aongee and then nitaongea after yeye.
Okay. Bena.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm happy again that we meet on this worthwhile platform as we share different views on the BBI. Well, there is an agitation to stop the BBI. I am not for the idea of trying to invest in stopping a train that has already left the station. We would rather comply and prepare for the worst as we expect the best than forever fighting what we may never be able to stop. One of the things that happen to this country is that political processes are never accidental. They are always designed with an outcome already on the table before even they are launched out. And so when we come and begin to run up and down trying to stop like the mischief that is happening right now, I would rather we looked into the BBI, like I said, be prepared. If worse come to worse, how shall we live? And if there is something good in, we shall enjoy it together. That is not a deficit mentality. It's just being realistic. There is what we call political perception, and there is political reality. And from the look of things, the people who are not comfortable with BBI, especially in the political class, seem to have invested more in creating a perception about BBI without considering the political realities on the ground. And therefore, every stage at which BBI is coming to, they are getting exposed badly. And that is not proper for people with aspiration for future leadership. We need to do our homework well and be able to not just resonate with the people, but be futuristic enough to grasp what we need to put in place, if not for our own benefit, for the benefit of those that are coming ahead of us. So forethought is more important in leadership. So my opinion is let the BBI go on. Whatever it brings, we shall enjoy. If it brings the worst, we are very tolerant people. We are resilient people. We have survived many things. We can survive one more evil. So let nobody panic on this matter. We are Kenyans, and being Kenyans makes us people with thick skin, able to stomach some things. There are things we have taken that no nation on earth has been able to survive from. So I trust Kenya. It can handle whatever that may come, whether it be good or evil. One of the things that is disturbing is that the people who are not comfortable with BBI are not giving me sufficient reasons why BBI should be stopped. The only thing they talk about is that there will be bloated parliament, the expenditure will go high, there will be not enough money for the counties. All that, in my opinion, is speculation, anticipating what problems that will come. And I think there are things we don't have control over, like our increase in population. We may stop the MPs from increasing, but we can't stop ourselves from giving birth and our neighbors from giving birth. And so Kenya was once 10 million population, and now we are hitting 50 million in population. We will not remain small simply because we have limited resources. And so we need to think out of the box and begin to expand our income in proportion to the anticipated increase. So if the bloated parliament is going to help us begin to source for more incomes, people get 3-4 jobs in order to live better, so be it. But let's not panic and begin to run up and down. Political difference doesn't necessarily mean political enmity or whatever, tribal enmity. We shouldn't mix the two. And there are discomfort about which region is getting how many constituents, and which region is getting less. I will call in the authority of the Bible on this matter. It says, comparing you among yourselves, you become unwise. There are things that you just have to let go. Like when we are being raised up by our mother, we were 11 of us. And at times my mother will be serving food and somebody else's plate gets the bony meat. The other one gets no meat. If you keep comparing, you will stop being the son of your mother. Or you begin to look on how to terminate your brother so that you'll be eating the bony meat. At times, when it comes to sharing the cake, let those who have gotten the big one enjoy it this time. The next time we'll have a time for sharing, and it may fall on you. So we don't have to all get in the kitchen so that we cook enough so that we can get food. Let those who want to be in the kitchen stay in the kitchen, cook the food that is enough for all Kenyans to eat. Let's be at peace. Let us focus on the future. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Ben.
Yes.
Ben, you are saying that Kenyans should stop being hypocritical and they should not do their politics based on tribal lines. Lakini wewe Ben, nikikuangalia pale nyuma ya curtain, how you do operate your politics, then then I can say that you don't deserve to use that statement. Yeah. Because every day that you wake up, you always have a negative news on that other side, either in terms of photos, videos, or maybe by typing. So Ben, okay.
Now,
let me take your word seriously.
We say in communication that is for.
Yeah.
Sorry.
let me just take your words seriously, as you've said, but according to how I know you politically,
Yes.
you don't
No,
subscribe to
what
you're
I'm saying is,
Yeah.
in communication, there is what I say, and the interpretation is purely yours. You can judge me from any specs that you put on and still be right in your judgment because that is what you're using as your marking scheme. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I am I'm pro this tribe against this tribe. I'm pro Kenya. And I'm one person that is very comfortable with whoever becomes president. The only thing that disturbs me is when somebody gets the national office, then uses it for local politics. That disturbs me a lot. That you fight so hard to get a national office, then when you get in, you begin to push for your tribe, push for your region. That makes you not a nationalist. We need somebody who is national enough to carry the entire country with him in his heart, so that when there is sharing of the cake, he's not feeding his backyard at the expense of the rest of the country. And that has been the problem of Kenya all along. Somebody gets in the office and then uses the office collecting tax from every other corner, feeding it to one region or using it to develop one region. Let's stop that and just accept that Kenya is our whole responsibility. And so we must develop it for the goodness of our future generations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your clarification, and I now buy into your idea. Omosh. Okay, Omosh is not there. Omosh, unmute your microphone, Omosh. Okay, who is next? I was not keen when you were speaking. Dennis.
Bro Bernard.
Oh, okay, Bro Bernard.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Clinton. I have listened very keenly to a number of panelists, and quite a number of issues have been said here that are very pertinent and that are very good to us as Kenyans. But apart from the very brilliant ideas that have been shared here, and I want to agree with Bernard that most of the good ideas that have been mentioned here are perception. But in reality, things may be a little bit different. We have a habit as Kenyans. As much as we've done all the good things, devolution and all manner of things, it is equally notable that there are bad habits that we live with that have been devolved to counties. We had tribalism at the national level. We've gone down to counties. We have clanism. We have nepotism. So we still have some bad habits that we live with as humans that we need to change. In as much as we say, if we deal with the issues of the document, BBI and such kind of things, it's good to make a step forward because we're not going to stay here forever. When we had the 2010 constitution, some people opposed it. And later on, people have come to realize that this was a good idea. But again, we have to make a step going forward. It doesn't mean this document is perfect or we all gonna agree to support it. It is not perfect. It is not the Bible. Even the Bible, sometimes we disagree in what is written in the Bible. So let us just move forward, and then it is not cast on stone. We shall effect the changes maybe later on, but we need to deal with some of the bad habits that we have as Kenyans. Politicians seemingly have booked our conscience for the next political contest. Every other time, they are preparing in advance to persuade us, to belong to that trajectory. That after election, we gave them a contract of 5 years within which they were supposed to deliver what they promised. But it is very unfortunate that those that we elected and that are occupying various leadership positions are now promising us what they will do should we elect them within, and they are doing that in 2022, and they are doing that within the contract period, because the contract that we have with them started in 2017 and will expire 2022. So before they finish the contract and deliver that which they promised us, they are now trying to book our conscience to forget about the things that they promised to do for us, so that now we forget about this, we wait for 2022. And we are slaves of this. Slaves of habits, issues to do with the tribalism. You think that if you elect a leader who comes from your tribe, you stand to benefit or you become a better person than the other Kenyan. And this brings about a lot of conflict. And therefore, we Kenyans need to stop these bad habits that we live with and that are causing us a lot of problems. So we talk of issues to do with even digitization of systems and such kind of things to avoid physical contact, that is gonna solve issues of corruption and such kind of things. That is not gonna help, because even these systems, it is human beings that man them. It is human beings with bad habits that enter data into those systems, so they can be manipulated. So therefore, we need a behavioral change, and therefore, if we change that, besides changing documents, that will transform this country to another level. And then issues to do with political leadership as a way of creating jobs, and when you are a sycophant to a current politician, has also become a way through which you can secure yourself a job opportunity, because opportunities are owned by the leaders that we elect. And therefore, if you want to earn yourself a job, you will not get it through merit. You have to be a sycophant to someone, so that if you know someone who knows someone, you are likely to access an opportunity. So this is also a very bad habit. The founding fathers of this nation are founding fathers of these bad habits as well. So we need to stop them. We need to have a new dawn, so that now going forward, we do not just talk of paperwork in terms of documents, changing the details. We also need to rebrand. We need to upgrade our software in terms of how we look at those that are supposed to be elected for various leadership positions. And we need to take this knowledge, this information to the ground, to the ordinary people, so that people know what to interrogate when a leader approaches them. Because if it is about tribalism, it is about nepotism, it is about corruption and such kind of things, we will still stay stuck here. So thank you very much, and let me stop it at that and give others an opportunity.
Okay, thank you Dennis Oseko. Dennis, umesema pointi kadha wa kadha na tumekusikiza. They are very helpful, by the way. I think it is high time members in this platform, we can petition Mutembei, because we cannot be talking on a daily basis, but our words are not felt anywhere. I think we can petition Mutembei so that he can at least organize people who are on ground like Ayaga, the likes of Bernard the pastor, watu wengi tu sana. Mwanze kuhubiri injili hapo Nairobi bana. Niko sure mko Nairobi. Mwanze kuhubiri injili ya umoja. What we've been talking about here. Hapo kwa ground, because Ayaga is very informed. Huyu jamaa ana meet my peace kila siku, but what they discuss is positive benefits of BBI. Ayaga hawezi ambia Babu Owino rafiki yake kwamba there are some disadvantages in BBI. What can you do about it? Ayaga akimwona tu hivi, Ayaga ako tu
Ayaga is a
hivi. Mheshimiwa uko sawa,
Ayaga,
mara nini? Ayaga bana. How are you representing us? If you meet all these MPs
Ayaga,
and you don't forward our grievances. Yes, Moses, what are you saying about Ayaga?
Ayaga is a state in ODM. Ayaga is a deep state in ODM.
Yeah, he should use the position to maybe enlighten people about
my
these
friend,
issues we've been talking about.
I'm in Kanu. I'm not in ODM.
Even Kanu also has people. In fact, the last time I saw Kanu rally was in Nakuru when you were waving at cars. Do use that opportunity, please. Enlighten people so that this thing can
always,
I think
always have been preaching peace and fighting propaganda.
I think we can.
With me,
I cannot do it. With me, I cannot do it in Nairobi because the only place I know in Nairobi is JKIA, maybe. So I can maybe do it in our rural home by financing, by organizing everything. Yeah, that one I can do myself in my rural home. But in Nairobi, the only place I know, maybe.
Finance me, my brother. That thing I can really do
maybe,
very well.
Maybe niyo places najua Nairobi ni stage ya Transline na maybe Huba kutoka Transline mpaka JKIA. 2 places. So mimi kama ungekuwa mtu wa village yetu na uko tayari kueneza injili, then we could have talked. Lakini wewe kama mtu wa Nairobi, in fact Nairobians we also appreciate you people. Kwa sababu ikifika ile time ya maandamano, you always represent the whole country. Last election between 2013 to 2017, Monday and Tuesday mlikuwa mnakula tear gas mkitutetea sisi watu wa nyumbani. Mnasema sijui bei ya mafuta iende chini. Sisi tunikiwa watch kwa TV, bei ya mafuta inarudi chini, lakini nyie mnalia machozi. Congratulations on that. Watu wa Nairobi.
Clinton.
Yes.
Clinton, a point of information.
Yes.
If you want to fund us, I and Bernard, we can go down to your home area. We can go and preach this issue in all. I and Angela here, I get Bernard, we go preach this issue.
You will use my money to go and meet Babu Owino and start discussing BBI.
No.
So
Babu Owino is my
So
my
are we
MP
being
now.
funded
I can
to
meet
stop
my
BBI,
MP.
or what kind of funding do you want to give us?
Yeah. Do you want to stop to fund us to stop BBI?
I don't want to fund you to stop BBI. I don't want to fund you to support BBI. So that's why I'm not funding you now, because I don't want you to support it. I don't want you to reject it. So there is no reason of funding you.
You fund us to make Kenya new.
You can make Kenya new by sitting into your house. You see like the experience of Collins from US, when you sit into your office and send foot soldiers to come and campaign for you. One of your foot soldiers will have to take your position. So that's a lesson. That's a lesson we learned from Collins, and we cannot repeat the same mistake because we don't know how long he cried. Yeah, when you use your resources to make your friend the whatever position you are looking for. Okay, maybe my last remarks is this. Nimepoteza account yangu ya Facebook na kuna watu walinitumia namba kadha wa kadha kama watu 30 hivi to add them into this page WhatsApp group, na imebidi nitengeze account ingine. Jina ni the same. Sasa nitafute tena, ni inbox hiyo namba unataka iwekwe WhatsApp group, then I will put it there. So meanwhile guys, mimi najitoa, nasema asanteni sana, nimekuwa nanyi for like 57 minutes na nimeenjoy kuwa nanyi. So Bernard the pastor,
will take charge.
The ball is on your court.
Thank you so much. I
Yes.
trust everybody is set for our continuing in our discourse. Let us build a new Kenya by ensuring that we have a new way of demanding what is our right in the right way. We've been a nation of stopping many things. I think this time we need to support something. So it was Angel was to speak first, then we go around. So Angel, Kotiari, karibu.
Yes, Ayaga, nilisikia ukisema uko na swali, ningekuwa hapa ungeniuliza. Nimerudi.
Ati swali ya? Swali ya nini? Angela, unanipata?
Network yangu iko poa.
Ayaga amesahau swali. Endelea Angel.
Sawa.
Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza kama Rupia alituma. Alishajijibu sawa tu.
Achana na Rupia, ni mwanasiasa wa kawaida. We muelewe tu huyo, sasa ndio ule mtu wako mwenye ako huko huyo. Achana na yeye. Me, as my opinions are, as we Kenyans, hii Kenya since ipate uongozi kutoka kwa mzungu, I think kuna vitu kadha wa kadha zenye maybe wengine tulikuwa hatujazaliwa zimekuwa zikiendelea na serikali yetu. Nini yenye tunafaa kufikiria sasa penye Kenya tumetoka nayo na penye sasa tumefikia? How can we think about of changing our Kenya ibadilike kiasi? That's the only thing that I see. Generation ya sahi, me and Ayaga, we are the ones right now to change the Kenya ya watoto wetu wataishi maisha ya aina gani. Mi na wewe ndio wenye tutaamua watoto wetu wataishi vizuri ama wataishi vibaya. Hizo job opportunities zitakuwa ama hazitakuwa. And remember that when you talk of job opportunity, in Kenya we have universities, you have colleges, we have institutes. They graduate every year. Na bado tunazaa watoto wanajoin shuleni. So why can't we open up our minds and think on something else? Let me not see that because I'm a lawyer, I just have to stand with the lawyers. That one cannot take us somewhere. Let me just see that because Ayaga is a Mujalo, he have to find another Mujalo, the other side, so that he can move on with something. No, let us put aside tribalism, tushikane mikono, tutangaze umoja na undugu, na tujenge Kenya yetu. I remember that is the word those are the words that the late Magufuli said. Kenya tukishikana tuwe ndugu na dada, tutajenga Kenya. Na kama hatutashikana, bado tu tutakuwa tu tunapingana no, yes, no, yes. And as we are talking right now, the Kenya government, kitu chenye iko nacho nimeiona kwangu mimi, si kwa mwingine, kwangu mimi, is that ikiona Angela ana ukweli fulani, wanatafuta mbinu ya kukufanya nini? Ya kukuweka chini. So mi hujiuliza, if ukiongea ukweli hautakikani, so hii Kenya inafaa ikuwe of which type? Hapo ndo bado najiuliza, na Ayaga can answer me that question. I arrest my case there.
Sasa swali zote ni kwa Ayaga jamani. Thank you very much for your information. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a lawyer, you know. We have been telling you this thing, I and Raila, for long. The people, the last Luo group that arrived in Luo land, they are called Luo Kawango or Luo Basoba. Matara married Sakwa, they are the Sakwa people, and Uyoma was a servant of Wanga. So we came all along from Wanga Kingdom. So we match very well with our people in Matungu, Akina Okoeri. So I'm a lawyer. So I'm not a tribal person. In Uyama, we are just staying there for a period of time. Thank you very much.
Well. I will go in that direction. Let's have Moses to give his contribution as we proceed.
Yeah, thank you. But I just want to encourage the people of goodwill, Kenyans. It is time for us to stand for our country. It's time for us to stand and defend the Constitution. It's time for us to think beyond our leaders and see what is right and what is wrong. It's time not for us just to follow our leaders whenever they are leading us to a wrong direction. This BBI is not right for us, and it is going to haunt us, even to our grandchildren. You know, we are the new generations, and in the near future, we will also have kids and we'll have grandkids. And whatever decisions we make today is a decision that will influence or will impact our kids or grandkids in the near future. So let's think big. Let's go beyond our leaders. Let's go beyond our tribal lines. Let's go beyond those we call our kingpins and stand up for what is right. One thing that I wanted to say that the ODM members or the local community, the reason why they support BBI is because they believe that Raila will be the president and Uhuru will be the prime minister. That's wrong. A few weeks ago, there was a misunderstanding in the government whereby Kibicho and the Orengos, they were having some disagreement. And there were some rumors that because of that, Raila was looking for Ruto and they were going to form a coalition, things like that. And the people were talking good about Ruto. Right now, the tunes have changed. In this politics, there is nothing like politicians, they are not enemies. Today they disagree, tomorrow they speak the same tune. Tomorrow they disagree, the following day they sing the same tune. But who suffers is us, the common mwananchi, who will have to pay big. Like we've been talking big, we've been talking a lot how our legislatures, the number is going to skyrocket big to above 450 members of parliament. It will be even so hard for the Speaker of the National Assembly to identify them. It will be hard for even the legislatures to catch the eye of the Speaker to contribute. So these are just some big issues in our BBI. In the Senate, right now there are around 40-something. After BBI, the number will inflate to about 100, 95 to 100. And that's too big. I gave an example the other day, how in the US, the population is above 300 million, but they only have 100 senators. In Kenya, the population is below 100 million, and we are going to have the same number of senators as the US has. So we need to think big. The solution is for us to come together. We use such forums to educate our people. Because some of our people, they still think that Raila can change their life, Uhuru can change their life, Ruto can change their life. No, it is us who can change each other's lives. So with that, I just want to urge whoever is watching, whoever is seeing, please think for yourself. Think for the next generation. Do not follow this BBI because Raila is supporting it. Do not follow this BBI because Uhuru is supporting it. Do not go against BBI because Ruto is going against it or the Tangatanga. Do what you think is right, because you too tomorrow you will have children and you want a better Kenya for them. You will want a better Kenya for your grandchildren, and you will want a better Kenya for the future. So think for whatever you think is right. People celebrated yesterday when BBI was passed in the National Assembly. But me, I still have hopes that the Senate, after hearing my senator, James Orengo, I'm from Sierra County, so that's my senator, when he stood up and said, nobody will intimidate him, I have hopes that there's likes of Senator Orengo who will come up and speak the truth and vote against BBI in the Senate. And also my brother Yanga, there was a point that he mentioned. I don't remember it clearly, and I wanted to correct him too. But when I think about it or I remember it, I will come back. Thank you for the platform, and let's keep fighting for the fundamental issues that will be able to create a concrete Kenya with a strong foundation. But when I think about it,
thank you, Moses. And just one question before you go.
Go for it.
In your opinion,
mm-hmm.
The not passing of the BBI is how is it going to help Kenya become a better Kenya, the Kenya you're talking about?
It will prevent taxes going high in Kenya, because the government will need to increase taxes so that they will be able to take care of the new legislatures. Another thing, failing BBI will enable judiciary to be independent. Somebody like Umaraga or our new Chief Justice will be able to say, this election is not free and fair and let's go for another election. But if BBI is passed, nothing like that will ever happen. Nothing like that. And also,
what makes you think like that, especially on the independence of the judiciary? I want us to dive into that. What is your reason for that?
Executive will be in control of the judiciary.
How?
They will. Have you read the document? I don't want to waste time on that. But the judiciary will not be independent.
So the document offers a doorway of the executive controlling the judiciary or curtailing the judiciary?
It's the government, the executive. I don't know if that also entails the cartels. And another thing I wanted to give a this BBI. I went to primary school in Kenya. I went to high school too in Kenya. And I was not one of those lucky kids who went to, there's no problem with being lucky. But I didn't go to a boarding school. I went to a day school, walking about 5 kilometers a day to school. And then God opened the doors to me and I got a scholarship to go study in the USA. I came to this land and I saw how education is here, how people live their lives here. And one thing also I said last time, when I was in college, on my second year, I used to see high school kids. They are coming to visit the universities. And I used to interact with some of them. And they will be like, this is the 5th university that I have visited. And I'm trying to make a decision in where to go. When I was also a second year, the university used to collaborate with the government. And the government used to send companies that, for example, I did civil engineering. So they will send companies for our department that does stuff for civil engineering. So we will ask questions. We will get to learn. We will get to know whichever positions they have open, so that if I wanted internship, I will go and get that experience. Or if I graduate, I will apply to that company because I will have already met somebody who works within that company that is able to hire me and mentor me through the program. So that's something I was saying. If our government could have some things like that, in documents like BBI, I don't know how, whereby the university students, they can get to the university institutions, they can get to collaborate with different companies, and the companies can come and talk to them. And we used to call those days career fair. They can have something called career fair, whereby the companies come talk to them and tell them like, hey, when you graduate, these are the possible positions that we will have open. Or if you are looking for internships, these are the positions we have that you can come work for 4 months and go back to school. Nothing like that in Kenya. In the BBI, they talk about youths having tax breaks. How the hell are you going to have a tax break and you are unemployed? You don't have a salary coming in. How the hell are you going to start a business if you don't have
No,
generate?
Moses, we'll come back to you. You are opening too many things without tying them, and just hold on. No? We'll get back to you, and you pick from where you are. But
I will.
I appreciate your input and your concerns, and we are all in this together, and we must find a way out together. Sam, are you there? Okay.
Yeah, yes, but I'm a little bit. I just came inside right now. Give me just 5 minutes, please, sir.
Okay, thank you, Sam. We'll be waiting for you. Bro Benson?
Hello, habari ya watu wote. Mimi sina mengi ya kusema, lakini ni ile tu kuomba wa Kenya, kwa sababu mimi naweza sema kwamba ni mmojawapo ambao walikuwa wanapinga sana BBI, lakini kwa maonekano inaonekana kwamba inapita, na mimi nasema kwamba kubali kushindwa sio ushindi, na unasimama na kauli yako na unashindwa na kauli yako na unakubali kwamba umeshindwa. Hiyo ndio kitu mzuri, na hiyo ndio mimi bado nasimamia. Na tutaona venye kutakuwa, kama kutafika mahali ambapo sisi kama maoni yetu tutasikizwa na turudi tukae chini tuone venye tutafanya, ni vyema, kwa sababu nchi ni yetu yote. Hakuna mtu tutaweza sema kwamba atatoka. Hakuna mtu mwenye anapenda Kenya kutuliko sisi. Sisi wote tumependa Kenya, na that is the way it is. Wakina Yaga was a walking BBI. You say something about Yaga will refine, you know. Mimi nimekubali, unaona, lakini ukweli itakuwa kwamba
No, Benson, I have a question for you. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
And here is a question. The drafters of BBI, look at the whole process that has gone through. Why don't we trust their wisdom even if we don't understand what they put together?
No, you know, we understand them, but like you look at your country, the situation, or like the position where the country is, you know, and you look at what is happening and the political landscape, and it convinces you 100%, but that the constitution is not going to be the solution of Kenya. Because if the constitution was the solution of Kenya, there are some of the things we could have achieved with the 2010 constitution. You know, that's why we trust them most, but like that is not going to solve some of the things that we are saying. Because I want to give you a typical example on the kind of leadership. Like, for instance, we know of leaders who are in position, they steal and they go back to their communities and say, like, we are targeted. You know, it tells you, like, the leadership is not there. Yeah. And that is what our people will listen to, you know. So I don't think that the constitution, even if they steal again with the new constitution, and you know on how the judiciary works, and then they come back and say, you know, we are targeted again, you know, the people will follow that. And that's not the solution. Right? The solution was like to kind of like give power to the Anti-Corruption Commission, you know, to deal with these people. The solution was like let's say like when you investigate somebody in corruption, you know, like Moses will agree with me, in the US, they will first of all investigate you. By the time they bring you to court, everything is over. You know, it's not like we know like wewe unachukuliwa kamata unaweka unatolewa. By the time they bring you to court, they have all the evidence, and the case continues within a period of even 1 month. The judgment is delivered. You know, so it's the Constitution is not going to solve that. You know, yeah. So
BBI proposes that all corruption cases should be handled within 2 years, not more than 2 years, so that we do away with the dragging process that has been on all along, where one case takes 10 years until the people that were chasing whatever the things we are looking to recover, they are spent and used.
But you know,
so don't you think that is forward?
That's a good way forward, but the issue is who is handling the case. We've seen all this, that there's some people we know in the public domain, like some judgments are not made independently, you know. So that kind of like corruption, it will still be there. I can still go back the room and talk to a judge on a personal basis, and she make a ruling or he make a ruling, and that's the final, you know. So we will see where it will end. If it will bring good things, I will go back to the people that follow me and say, okay, I made a wrong judgment, my people, I'm ready to ask for forgiveness. I was not sure of what I was telling you, you know. And if in any case what I was saying was right, they also have to come and say, Ben, what you are saying is good. And another thing, I think it was Angela who was talking about Kenyans as coming together. And that is something that to me, I've always insisted. I've always insisted as one Kenya, one nation. And the only people who can change that is us. And one of the programs that I do, I usually have in my community, I have time to talk to young men, especially people in primary school, people in secondary school, and some in the college, about the leadership. And I'm telling them the kind of leadership that we want. I'm not talking about a country as a whole. I'm telling them if we become good leaders or good ambassadors of our community will thrive. And for some reason, I can tell you, the small community where I'm coming from, we've seen some good changes, some good changes, because like when there's so many people have come for, like, they want to vie for MCA. One of the things that they usually, before those people come, they will ask, give us what you want to give us. We don't need sukari no more. We don't need soap no more. We want something that you do to the community, because if you does it to the community, we will all benefit, you know. So as young leaders of Kenya, we who are here, let us, your politics na itakuwepo, unaona. Lakini at our own stages, or maybe those who are in Nairobi, those who are in diaspora, everywhere, try to engage the young people who are coming up, and let us tell them the good morals, the good deeds to thrive in our community. When we do that, I think when their time will come to look for leadership, they will offer very good leadership, bearing in mind, like, I have to invest in my community. And I think that is something that can really work.
Okay, thank you very much, Benson. We hear you, we understand you, and let's stay in the fight. A better Kenya for all is a plus to everyone. And whatever it takes, we must take responsibility to make that happen.
I want to meet Ayaga to take me to this MP, because sometimes he's shy to talk to them, because I don't have a party, I belong to Kenya. So I will tell them, and hata kama watanifukuza. So Ayaga, I'm looking for you. Give me your number.
Now, we'll link the two of you in case you are afraid of meeting each other. I can be the go-between. But
Okay, thank you
relax.
very much.
We must make progress. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There is E&M fighter.
Who want to see me?
Benson wants to meet you in person. You take him.
Okay. Benson, are you in Nairobi? You are not in Kenya?
He's
Okay.
in Kenya. He's in Kenya, but in the lakeside.
Oh, my number is there at secret chat. Mwenye anaendelea endelee.
Let's have E&M fighter. He seems to have a problem. John from Qatar. I think he's asleep. Let's have Steve. Steve, how are you? Stephen almost. I can't see the full name. I don't want to mess it up. Unmute your mic, please, Stephen.
I'm very much okay, and I hope too you're okay too. We have just heard how the BBI was passed by the Member of Parliament yesterday, and according to me, the BBI is for the prosperity. I've read the document and have heard it. I've heard so many good things that as youths should digest and even demystify to other youths so that we can understand the document before we proclaim it to the people who maybe have not read it. We should not go with a motive. You know, politics, or for you to be a leader, there are things that you have to take in control. You have to endure. You must have an enduring heart that can absorb all the thoughts, or all the problems, all the good things, because you will hear positive things, negative things, that if you don't have an heart that can endure all those things, you cannot be able to make your politics move in the right direction. You know, what I've learned in few days that people have been talking about BBI. I've had, according to my thinking capacity or my observation that I've made, we have those who think that the leadership should go to a specific community or tribe, which should not be the case for the prosperity of our country. Let us elect or give power to somebody who can at least uplift us from a situation where we are currently in, because in Kenya, nothing is done on a fair ground. There is this scenario where people do talk about the nepotism. We talk about what do we mean? Inaitwaje kwa nini? If I think about that, I'll be able. Sorry?
Did you say you mean tribalism? Or...
tribalism. Thank you very much. This issue, for us to eradicate it, as those who have known what is right and what is best for our country, we should now proclaim it and even advise the leaders who are ready to take the advice. I know advising a leader sometimes become hard as milking a donkey, which should not be the case. So according to me, I support the BBI. I'll give 2 reasons why I support it. One, there will be now a certain percentage of money which will come direct to our community. If you can see when the new constitution, the constitution of 2012, when we brought about things, devolution, we can now feel the government at our heart to when this was not there. And nothing can be done at once. And for the constitution to be amended, to me there is a better thing in it. They cannot give us the wrong thing that will hinder us from making Kenya the best country as other countries. Because in Kenya, I believe we have the brilliant brains that can work as the European anybody in the world. If we get the opportunity to do it, we are given opportunity to put whatever we had learned in our university, in our various courses that we underwent in practice. We have the engineers, those who can make an aeroplane, those who can repair the motor vehicles, but we don't have the leaders that can uplift us so that we can even recycle the used vehicle to be as a new vehicle. So if we can embrace this BBI, because this is what it is trying to bring in place, to give us power, to have power, to give out what is best for Kenyans, so that we can make Kenya to be industrial country, to make Kenya to be agricultural country, where we can produce any kind of food that can be needed, not to import things from other countries. That is my idea.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. I believe everybody is following. Probably I would want to throw out a question on matters tribalism. Now, this is a question to everybody. There is something that Malala brought up in the Senate. Was it in the Senate yesterday? About the heads of different departments in the government. And it appears to me that the seat of corruption, or rather the seat of tribalism, springs from the insecurity of leaders who are in power not being secure in the hands of other tribes. For example, if I'm a Luya like I am, I would want my bodyguard to be a Luya, my cook to be a Luya, my watchman to be a Luya, probably for me to sleep soundly. Now, if we are going to be Kenya, don't you think we need to be sure that even a Masai at the gate is okay, and a Kamba cooking is okay, and I will still be safe in the hands of the rest of Kenyans? Unless we are hypocrites.
Is it my time, or whose time is it? Hello?
Sorry. Hello.
Is
I
it
think we
my
should have
chance?
Ham.
Oh, you give me a chance, eh? Good evening, everyone. I believe you can hear me very well, eh?
Yes, we can hear
Just
you. Go
to
ahead. You have like 3 minutes.
okay, I just want to contribute to what you people have been discussing. I've been behind the curtain. I've heard you. I've heard so many people talking with emotions. Others just sharing with a lot of passion. Others being too much emotional. But if Rubia is watching, I have told Rubia many times, Rubia, stop having attitude when you are talking of politics. What you support does not mean I should support so that we be in the same ship. Whether Angel supports or he does not support, or she does not support, that is her own choice. She has her own stand. So Rubia, hii mambo ya makasiriko, tuachane nayo. I think we are educating Kenyans. We are not here to do politics. Then I need to do some informative. And my 3 minutes might not be enough, but you will help me to have more time. One, I want to go to Mr. Moses. Moses, last time I told you, when you talk of government putting into place measures to give internship, it is there constitutionally, it is there under the category of government developmental. That's where you find even Stare boys, they go to do attachments when they close schools and they are paid. So this is not about BBI. This thing is there. So let's not confuse BBI and where we are heading. I want also to contribute upon BBI. Kenyans, let's not be a quick fixer.
Of course, it is there, but it's not available to.
Moses, hold on. Moses, hold on. Give Ham time to conclude, and then you can respond. Just note down whatever you want to react on.
Just 5 seconds. So you are saying like it is available for Stare boys. So is it just there for the big schools? Like, how about others one?
Moses, hold on. Let Ham finish, and then you can interject.
Moses, Kenya is ours. It is for everyone. And I believe this platform, I keep on saying, let us not debate something that is not educative to Kenyans. Kenyans are watching. Kenyans are watching. Last time I was in a meeting with diasporas, meeting the Commission of US, Equatorial, and someone posted me and told me, hey guy, I saw you online. Which team is that you are talking to? I told them, this is Magical Kenyans, and it is pure Kenyan thing. It's not diaspora. So let us educate Kenyans first. Let's not take sides. That is one. Two, Moses, I'm answering your point. Under the industrial, we have Minister of Industries and Fisheries. This developmental clause, it is in us inside there where we give opportunities to all people in Kenya to get that information. If you follow Kenyan's affair, the other day Atuoli was very mad and he said, we need to hold government into accountability. These brokers who are taking our Kenyans, young Kenyans to Middle East should be subjected to government to be forced to employ all youths who are leaving schools, universities. So if Atuoli is talking about that, he is the Kotu secretary. He knows more of workers. So Moses, BBI will not, it's not coming to fix that one problem. It is just going to affirm it because it is there. Now, I want to go to Brother Benson, Bro Benson. Let me answer your question. I was following your key. When you take the comparison between Kenya and United States, maybe where you are, because some of us, we are here in Kenya and we enjoy Kenya, I need you to know this. Kenya has two powers, and get books clear. The two powers of Kenya is that we have the international power and we have the local power. Okay? When I talk of international power, I mean Kenya has international influence. It cannot make decision by its own. Whether you like it or you don't like it, there are people behind the Kenyan power curtain. Those people, they influence. I can get you some of clues. Go back to recession of 1997. World Bank forced Kenya government to put parastatal on a private sector. Most government, they were given what we call privatization. Come back to 2002, the Kibaki government, they had to come in and tell Kibaki, can you reduce the work of ministries, the labor, the people who are working in ministries, can you reduce them? Let's come back to where we are now, the BBI thing and what is happening in Kenya. Just the other day, our government was forced, it was forced to double the petroleum products by these forces, the World Banks and the internationals who are influencing our governance. So when you talk of being free and make our decision free, it is not possible at one stage. Why? Because wherever a colony by the name British man passed, he saw a mineral, and our presidents, they are governors, and these are the caretakers. We are the laborers. We are the so-called, if you can use this word, just for the lack of word, we are the servants of the masters, which is the British. So a British colony will not allow you to sell your fuel to an Arabic when it is their resource. It will not happen freely. That's why I'll bring you back to when we do the three legislative of arm of government. In executive, we saw Uhuru having an emergency meeting with John Blinken. I mean, not John Blinken, with the Secretary General, Anton Blinken. And that meeting provoked a lot of changes in KEMSA. Do you know why? That is an international force that makes impact on our governance. So, leave alone that level. Let's come now to local. The local means within the nation of Kenya. Within the nation of Kenya, we have what we call the seniors, the executive, the judiciary, and the others. Those also, they have their own influence. And by so doing, there are matters you cannot do by free choice. You have to listen. You have to bring who want to be where. This one, it's called forces of governing a country. Now, I also want to go and answer somebody by the name Stephen Omondi. Stephen Omondi, when you talk of us graduating in university, then we tell government to empower our agricultural sector so we become a farmer and what. Remember, there is something called a free trade. The free trade zones, these are demarcated zones whereby these forces, they will not allow you to do a maize farming and sell to international level when they are doing it in a ranch levels and they need to dump those maize in Kenya. So at all government level, there are screws which will be put in manner that they will derail the manner of agriculture. If you plant maize and beans for your family, it is fine. But if you think of international level, my friend, there are screws which are being put by these influencers. That's why you look at our sugar boards. How much amount of money has been pumped to all these Mumias, Trans Nzoia, Kabras, Sony, Webuye? Every time people are singing, even to the point farmers are now cutting down sugars. Do you know why? Not because Kenya government cannot do it, but there is forces. Where do you expect the level of big sector of agriculture, Brazil, to sell their sugar? Where do you think these international forces, they are going to come from to influence the way you rule your things? Remember, at the end of the day, the privilege government gives you to do, it's the privilege that you cannot overgo the government of the day. And also the government of the day, it is also given a privilege that it cannot overgo the governors of the world of the day. Today, we are not talking of world governors. We are talking of world orders. The world is being given orders. Whether you like it or you don't like it, they will force you to listen to them. And good example, they have been singing about climatic condition. No one is listening. Fuel forces is taking place. All carbon dioxide is on the space. It has come to a very far end. A young British girl was sent to go and say, look, stop extincting us in the World United Nations environmental climate. If you follow things, they even come with a slogan of SOS Planet. Do you know what it means? Save our souls. Meaning the climate condition is excess. That's why at one point the games of world orders is there now to force the world to sit. The world is breathing. Now that you have COVID and you're in the house, the world is breathing. Those forces they are influencing on top there, they're influencing until your house, where you put your table food, where you put your bed, where you put your head, and you cannot run away. You do not govern yourself. You need to listen. At the end of this all, you can shout left, right, down, up, BBI, what. Remember, the international levels, if they have said the BBI will go through, whether you refuse, whether you don't refuse, it will go through. At the end of the day, it is going to go through because Senate, and if you listen to Amos Wako talking, he said, let the people not crucify the matter. It is going to pass because you claim you have number, but it's not about number. It's about individual decision. Okay? This is just a part to enlighten people that when you blame our government, at times, don't blame it too much. Try to reason behind the influenced forces behind it. Don't just throw stone. Make sure you throw something that can be back to be a sugar. And Benson, I want to come to you. When you compare Kenya with super nations, remember those super nations, they are the one controlling us. So at one point, you will not compare a graduate of university with a doctorate with a postmaster in US. A postmaster in US is a person who can go to hospital and do surgery. Our doctors from university, they have to go back to school and do it fresh. We have so many nurses, so many doctors who are leaving Kenya to do work in the US. But where do they end up? Home nursing, to dress wounds. To dress wounds. A nurse who is qualified, a doctor who is qualified, the whole 24 hours, you are just dressing a whole nanny wounds. You are cleaning someone's shit. Because there is a force that has looked at the black element as the third force. We are looked as the third person in the world. And that is the element where we need to be smart. By going back to school, do our things smart, and let's not engage these people in our country blindly. We are failing very, very big as African. You see the Caucasian color, the Muzungu,
Okay,
then we think they have money.
your minutes are over. Please let's have
Bernard.
somebody else have an opportunity to hear. You will get an opportunity to continue from where you've dropped.
Bernard, can you just please give me something correct? Mr. Hamo, I think like there's a place here you are kind of like getting me wrong. And I think I was not comparing Kenya to US, but like I was talking in the context of corruption, whereby I was saying like, let's say like somebody has stolen government money, yeah? And like you find like this thing is known like today, they kind of arrest him, put him, it's like a frustration. Then they get a bail tomorrow, yeah? So you find like so many corruption cases are still lying in the courts. But I was saying like in US, for somebody to be brought to court, which means all the investigation has been done, what remains is now the prosecution. That's what I was saying. I was not comparing it to that. So do you want to tell me now that because maybe there's an international force, we saw the KEMSA scandal, we saw the Kimwarer and Aror, what was done to Korir, the former Minister for Finance. He was taken to cell, akatolewa, saizi akapata injunction, na hiyo mambo imeisha hivyo. So that's what I was comparing, like ingekuwa ni huku, by the time anapelekwa kotini wangekwisha jua ako na makosa ama hana makosa. Saa zingine Kenya unashikwa hata una makosa kwa sababu you're opposing somebody, and that's corruption.
Well, I just want Bernard, give me just less than a minute to answer the question, and I'm not answering. I'm putting more of information. Benson, remember, there is what we call the colonization in our mind, and there is the colonization within our society. And when it comes to decision making, the black color, it's not given the first priority. Let me even add it more salt to your information that all the scandals which has ever happened in Kenya, the internationals, they have been there looking into those things and they don't rule out. This one for KEMSA, the reason it had to come out, not because of your money, it was because of ARVs medicine, which is lying somewhere. And someone has to give out that, has to give these ARVs outside to other so that more batch can come in for more money to be gotten. But look, you are delaying this batch, no money is coming, and you expect them to be silent. That's why you are seeing the reshuffle. It's not about your money.
So like as a Kenyan citizen, let's say you have followers because you are educating Kenyans, what do you want to tell Kenyans that their money is being stolen? And like the people who are stealing the money, they're taken to courts and come back and spend the rest of their lives with us. And like some of them are not prosecuted. What do you want to tell those Kenyans? How can you give them information on that?
One, it is the duty of all Kenyans to know their right and their stand. One, we need to get the right mind in the judicial because the three arms of government, they are equal. But when you look, most of our whole people come into that one arm of government, which is the only remaining for citizen, judiciary. It always have the third force influence. But if we get someone who is of his own independent mind and stand by the truth and stand by the people, I'm telling you, most of these things can be put into books. And then also the failure of not having enough.
Mr. Ham, 1 minute.
Yes.
There is this push for the third influence and the third control. When somebody is taken to court, the Constitution has provision for people to get bail. So they don't just get bailed because the judge has been compromised or he received a phone call. There are Bill of Rights for everyone that is accused of something to get bail. So that somebody has been given bail, or whether it's cash bail or whatever bail, doesn't necessarily mean that corruption is at work. Why can't we? How can we separate these two? Because there is this blanket of, looking at this holistically, is painting this country as being completely rotten and hopeless.
Okay, Bernard, I want to answer your question with a very clear mind. If you have been following the interviews of the CJ for the 2 weeks, even plus this one of the High Court lawyers, there is one question which has been rolling out that we know the judge, the judicial seems to be more of a corrupt body, whereby they say we know ourselves and we need someone from within us. So what can we do? I want to answer with a very honest mind, like what I've heard from 4 of the senior people said in that committee. They said the reason we have this problem, it's because we have people who are encouraging these things within that body. And at the end of the day, there is reforms, but some of those reforms, they are not put into order. That's why you can even listen very well. Mother Kome being questioned, what will you do to look into this issue of corruption within judicial? And he said very well, we have what we call the gauging mark of how person has performed. You have been going to the case, 40 cases, you only sued 2, 38 are pending. These people need to be given what we call performance mark. If you are fit, go up. If you are not fit, go down. But what is happening in High Court now and those levels of court, we just appoint blindly. You have come from where? Just sit here. Where have you performed? Sit here. Look, I don't want to take sides. Let me just say my mind, holding the name. We have a very bright gentleman who is coming outside of the courts, but he didn't got that position because some people felt like he's coming outside of the courts.
Mwasia, Mwasia, mute your mic, please. We have an echo coming from your end. Mwasia Junior, mute your mic. Please, you can conclude so that we hear from Fighter and
my earphone is too much shouting.
Mwasia Junior, please unmute your mic. Mute your mic.
Junior, mute your mic. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Please conclude so that we hear from.
I want to conclude. I want to conclude.
Randall.
I want to conclude. I don't want to hold the person. I want to say as it is. There was this qualified gentleman who came from outside the courts, and being with his qualification, he never got that position. Why? Because one, I think there was some scaring, or there was some people feeling like if this person comes from outside, he will do changes like Willy Mutunga, what he did. By that doing, there is a lot of encouragement of what is already there, it can exist underwater. But if you bring someone from outside, he will roll out the whole system. So we need clean leadership. We lack leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ham. Please, let's hear from Fighter, and then Gizito, and then Randall in that order, and 3 minutes each, please. Redeem time.
Always his microphone has problems.
Fighter, we can't hear you. Have you unmute your mic? Fighter. E&M Fighter. Okay, now we can't hear you. Sort out your sound problem. Let's have Gizito.
Okay, thank you very much, my brothers. Good evening to you all. First, I would like to congratulate Ham. All that I wanted to talk. In fact, I really pressurized you to put the link because I wanted to enter. But what I wanted to talk is what Ham has just said. I will just add on top. First, I will start with Moses. I don't know where he is, but when he's here, he's listening to me. I just wanted to put one point. We are all Kenyans. We were born in Kenya. Let us forget about this issue of us staying in outside country. We stayed in Europe, in US. There's nothing we can compare about Kenya and US, Europe, Qatar, every country where we are or where those people are, they have got their own type of government. Why do I say so? I heard Moses was talking about schools. This secondary school, they visit universities. We talk to them. They learn from us. That one will never work because in US, where he's staying, in Europe, where they're staying, you find a child let me just use, he cannot do anything in school, but he's a good footballer. He will start to learn that football from class 4. And that is his career. He will end up being that. He will be meeting these football people. But in Kenya, even if you go to Madare, there's a very young boy, a class 2 child that is very much talented. He can play football. He has never even met Olonga. So to compare Europe and Kenya, that's where we go wrong. What we have to do, to my opinion, Mr. Moses, this channel, we are learning and we are giving people our views. Let us discuss when we put Kenya into our heads. For example, you all know that in Kenya, even this big parliament, these senators, they are increasing. They can pay them. Do you know how much money? Yesterday, they sat in the parliament after 10 o'clock. From only 6 o'clock up to 10 o'clock, how much money did they get? That one nobody can talk about. Instead, they are sitting like that. They are getting their allowances. All these people campaigning, they don't want BBI, they don't want this, they want the money. If they just sit in one sitting, in this JLAC committee you are seeing, just per sitting, they get how much money? But if there are many, each and every constituency will have a representative to the required number of people it can manage. But the more you get more people, you take this money, then there is whereby we came and say, money is coming and we don't see it. Because out of 100 people, if we only use it for 50 people, then nobody will account for the other 50 people. When you go to the records, you have spent it. 50 people, I gave them. Secondly, in our Kenya, we have only one biggest disease. In our Kenya, we don't elect leaders. We give them work. We employ them. That's why they spend. It's just like I'm short, but I wanted to be in a police force. Do you know how much money they wanted me to pay? Then I calculated by myself. If I'm short like this, I go and pay this money, and they go and mess at me and I don't reach. Am I not going to lose this my money? By that time, I was in school. I went to school. I started my university in Kenya. I wanted to be a cadet, but I was qualified. Here, where I'm staying, they don't mess at you. They don't do anything. But because of your qualification, they will take you. The only problem we have in Kenya, my brothers, we complain too much apart from doing anything. Look, for example, I want to give you a typical example. Gujiri, who is a very good supporter of Ruto, who has been saying, today the internet was full with these speeches. The way he's not for BBI, the way he's not for anything. He has been a very critic person for BBI. He was the person who said yesterday that I vote yes, which means at the outside there, they speak another thing. When they come here, they speak another thing. Please, our Kenya, we only have one thing. I'm a Kenyan. I'm proud to be Kenyan. And I have been telling you people in this channel that I'm an ODM member, mimi ni mtu wa baba, and I will die for him. Even hata kama tunabaki tu na yeye watu wawili, I will be with him. I don't go to Kanu, I don't go to anybody, but I only support my party. Even if they do wrong, it is my decision, because I've come to realize that there's nothing you can change in politicians. Whatever they are saying, whatever they go into podium, you are in US, Mr. Moses. If you listen to Obama the way he was campaigning, even the day he was elected to be the president, he went to the podium, he said whatever he has done and whatever he's going to do. But in our Kenya, somebody is being elected today is starting to campaign for 2022. He has never, he don't even have a 1 minute thing to say that, okay, you've elected me, I left this program, we never finished it. Now from this point, I'm going to put it in this point. When we go to court, Ham was talking about court. And Benson was trying to fix it up to say it how it's working. Please just give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes because you put me outside for long.
So that somebody else can talk.
Yeah, everybody
Please,
has talked for more than 5 minutes, and you
so
limit
that we
my
can
time.
have Randall also
Okay,
to say something.
this is my last
Bernard,
point. This is my last point. When you go to our courts, Bernard was talking that in the US, people are being taken to court when they are now just to be prosecuted. Do you know what happens in our courts in Kenya? All of us here have listened to the way lawyers themselves, they say that in a law, you can twist it the way you want. But here, everybody has got a right. In Kenya, you are being arrested because you are corrupt, and that your corrupt money is either you share with this person, or it's when if you don't share, you are being taken to court. That is the problem. That is the reality. How many people in Kenya has ever been arrested? Somebody stole 340 billion and it's just walking free. Why? And they have got evidence. There's no police, there's no prosecutor. Even if it's Kibicho, people claim that they arrest you for nothing. You have got right. If I arrest you and you never did anything, you can take me and sue me in court. Why are they just talking in social media? Say they never arrested me. It was just a hallucination. They were just talking. Why don't they talk it in court? They have got lawyers. Why did these lawyers? You saw last by-election, a chaser slapped an how do we call it, this election people? He slapped him. When they went to court, what did the lawyer say? That he was just making for him his nose mask. And the judge is leaving him because he was making, and it was something that was in social media. What do you think if you just joined the dot? What happened for him to be released? And it was there and everybody saw it. Thank you, Bernard, give anybody. But me, I just wanted to correct where Moses was saying that we cannot compare Kenya and any other developed country because students, they start learning. If you want to be an engineer, you will start learning it from primary up to university level. You come to me in my class, they always come.
Thank
Even
you,
some of them,
for your
they surprise me.
Please, let's move, please. Okay.
No, let's respond.
It is important
let Moses let Moses respond in 1 minute.
Hold on, please. I am saying it is important that as we speak, we should look at how many people are waiting to speak and be lenient. We are here building a family as we build the nation. So don't talk everything. And for us to have a conversation, you share something small and give us opportunity to respond. So Moses, I'll give you 1 minute to respond, and then we'll have Randall, and then Mwasia Jr.
Okay. Thank you. Kizito, thank you, man. When I was talking, I was giving an example. I wasn't comparing, Even in your classes, whenever the teacher is teaching, the teacher gives example class. So I was just giving an example. I wasn't saying that you go this way. Of course, they are free to do so, because we are all equal. We are all human beings. We deserve the best. So that's what I wanted to point out and respond to. Otherwise, we love when you talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moses, for your response. And I believe we are. Let us keep our mics mute so that we don't have feedback. Ayaga, your mic is on. please mute it so that we can have an understanding with one another. Randall, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I hope all of you are hearing me okay. Are we okay? Okay, thank you. I'll be honest, to say the truth, being a fair person, I think ENM Fighter was before me. I don't know if he wants to say something. He had a problem with his mic. Does he want to go first? Fighter? If you have something to say? Na kitu ilikuwa nasema sababu simu ilikuwa na shida, alafu kutoka karudi, nitaka kuongea, nikuachilie.
Nitashukuru sana kama
endelea. Kama bwana una shida.
Thank you. Asante sana Bwana Randall, because you understood that I had a problem. Asante pia Bernard na wengine wenzangu hapa kwa mjadala huu. Lakini I have a very serious problem here with the way things are going, because it's quite unfortunate that you are doing things at the wrong time, and they seem to be going on like the issue of BBI. In my own understanding, BBI is not a bad thing, but in my view, is done at the wrong period of time. As we have said more often, like the purpose of BBI, the purpose of the two principles when they come together, it was not to change the constitution. That was the first. What they were talking about was to see what makes us fight or have some electoral firings after the post-election electoral firings. But as things went on, now we are like overhauling the whole constitution by amending so many of the clauses. At this, in the midst of the pandemic, when people are dying of hunger, when people are dying of corona, there's no enough like oxygen and other things like protective gears. But we are so sad. We are set to drive a project that can take so much money, whereas our people are dying. And you know that one on its own is an act of inhuman. In my view, I could say it's quite unfortunate to see the whole parliament, learned people, actually supporting this thing. From my point of view, when I look at the bill itself, they have in many ways say that we don't have even one copy. We have so many different copies. So as time goes on, you know, when these things comes out, don't take them for granted, because they are just set to go out there to the people and hear what people will say. So the BBI that we will have at the end of the day to the people, or to be implemented, we don't know which version is that going to be. And there's no one here who can tell me that this is the version that we are going to have. So in my own considered opinion, I see Kenyans thriving into destruction, but they are just ignoring that. In fact, we have brilliant minds, more especially from Luo Nyanza, where I come from. I come from Kisii, which is in Nyanza. But for sure, I'm so much ashamed the way we are supporting the BBI, knowing that the reason behind the BBI is to mutilate our constitution. One, these regimes in Africa who has been refusing or resisting to stay and want to stay in power as long as they want, they have used this platform of changing the constitution so they can say, now I am starting my new term. And that is the purpose of this. And after this constitution or referendum has passed, wherever it might be, yes, we will cry, we will start crying, saying, oh, we have done this. And you people from the Luo Nyanza, I'm sorry to be specific on this, you will be the first people to have that pain, because what the people are anticipating that will happen, it will never happen. Now, in my own opinion, I could have wanted people to focus on the constitution that we have at this point of time, which has not been fully implemented, and then find the reasons why we have post-elections violence and deal with it, not overhauling the whole system of the constitution. Looking at the constitution as it is now, like the judiciary, is in as much as there's corruption, but they are a bit independent. Just imagine if there's an ombudsman office where the president can go and complain, like when the elections was nullified, then someone must complain to the ombudsman, and the ombudsman will say he will overturn the judgment or the what it has been said. You know, in one way or the other, I am giving my opinions. I am giving my opinion.
No, your opinion needs to be verified to be accurate. Okay, so Ayaga, is it true that the Ombudsman office is to overturn a ruling of the judge according to the BBI proposal?
That is a pure rumor from sympathizers of Tangatanga, and we've put this clear here that the issue of ombudsman is for the Kenyans like me. If there is a judge, because these judges, they do wrong. They also did wrong things. They are doing wrong things. They are not angels from heaven. If a judge
Can you say the purpose of ombudsman? What is the purpose of him? What is his use? What is his purpose?
To offer grievances. Like you went to court and your case was ruled wrongly, you have grievances. You go and take
That's
your
what I'm
grievances,
saying.
and then the ombudsman will investigate the case. It will not overturn the case. Will investigate the judges behind the case, so that to verify, did they judge accordingly according to the evidence that was there, or there was some mischief in between?
Can I answer, Fighter, please, Bernard? Okay. Fighter, get this clear. And if you have a book, please write. Ombudsman is something which has been existing. It's not new. It is not going to be created. It is there in the constitution. Okay? If you want to know who is ombudsman right now in Kenya, it's the deputy CJ. What is the work of deputy CJ as an ombudsman? He oversees the problems of the judicial, all of it from the law courts, magistrate, Catholic courts, then he reports to the top 6. Then they sit with the CJ. Then they correct problem. So the ombudsman now is going to be empowered, is going to be amplified. In other words, tunamweka akue amplification of the public. If a public has a problem, it will raise through the either president or through ombudsman so that it can reach through them to the CJ. Meaning, you have a case which has taken 10 years. You cannot go and meet CJ direct. You need someone to campaign for you, not a lawyer, someone outside the law. That's where ombudsman comes. And there is a benefit. He is not going to overrule anything. It's just your eyes.
All right, Haman and Bernard, I can hear you. Okay, let me just go on and finish my point. Some of my points might not be the way I want them to be. Ama inaweza kuwa sio vile wewe ungetaka kusema, ama sio vile unaielewa, lakini tunarekebishana hapa. Vile ninavyosema hivi ni kwamba I am trying to say the purpose of BBI has not been attended to in this BBI wherever. One, show me one clause in that BBI that solves the electoral violence, the post-electoral violence. Not anywhere. Show me one clause in that BBI that brings the people together. The one that brings the people together, we are talking about the BBI this time. When you saw Matung by-elections, people were cutting themselves, they were even almost killing each other, but there was nothing that was happening. No one has ever been charged in court to show that there is a seriousness here. We are talking about corruption to be finished. There is nothing which is going on in as much as you are in line with the current regime. Whether even if you steal what you can steal, you will still go run around here free, simply because you are in aligned to the regime. Let me tell you, it's all that we need in Kenya. We don't need a change of constitution. We need goodwill. People of goodwill to do the right thing. Because what we have now, we have compromised people, ministers, MPs or representatives who vote for themselves. They don't vote as in what can benefit us as Kenyans. Kenya is far away than Tanzania. You cannot say that we cannot survive. Just give me 1 minute, I'm finishing. We cannot say that we cannot survive without these Western countries. When Tanzania has given us a very clear example here with Magufuli, that you can do without Chinese, you can do without these loans which they are loaning every day and night, and now we are just loaning and loaning and loaning to say we are going to give the counties this much. But at this time, what is stopping them to do that? I get it. So it really hurts when I give my opinion and someone groups me to Tangatanga. It's not about Tangatanga. We have to look at what we are going to get after this constitution amendment passes. It's not about Tangatanga or whatever it is. You are a Kenyan, mnaishi hapo Kenya, na sisi tunaishi kwenye tunaishi, lakini shida ile tunapata hapa nje ni kwa sababu kwetu sio kuzuri, tunavumilia, tunataka kurudi nyumbani, sio kwa sababu tunavumilia, tunataka kuishi hapa kwenye tuko. So my reasoning is we need to make our Kenya the better place for us to go back home. But what we are doing here is politics. If Ruto says this, all the Karenjins and the Reichs, they will support whether he's saying rubbish. If Raila says this, all the Luos will follow because he's a Luo, because he's saying, no, we must come to our senses and now start thinking that this is our Kenya. And this Kenya, how are we going to move forward? Someone coming up and saying that the Raila, Ruto, Uhuru is too young to go home, and he throws to the people, then to listen us in what people are saying. And we are just moving towards that position, track. Let me tell you guys, I'm paining for what is happening. For sure, I might not be able to stop it. But let me tell you, it's going to haunt us. And we are going to cry more than we are crying now. Thank you.
Bernard, can I chip in? Can I just answer him one question, one thing?
Kizito, then me. Kizito, go ahead.
Please, Mr. Fighter, you are a real fighter. But I would like to take you back, contact Mr. Yaga to give you just a copy of BBI. Don't talk of what you are hearing. Talk of what you know. Because you see, Ham was telling you the work of ombudsman. You are talking about corruption. You are just hearing from people. You are talking of people saying Uhuru is too young. You are not there. If you are in Kenya, you are the same person who will follow that Uhuru. Please talk to Ayaga. Those people who are in Kenya, they can give you even the link. Then read that those things. Then when you come back next time, you will tell us that this BBI is the best document you'll never ever get.
Kizito, can I ask you please? Do you want to say, just a minute, do you want to say the priority for Kenya now is the BBI?
Yeah.
Just that question.
Is the BBI
is that the priority that we have in Kenya?
Wait. It's you.
Now
It's you
hold
complaining.
on. We are losing track. Okay, let's move on. Huh?
Yeah, no, I just want to answer him. He has just asked me a question. That's why I want to.
Kizito, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let us have some order. To Fighter, the priorities of government calendar are set in the cabinet, and then the cabinet passes it. When it has passed it, then it goes to implementation. If there will be a crisis when the calendar is in gear, there will be some mitigation towards the crisis, but the calendar will continue the way the cabinet has agreed. So if we are from outside the cabinet and we want to see priorities,
acha nijibu Fighter kidogo. BBI imeanzia from 2018 mpaka saa hii ikiendelea na process. So as it stands right now, BBI is the highest priority politically ya Kenya saa hii mpaka tumalizane nao before tuingie elections next year. So hapo kwa kuuliza is it a priority? Yes, it is big one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mutembei.
When it's a priority, spending 14 billion when people are dying. It's a priority, spending 14 billion when people cannot eat. It's a priority, spending 14 billion when people have no houses or no places to. My friend, we are getting it wrong. There is no priority there.
Mr. Bernard, the only thing that you have to understand.
No, people are
Matambei. Kizito.
No, the only thing.
Kizito, let me answer this man. Fighter.
I'm going to forget this my statement. That's why I wanted to chip in immediately. He's asking about the priority. He's asking about the priority.
Yes.
For him, the corona came yesterday.
Hold on, everybody.
This corona, everybody is with corona all over the world, not only Kenya. Can government just close everything, even close schools, close everything? If government close school, people complain. If people, nothing can stop because of only corona. Government, just like Mtembe said, the budget, how it was planned must continue despite of corona. All those people, look at Purity Ngirichi. It's a very rich woman, just got everything, and there are the people saying that people are dying. People are dying and is eating very well. You don't know even whether people are going hungry. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I will be here when you will be crying. I will be around here when you guys will be crying. I will be around on this platform when I will remind you, and it will be late.
Thank you very much.
Fighter, let me educate you now. Ruto when it became 2010 constitution alizunguka hapa akituambia hiyo constitution inakubali abortion, inakubali gayism, inakubali sijui serikali kuchukua mashamba zetu, akatuambia tukipigia katiba tuta regret. Tulipigia. Have we ever regretted? No. Sasa amekuja na another propaganda ya sijui ati tutalia ati kutakuwa na wabunge wengi. That is total nonsense. And then hii ingine mnasema is it a priority? US wamefanya elections. How many people were dying when US walikuwa wanafanya elections? Let's look at it. Corona iwezi simamisha everything. When will corona end? Hakuna mtu anajua itaisha lini. So tusimamisha Kenya sasa tuseme acha tungoje tumalize na corona hata kama itachukua 10 years. No.
Okay, Mutembei, let me answer you. 1 minute, please. What you need to know is that Ruto has never stood anywhere and said he's saying yes or not to the BBI. Ruto is only saying, listen to me. No, listen to you. Ruto is only saying, if it was possible for it to come as with multiple choices for the people to choose what they want and what they don't want. So don't put those things in his mouth. Number two, the 2010 the constitution year 2010, Ruto said no. But in a democratic space, when you say no and the majority rule wins, you join them. So you cannot say that because he said no, he was going to move from Kenya and go somewhere else. We are in a democratic space whereby the majority has they have their way and you have your say. So the fact here is even the eight people in parliament, MPs who said no, they have had their say, and that's what we are talking about. They will go in record with their points.
Yes, and that's why the Fighter ndio maana tutaki muone kama sisi wenye tuna support BBI ati we don't care about Kenya. We care about Kenya and we are the majority. Acha tukuje mpaka kwa elections.
But this is what I'm going to leave you with my friends and my best friends here. That after this referendum, I will still be around, and we will cry here today.
We are here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Fighter.
Thank you very much, Fighter, for your contribution. Thank you, Mtembei. Now, before we go to anyone else, Randall has to say something, please.
Bernard, let me just answer Fighter. Please,
Fighter will wait for you. Fighter is waiting for you. Let Randall say something, then he will hand it over to you.
Amekubali kunipea ruhusa
Amengoja
kidogo.
muda mrefu.
Yaga, don't take my vote. I've not voted for you, Bwana. Kini shida. Anyway, go ahead and you're on a friendly level. And I'll say,
Thank you very much. You know, Julius Nyerere alisema ya kuambiwa changanya na ya kwako. Fighter, my brother. Ya kuambiwa ama ya kusikia changanya na ya kwako. I want to teach you very few things about BBI. About those copies you are talking about, BBI is in 2 copies. Remember, there was a first report that was lodged. In that report, it suggests that the Nairobi County be a metropolitan, if you remember. And then there is a second report, for your information, the one now we are talking about, is saying Nairobi retain its states as county government. So it is true, there are 2 reports. The report that Ruto asked so many questions is not the report. Remember, after they have given their opinion, President recalled that team again. Then they collect new views, they represent a new report. So it is true, BBI has 2 reports. Those 2 reports, they have 2 small different issues, like, for example, I'm telling you here, because you know the people who are saying there are so many copies, they will not tell you where the difference is, even one difference. I'm telling you, in the first copy, suggested Nairobi to be a metropolitan. In the second copy, it suggested that Nairobi retain its position as a county government. So it is true. That is, it is true. It depends which side of the angle and whoever is spreading that propaganda, because they know. I went to school to do propaganda, so I'm telling you, and I will help you in fighting propaganda. So if somebody giving you propaganda, also do another research, because whoever will give you propaganda, he will just give you PR cover. He will not give you the details. He will tell you so many copies. You are going out there saying so many copies. If you are asked, now tell us, in those copies, you have read both of them. Give us even one differences. You will not even give us. Number 2, you are talking about corruption. BBI is proposing, my brother. BBI is proposing that a corruption case be dealt with in a period of 60 days, of which in a span of 2 months, tutakuwa tumefunga watu. It will happen. Yeah, like now, if you are taken to a court with a corruption, it can even take 70 years. Nobody cares. It's a court case. It can go on as long as the world exists. Yeah. So BBI resolve the corruption problem, and that close is what you, my dear Tangatanga, are fighting. They are not fighting nothing else, because they know majority of them did very bad things. They will be arrested, they will be charged, and the BBI says if you are charged of a corruption case, they call it a capital offense, you will not be allowed to run in any seat, even as a MCA. And that is the only problem why they are bringing so many propaganda in this document.
Mr. Ayaga.
Please get your time, Fighter.
Before you go far, I will forget this. Let me just remind you this, Hera.
No. I let you. Have a biro and a pen. Write note things down.
Okay. Let's have order. Let's have order, please.
Give me a
Fighter. Wait. You'll be given a right to respond.
Yes.
Thank you.
On 35%, when DP was opposing the 2010 constitution, one of his agenda, he was complaining about the creation of counties and where the money will come from to fund those counties. He told us the government has no money for development. Where will the government get money to fund the counties? Now the counties are funded, and some counties are enjoying. The counties that elected good governors, they are enjoying. Today we are talking about, we are increasing that to 35%. The same human being in his same form, in his same senses, with all his body organs, coming again to tell us that 35% tutapata pesa wapi? Ndugu yangu, wacha nikwambie, you guys are saying the president has a right to do that. He can even increase it to 40 in his own volution. Very correct. When a president, when you are telling a president to increase it, where is the president going to get that money? So the money is there. Let us have it in the constitution that every county, Marsabit, Mandera, Kiambu, Siaya, Kisumu, have 35. Let us have that cap. After that, any president can even push it up to 60. That is his own wish. I'm done.
Mr. Ayaga, please understand me on this point. Only two things. The 35% of the revenue or of the budget is not going to every county. It is it's a percentage that is going to the counties. It's going to be shared among the counties, which are 47 counties. The 35%. It's not to each and every county. No.
BBI.
Hapana,
Fighter, I give you some space, and I think I can agree with everyone, Bayaga and everyone else. I think you need to go and read the document before you can come back, because I think you're going on hearsay, and that does not stand. You have to have proof, and you have to go into that BBI, which I'm going through myself at the moment. I'm not fully sure. I need some teaching from Yaga, because it looks like Yaga sleeps on that.
So 35%.
But what they're saying is exactly what's written down.
So look here, Fighter. You've been given some homework to do. Just counter check the information and confirm. Let's hear from Randall before we hear Danrai. Danrai has come.
Thank you very much, Bernard, and greeting to you all, and I hope you're keeping safe, mask, wash hands, and keep your distance as individuals. And I'm just praying the country itself, Kenya government supports this COVID issue that we have after having some guests come from India and come to Kenya, which is not helping. After they just put out the curfew, they put out the lockdown. Now here comes this new virus. There's the new wave that's coming in. So that's where the government's going to be questioned when they're saying the people are not acting to what they're supposed to be acting. Then you've got to ask the question: is the government doing what they're supposed to be doing as well? So that's another thing. Which I was talking to Mutembe here about. Mutembe was about I said Mutembe, I'm worried about the health, and your family as well. But I do know BBI is a big issue with you. First of all, when I came on this platform, I think, Bernard, you changed this topic and you went into tribalism, and it just scattered all over the place. We find ourselves here and there. And tribalism is a question, as you're asking. You're talking about tribalism. Now, looking through the BBI, as for me, I'm living in UK, and again, a fighter who just left was talking about, which I believe I stand with Ham. And there's certain things I've heard Benson talk about as well. And I believe that if you're going to be in a competitive world, you have to look at your competition. Kenya is not Kenya alone. We got Tanzania, we go all over the world. So we have to see where we are. If you're in a classroom, and this is a classroom, is Mutembe is number 1, and Ben is number 2, and in this class I find to be myself at number 15. I've got to figure out, what does Mutembe do and Ben do to get better qualifications than me? So as Kenya, we got to ask, what does other countries do to have a good system and to have, a better life that they have? So you kind of look at how we want to develop ourselves. So there's certain things that I think that I've heard from Ham point out from his perspective and experience from his where he's at. Same thing, I think the other day I heard Benson talking about something concerning this BBI and constitution. That Nigeria took a copy and paste from America, and Nigeria tried to copy the American way of the Constitution of America, and it didn't work for them. And Kenya, I think Benson, if I'm not mistaken, I think you said Kenya done the same thing. We done a copy and paste, which I don't think is not right. Sorry, Benson, your mic's off. I don't know. Do you want to say something?
I was saying, like, if you look at some of the on how, like, when you look at the compare the American Constitution, you find like the executive should be kind of counterchecked by the parliament, and that is what we have. That's what I was saying. So it's like kind of something that is borrowed, and I was saying that's why like people now complain, like maybe you could hear people complaining that Raila is not doing his job, and the reason is out of the parliament. So you find like the parliament, all members of the parliament should put the executive on check, not Jubilee, not ODM or what. So that's how it should be working, and like the Kenyan are not doing that.
Okay.
So like, the executive is out, and the legislative should be like the organ that put the checks of the president.
Okay. Thank you, Benson, for clarifying that. Yeah. So and again, looking at this BB and this constitution that we have, and if we have to look around other constitutions across the world, where I am over here, we still have issues. For instance, Bernard, which you talked about tribalism. Here we have certain things called racism. So we have a government and we have to go to the parliament. So I find myself like in a UK parliament where they're talking about as an activist, as on my behalf of my people as Black people, even though I'm a Kenyan, but I mean, I'm talking on behalf of Black people. When you talk about tribalism, here we're talking racism. And me being a Black person, I'm going to talk on behalf of Black people. So that's, I don't know what you can say, tribalism, racism is kind of similar. But if this is tribalism here in UK, I'm standing up for Nigerians. I'm standing up for Jamaicans. I'm standing up for British-born UK Black people. So, for Jamaicans and people from Ivory Coast. And these are different people from different countries of Africa. And people who are born here who are Africans. And I'm not going to say, oh, we are being abused by the police. We are being mistreated at workplaces. And there's an argument where I'd say that if you go to Kenya or most countries in Africa, they speak languages from Europe. You go to from certain countries, they speak French. You go to like Kenya and East Africa, they speak English. You go to some other places, they speak Portugal. And I say, in here in England, we do not have any schools that teach any African language. So I'm like, why don't we have that in our curriculum? When we have a multi-mix of people, a multi-cultural country where we have mix of different people from different countries, I would not mind in the curriculum if a child wants to learn French, Italian, or German, but why can my child not learn Swahili in school? You know what I mean? I don't care if the white boy wants to learn Swahili, I got no problem with that. If the Chinese boy wants to take in the subject in Swahili, I got no problem with that. You know what I mean? If he finds interest in it. And someone who graduated in Swahili, funny enough, was Prince William, if anybody knows that. Prince William graduated in Oxford University in Swahili as a subject. So Prince William can actually speak better English than I can. You know what I mean? It's better Swahili than I can. So when it comes to tribalism, I'm kind of mixed on that. So when I'm here, I find racism. When I come to Africa, I find tribalism. So these are two things that really, I find that it's not only affecting Kenya tribalism, but it's also other countries have a form of tribalism, but it's a form of kind of racism and so on. The other thing is agenda. I don't think agenda should be put on a BBI, but I did find it there. But yeah, there is a scene that a lot of females and women are not represented in the parliament and in politics. But when I came back, I saw a lot of people who are, there's a lot of people, right now, there's a lot of women who are finding themselves in really good positions right now, which is really good, representing for their community, and which is a good thing. So agenda is one thing, but I think when it comes to agenda, is it agenda or do you qualify for the job? You know, can you do the job? So that's a question I've got to ask. I don't care if you're a female or you're male. Again, that comes to tribalism. I don't care if you're Jaluo, I don't care if you're Kisii, I don't care. When I had a car wash in Kenya, I had someone from Uganda working for me, I had someone who was a Maasai working for me, I had someone who's a Kikuyu working for me, and I'm from England, so I'm not care. I'm just, can you do the job? Can you do a really good job? So I don't care, me and you are as the same tribe, or we come from the same background, but you're gonna sit around here and get me paying you, and you're doing a terrible job. I'm gonna fire you. Oh, but he's Ugandan and me and you are from the same tribe. I don't care. You're running down my business. The same thing for Kenya as a government. We need to know, we don't care what tribe you're from or what background you come from, but can you fulfill those criteria that's needed to, you know, to bring betterment for Kenya? So we don't care if you're female or male. Your tribalism, where you come from and where you don't come from. You walk the walk and you talk the talk, and that's it. But you doing all the talking and no action, you have to go. You know, so that's the other thing, agendaism, tribalism. When it comes to corruption, I'm looking at basically, I think Kenya needs a zero tolerance. And Benson, this time I'm going to disagree with you again. When I heard a debate, I think it was last week, and he talked about corruption. He said Kenya has been built on corruption. And I believe the whole world has been built on corruption. You know, America was a native Indian, but when the French, the Italians, and all that went there, native Indians are not found anywhere now in America. They're very hard to find, and America belongs to native Indians. So when they say to you, go back to where you came from, a white person saying that to you, and you say, yeah, if you're American, but you're a white man, you must come from Europe. So this is not your country. So you're an immigrant as much as I am an immigrant, even if I come from Africa. So you're French, you should go back to your country. You know, so there's that thing when it comes to corruption, zero tolerance. I mean, when I was there, how in Britain, if they find if there's any corruption happening with somebody, the first thing they do, they stop your bank so you don't get no money. Any money that's found in the bank is shut down, is seized. Anything that you have, like your house, your car, any valuables will be seized by the government until you go to court and found not guilty. If you're found guilty, all those things are taken. And again, even if you're MP, even if you're a mayor, if found in any form of corruption, you will be investigated, and everything that you have through corruption will be taken away from you completely. And you cannot come back again into politics. So that's pure zero tolerance. And when one person gets caught, put in jail, and everything taken away, the rest of the people in the parliament start to see that and think, you know what? This is going to happen with me if I keep on stealing. If they catch me, I'm going to go to jail. If they catch me, I'm going to lose money. If they catch me, my children cannot go to that good school. If they catch me, I'm going to lose that big house I have. So stay to your wages and stop taking money from other people. Because we find out you're taking wananchi's money, wewe utashikwa na hizo pesa zitatolewa na kile kitu unayo tutaichukua, na alafu hiyo banki yako itafungwa. Na utapelekwa pahali mpaka kotini iseme vile itasema. Then decision will be made, either to be released, or either to be imprisoned, or to be fined, or whatever they're going to do to you. And so those are the few things: tribalism, agenda, corruption. And another thing I had Moses saying, and I think someone else pointed this out. Moses was talking about, I think there's something that's on a BBI about youth, taxations of youth, and he was saying, how can the youth be taxed when they don't have a job? So you're taxing somebody who hasn't got a job. When I was in Kenya, there's something I used to call work experience. Some children will finish, you know, they're on school holiday, and some young youths, and they'll be like, oh, natafuta kazi, nataka kitu kwa hustle hivi. So they'll be off. So instead of them going around the street smoking bangi or gambling or causing corruption, I say, kuosha magari yako upate kitu kidogo. So that they have something to do instead of roaming around the street and doing and following anything. If they don't have nothing to focus on, anything that comes along, they go with it. So when I was hiring young students from like secondary school, or some of them like in standard 8, who on the school holidays, I give them job. Kenyans were saying, oh, this is child labor. And I say, well, you might call it child labor here, but in UK, it's called work experience. And this teaches a child discipline. When I was in school, when I was on holiday, I go around and find jobs on my holiday on the school, and I'll be like, you know, I'll do newspaper rounds, milk rounds, work in a supermarket, stock in the stores. But this taught me how to deal with customers. It taught me how to make money, and it also grounded me. When I finish school, I know what the world's going to be for me, how I'm going to deal with the world. So when Moses was talking earlier, who's not here, when you're in university, the same thing, and studying university, there's companies that will hire you and you get something called work experience. And when you leave where you're studying, you get like 4 months, you go to this work experience, they teach you what you studied in university. And when you go back to finish, you know, your studying, you also get a reference saying, oh, nilikuwa nafanya kazi na KCB Bank, nikistudy accounting. Even though you wasn't paid, but you go there and you just get that, then you go back to school. So when you finish your qualification and you want to go do accounting, it won't be a new ground for you. You already have a little idea on how now you're going to get back into work. So those are the few points I kind of saw: tribalism, agenda, corruption, and basically that's it really, that's my point of view. But otherwise, I love the debates, and the BBI, I think there's something I saw to do with Ryder, and he was talking about, it says BBI, most of the constitutions in the world, they have been built, some things have been taken off, some things have been added. As Benson was saying that last time, that the amendments in America, from the forefather, when they made those laws that they have in America, only very few things have been changed. But most of the laws have been there for a long, long time. So Kenya needs their own law. Now, it won't be perfect. No country in the world has a perfect law or government, none. But they're always trying to improve it and kind of like set up. And that's what I'm going to say anyway. But thank you for giving me the platform.
Okay.
Go on.
You know, one thing that I really come to realize, like today I've been educated ever since I joined this sport. Like Ham has given me some insight, and as I said it earlier, like all of us here, so many people they have knowledges in different areas. And Randall, you mentioned about, I was saying like Kenya was founded on corruption, and the reason that I was saying this is like I was looking at this way, like ever since we got our independence, you look the way the British, when they were colonizing us, the land, the good land for Africa, like Kenyans, they took them from us. And like when they gave us independence, it was our forefathers who got the independence, were supposed to bring us in a very kind of like a country whereby we don't kind of like take things from our citizenry, right? If you look at the history, most of the forefathers, if you see the land they own, it's a big chunk of land. Most of the things they own, they're big chunk of land. So, and it went a point whereby even like we citizens who sometimes claim that we are fighting for normal Kenyans, when I go to government office, there's something that I really want to get it, I will say, oh, I will have to give something small. And that's why you find like Eric Wanaina made a song of like inchi ya kitu kidogo, you know, and that's our country. Like even I go to land's office, it's my right to demand some of the services that I want, but I still have to pay the fee together with something to push it. That's why I was saying that it was found on corruption. The forefathers did not bring us to path. And I was giving a comparison like for Tanzania. I think like when you look at the Tanzania, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere was given like, I think, I don't know whether it was a week or in a month, he was given 45 minutes to address the nation in Kiswahili. And he was talking about Tanzania coming together. And that's why they have over 100 tribes. But like, when you see them talk, they will start their opening phrases as sisi kama wa Tanzania. Unaona? Na when it come to Kenya, utapata kama mtu anasema sisi kama Wajaluo, hii ndio kitu ambacho tunafanya nini? Sisi kama watu wa mountain, this is what we want to do. Like Kenya usually doesn't come first. Kenya usually comes second in us. So that is what I was saying, that our country was like, if you look at it since times of colonialism, we got our independence and the way we are going, we are still on that foundation of corruption. That's why I meant by that.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Yeah, I agree with you with that. And it's not dismaying, as you said. It's corruption, as you said. Tanzania, even though Kenya was built on corruption, Tanzania has come off that, and a lot of other countries in Africa have also have themselves in corruption and come out of it. So I think this whole Kenya can do that, and if this BBI bill can work, and talking about confronting corruption on a zero tolerance level, then if we look at the next maybe 10 to 20 years, so possibly if you can even decrease it a little bit, even if we say the corruption is 90%. But we're looking at next 10 years target to 20 years, we're going to bring it down to at least, to 50% or to 40%. So corruption. And I think Kenya is still suffering under what would they call, I don't know if you heard of Stockholm syndrome. You heard of Stockholm syndrome. You get so connected with your oppressors that you think you and them are equal. But when you start looking at the small details and you start looking at the small print, you realize you're not equal. You're still second-hand citizen. So within their eyes. So we don't need them to tell us if you're right or wrong. We need to tell ourselves. And on this platform, as we were saying again, we are the government. And this BBI, be good or bad, we still have to kind of, it's a good thing and a bad thing. Obviously, it's not perfect. But as we go along, hopefully we can amend it to the best way possible to fulfill everything. And again, in BBI, it talks about, tribes and the idea of tribalism. And I think I don't like that in there. I don't like for every single tribe, they should select someone to if you're a Kikuyu tribe, you have a Kikuyu MP. If you're from the Luo tribe, you become a Luo for the Luo people. I think that is racism. I mean tribalism, and that is BBI. And I'm like, no, that should be totally taken off. That is, like here you have a job application in England, and when you do a job application, there's somewhere they say ethnics, and within that, me, I don't entertain it. And when I'm asked by white people, why don't you sign up here? Why don't you just say you're ethnic? So ethnic would be, are you black, as in black European, or are you black African, or are you African, or are you white? I ask, why do you need to know my race to give me a job? So you can have all the right qualifications, but as you go through the paperwork, in the end you find out, oh, this guy is a black guy. So your application is put aside just because of your race. And that is racism. If I fulfill every criteria and I fulfill what you want to be employing me, then give me the job. Don't give me the job on my race because of the race. Give me the job because I can do the job. So I don't see why I should answer if I'm black, I'm white, or green or yellow. I don't see that's got to do with it. If it comes to terms of religion, that's a different thing because you got that section. Are you Muslim? Are you Christian? Are you Hindu? Because you got to cater these people in employment. If you have employing someone who's Muslim, he got days that he has to fast. He's got his Ramadan. So you give him that respect for his practices. If you're a Christian, you have your days of Christmas, Easter. So you give that person their respect. So on religion level, I can understand. But for your race and what color you are or where you're from, I think that's a racist thing to me. That's how I find it. But for you, so when it comes to kind of this, I think if you're gonna employ someone from a tribe, I don't like saying that, but if you're a Kenyan and you're from like your Maasai, there's certain things that Maasai won't do. Like if you employ a Muslim, you can't feed him pig, you can't feed him pork, and you can't have him work in your restaurant cooking pork. Because Muslims don't do that. So you got to make sure that you give him a job that does not interfere with his own beliefs and his faith, but he can still do the job and fit in the right place that does not, make him feel uncomfortable and still go do a job. So yeah, that's basically the point I just wanted to say across. So looking at the BBI, there's those things I saw, which is tribalism and agenda. Two things I haven't really gone through a lot of it, so I'm just going through it a bit. And I'm kind of a bit weary about it. And as Ruto said, I saw one of the interviews, I think he's on a radio show, and he says there's still a lot of things to be mended. And I think a survey needs to be done. The government needs to send people out there to do a survey, door-to-door survey, door-to-door survey. Talk to wananchi. Enda huko waambie unafikiriaje mambo ya BBI. Hapa ni aje, hapo ni hapo. So in the end, they come in with all this information that they put together, then they can see what Kenya wants and what Kenya doesn't want, and what more they can add to it and what they can take away from it. Then maybe in the end, within the next 10 years, as I said, we might have a good constitution and built by Kenyans themselves. So it will be Kenyan, it's not copied from somewhere else. But that's the only thing. But thanks, Benson.
So thank you, Randall, for your input. Maybe just to say something about the statement you used, the survey. Our deputy president seems to be overtaken by events.
Yeah.
Because the task force that went around the country collecting views from Kenyans started in 2018. And for 2 years, they have been going around collecting Kenyans' views. So BBI is not views that were generated from State House and given to a committee to come and read. It is a task force that has been working for 3 years. And,
all over the country.
Around the country. And so, and the DP told his people not to go and appear before the committee. Let the committee do what they want. Whatever they will bring, we will either oppose or support. Now the committee has brought, and now he's now reintroducing that we now go door to door. In my opinion, that somebody want to derail the process. It's not that he wants to get the Kenyan views. That's why all this monkey business is around this BBI issue. Somebody trying to abort a process that he needed to be part of, but he withdrew himself unknowingly or knowingly, and now it has caught up with him. So he's using everything in his capacity to secure a second chance of appearing before that task force, in my opinion. Well, thank you very much for the contribution. We have Dan Rai, I believe he has not said something, and Maina Chege. So, Dan Rai, uko hapa ama umeenda?
Evening, everyone.
Bernard, tell him that the views were collected. Tell Randall the views were collected.
Thank you, Kizito.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, karibu.
Due to some avoidable circumstances, leo nitatumia tu off camera. I have some issues that I'm sorting out here, so you just bear with me. First, let me appreciate everyone. And I have to appreciate Chair. At least Chair, you are sober enough. And I can see Ayaga and I can see Randall. Randall, you have a very good point, and I have to appreciate Benson and everybody. My friend, I can tell you for free. Kuna vile dunia imeanza kuona mwangaza. Na hii msilete ni siasa tafadhali. Leo na I want just to talk soberly. Dunia imeanza kuona mwangaza. And I think what I want to summarize what Randall I'm saying. I think Randall, if I mess some pronunciation.
No, it's fine, no problem. Thank you.
We can't throw BBI away because of one or two things that we can't sort, or we can't make someone feel good. Because we know very well that BBI can't carry everyone's views. Na Chia umetoka kusema hapa vizuri Bernard. That BBI tax committee ile walikuwa wamepewa kazi kuzunguka Kenya mzima. These people Tangatanga, they are making noise here. Hawakwenda present their views. And that's the truth. Hizo vitu wanasema wangeenda wa present, my friend, and everybody angesema wamesema wali present na wako weka. Second, these people are approaching this BBI in the side of politics, that because our Lord, our small God, tunaitanga in politics our small God. Nilisikia Ayaga amesema amefanya politics. I don't know Ayaga, our small God. Everybody in every community we have our small God. Because our small God, I may decide that. Okay. Because our small God have said something, we have to follow. And if they decided to follow their small God, they can't succeed. Because let me tell you for free, if I could be William Ruto, I could advise my followers that either let us just do this team with these years to confuse them. Because you can't fight a battle that you know very well you're going to lose, my friend. And that's the truth. You can't fight the battle. Because even from the statistics that we saw yesterday, the other time they told us that they are more than 150 MPs. Yesterday they were 85. And I hope and I know reaching next year they are going to have 60 MPs. I'm a 50, just from Rift Valley. According to Bbi, this Bbi is very funny. And this Bbi is for two people. Before these two people tell us like this thing is good or bad, we have to go through it. We read it like me. I read Bbi, all of it. In fact, I do have Bbi in my phone. I have Bbi in my laptop. If I go to work in my desktop, I have Bbi. And there's some things that I do see this Tangatanga group of religion. They are based their mind about executive prime minister. And nowadays, they have left that story of prime minister. They're about, Mara constituency. And yesterday, I was trying to calculate how many constituencies that Central have received. If you remove Nakuru, they have three constituency. If removed from Kiambu, because Kiambu is like Nairobi, because there are some people who stay in Kiambu, by the way, like a metropolitan town. So Kiambu is going to receive around, I don't know, 6, I don't know, 5. You see? Then if you remove Nakuru because it's in Rift Valley, these people are going to remain with 4, I don't know, 3 constituency. And this narrative they are selling that we have many constituency, we have many constituency, can't work. They try to sell it. Haijafanya kazi.
Excuse me, Bernard. Bernard, I beg to disagree, Bernard. Bernard, just a minute, Bernard.
Okay. Say intervene.
Yeah, I was seriously sleeping. Then I heard something that woke me up, Bernard. You see?
You are becoming a heckler. You are becoming.
In as much as.
Can I finish? Because I realize that everybody is giving like 30 minutes. So I can finish in 30 minutes.
Clinton has something to say.
Before interjection,
you are walking in from sleep. Let him say what he wants to say.
Let him finish first, yeah.
So, Dadrai.
Yes.
I know we come from different political factions. But you cannot decide to call our faction like the name Tangatanga, and then to make it worse, Bbi is for Kenyans, and you tell us Bbi is for 2 people. You know, that they have to decide. When they say left, it is left. Na mmekuwa mkituambia kila siku, Bbi ni document ya Wakenya, ilitoka kwa Wakenya. Leo hii unatuambia kwamba Bbi ni ya watu wawili. Sasa mimi nasema,
let me answer you.
Just and I want to answer you 30 seconds, alafu ni answer kwa pamoja. Lastly, jana wakati walikuwa wanapiga kura ya Bbi, mathematics is very simple and right. When ulikwenda school, chukua ile hesabu. We have 7 kingpins, ukiweka William Ruto ndani. Tunao wabunge 290 elected. Chukua wa William Ruto, toa 83 from 290. Watakuwa wamebaki kingpins 6. Ukishatoa 83 from 290, divide by 6. Utaona hao wabunge wengine Raila alipata ngapi, Uhuru ngapi.
I would like to help Dandrai.
Then utaona kwamba alipata kura mingi sana hapo kwa MC. Inaitwa MP. Tukienda one by one. Acheni kupicha nyuma ya Uhuru Kenyatta.
Hold on, Clinton.
Eti mlipata wabunge wengi. Sasa kila mtu akipewa mbunge wake, si tunaongoza?
That your narrative, we have had it before.
Which wabunge? Gujiri alitoroka. Wabunge gani?
My time.
I got to take this guy's time.
Mujiri mlisema is confused. Jana akisema yes, sasa amekuwa malaika. Nyinyi mko wapi?
Brother, get it in order.
Clinton, let Dan Rai respond. Let Dan Rai respond.
Acheni kuwa kama football teams. Mkiona
subiri wewe Clinton. Hold on. Order.
Sasa Mujiri amekuwa kama player ameretire.
Order. He was leading a cry, an outcry on the street, so that the reconciliation can take place.
Edinson Cavani wa Man U. Ana eni hata wasaidia tumewapea bure.
You can realize these people
Clinton, hold on. Let Dan Rai finish and then you can respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for protecting me.
I'm also
let me just proceed. Let me answer my brother. You know, Clinton, hii kitu wacha kutuambia ati ukichukua 7 na udivide. Kwanza Wetangula akona chama yake na yeye ndio senator, akona senator kwa chama yake na wabunge sijui 2. Hivi chukua Mudavadi hata wabunge wake hawezi fika 10. Kalonzo tunaweza sema Kalonzo sijui akona 7. Hizo zimebaki zote. Chukua kama 30 ama like 50. Toa kwa wale walibaki na Uhuru. Hizo zimebaki ni ODM. Let us continue. Hiyo nimemaliza. Sijui kama mnanipata. Ya pili. I think hata nani amesema vizuri Kizito, my friend ameuliza wabunge gani utasema, because hii Tangatanga nimekuambia is ni kama unajua, if using the word religious it's like there are some religious. Hata ukienda pale Kibra utapata kanisa zimeshikana na wote wanaenda mbinguni, na vile wanaenda mbinguni wanatumia Bible moja. Mbona wasikae pamoja watumie wote waombe, kwa sababu wanaenda place moja? Sasa hii Tangatanga ni kama hiyo example. Wote wana believe wanaenda mbinguni na William Ruto. Wao wanajua mzuri hiyo kanisa wanaomba hakuna pale naenda. And that's why unaona ukiona Bahati MP amepiga yes, na si yes tu, alipiga pole pole. Kama umeona that clip my friend, you can see how that guy alisema yes with that thorax, with that assurance my friend. Nikiendelea my friend, hii kitu Chair, nimezoea speaker. Mr. Speaker, this thing is very simple. Hii kitu Tangatanga wanatuambia because wao ndio walileta hii story. Kama ni, I do say this, you are small god, you call William Ruto. Kama ni mwanaume yenyewe asimame ile pande nyingine, vile Raila alisimama 205 akasema hii kitu hata kama ni 2 ndio mbaya ama moja, but tunapiga no. Then tuone watu wa no wako wangapi, na kama mtaona kama watu wa no wako wengi, sisi kama watu wa yes tutabeba mkono juu. Sorry,
leading us.
No, Chair, protect me from my fellow members.
Hold on, Moses, hold on. Let Dan finish point, and then we continue, please. Dan Rai, your last point.
No, Chair, I can see that people are taking 30 minutes. So me, I've just...
It's not 30 minutes. Where?
5 minutes, and everybody, and they're trying to eat my time, my friend. Let me continue. I was saying like this, second last point. Hii kitu ukiona hapa, at least motion leo tumewekewa mzuri. Na mtu aliandika mzuri. Hii reggae imesimama ama haijasimama? Na mi, sasa I want to answer that question before I continue with that 235 out of 83. Hii reggae, tulisema hii reggae hata Raila ituambia watu walienda half time. Na sasa hii kwa half time unajua tunachange player. Na hii kitu sio change player vizuri, imekuwa sawa sawa. Sasa tunataka kusema wale watu walisema hii Bbi ni mbaya. Tafadhali mjitokeze mapema tuwajue vile wabunge walijitokeza. Tuwajue mko wangapi katika hii Jerusalem. Tuhesabu kama nyinyi ni watu wangapi Jerusalem. Na tujue sisi tumebaki ni wale watu wabaya basi walisema Bbi watalia. Cause this Bbi, I can say my friend here Radula amesema vizuri. Hatuwezi tupa Bbi inatuambia corruption. Ayaga alikuwa anasema in 60 months time tushaambiwa nani ameiba bilioni ngapi na ameshikwa na nini imechukuliwa. Ati tutupe hiyo. Second, tuambiwe ile sijui 10% sijui 20% ile MCA that naenda kukalia ile kiti my friend. Ile nitakuwa napelekea watu huko. Nitupe hiyo because unaniambia prime minister. The third thing, uniambie constituency kama Lego Usonge inaenda kudividiwa. Mimi niwache constituency Lego idividiwe ati nitupe hiyo because of prime minister. Mr. Speaker, we can't agree. And we are not going to allow anybody to mislead this debate. Because this is the truth, Mr. Speaker. For sure. Let us stop the space paid, not as big spoon. Because these people of Tangatanga wamezoea na narrative ingine. Waliwacha ya prime minister. Tukawaambia ya prime minister. Tunawatengeneza because mko wengi. Can I finish, Mr. Protect me from Moses, Mr. Speaker.
That's right. Your time is up. Your time is up. You need to get response.
Okay,
right now.
Mr. Speaker, how do you protect someone who is attacking us? Hata sisi ni binadamu. Kila kitu ni protection. Na sisi tunatakiwa.
Kwanza leo ametoroka ndio wamerudi hapa saa hii. Leo
Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. It's passionate.
Order. Now, the deputy president must be respected just like your ODM party leader. You want to be respected.
And also, order for Dan anybody who's against BBI as Tangatanga.
You know, Mr.
Moses, when you don't support BBI, you don't support William Ruto. Where are you, Moses? Tangaza msimamo. Ujue penye wako pia. Hata wewe umetuconfuse hapa. Karibia 6 hours.
Tangaza msimamo.
Tukikulik na William Ruto unaturuka. Tukikuweka huko kwa BBI unaturuka. Moses, tangaza leo. Jua hata mimi na kuembrace nikidhani wewe ni wetu. Alafu unaniruka pia.
Ako kwa Martha Karua, ako kwa
Clinton umeamuka na vita bwana. Nini Clinton imekusumbua hukulala vizuri?
Vita pia tunatakiwa na chairman eti protect me. Hata sisi tunataka hiyo protection.
Wacha niseme hivi, Mr. Chairman. So our members wenye wako Kieleweke, because we are being referred as Tangatanga, so Kieleweke are celebrating that members of parliament have voted for this BBI. They don't know in the National Assembly, we have MPs instead of MPs. But we still have the Senate, and Senate is where there's true learned people. I have hopes done right.
No. Moses, are you not the one who said MPs are learned people? Are you not the one who said MPs are learned people?
Let me ask my fellow colleagues, because we know very well.
Dan Rai, hold on.
Sorry,
okay?
let me answer you. 1 minute.
Ngoja. I'll give you 1 minute. But ngoja kwanza.
Information is allowed. Mr. Speaker,
hold on, I'm giving that information.
I want to tell Moses. Senators are just upgraded or graduates, MPs. They are the same people. They are just graduated from MPs to senator.
No, Mr. Chairman, it is very difficult to defend Moses bila yeye kutangaza msimamo. Sisi tutamwachilia tu apolike kwa giza. Dan Rai amalize, Dan Rai amwataka mpaka hiyo.
Where you are.
Okay, Clinton.
Moses, let's tell us today.
Let me ask Moses.
Confuse Mara
Moses, when the MCS passed the BBI amendment, you people said it's because they were given car grant. Okay?
Which is
true. Now, the members of parliament went to parliament, they passed the BBI. Instead of you saying whatever we have offered them, whether it's another car grant or house grant, now it is that the 83 can be divided into this, and then they balance that one person has more than the other one. Tell us which grant did we give to them, to the members of parliament?
Moses Kuria said members of parliament were given 100K per person.
If you could listen to the National Assembly members when they were voting because they love Raila Odinga and President Uhuru Kenyatta, but they were not voting their conscience. If you heard most of them when they were talking, voting.
In fact, let me tell you something. Sometimes nakanga chini nikifanya kazi nikisikia debate. Na udhika lakini sitakangi kuingia kwa sababu ita interact kidogo. But I want to tell Moses. Moses, that mind that you have, my friend. Hata Clinton nakwambia, have a stand before you make a decision. Because you can't make a decision without a stand. Ujui kitu unataka na ujui kitu utaki. Second, let me tell you, Raila, I think
Danzai, now hold on, everybody, order.
Okay.
Let us now flow. Let Maina Chege say something. He's been waiting for a long time. Then from there, we'll go around. Everybody will give their view. And I think we are almost crossing the other side of the day. So, Maina Chege, please.
Jumbo, Leo, I just wanted to be on the background and listen, because sometimes it's good to just sit back and listen to other people talk. And I've listened to people like Rando, very sensible guy, talking sense about what is going on. I'm not too sure about the people who we have right now are going to make any difference. What Kenya needs is a complete overhaul of personnel. Because na Tangatanga, these people hakuna kitu wataleta ya kuchange Kenya hata kidogo. The only thing we can do in Kenya today is get rid of these people right now who are there, because those people, hakuna kitu watabadilisha hata kitu gani. Tuko hapa, and I can say a lot of you people are very intelligent people, you're very open-minded, but some of you guys are supporting all these idiots who've been around for a long time. These idiots, hakuna kitu mpya wamejua watawaletea.
Maina, watch your language.
No, I'm being honest. No, I'm being honest.
Don't refer to people as idiots.
Maina, let me hope Ruto yuko hapa.
Let's not get emotional.
I'm not being emotional. I'm very composed.
No, Maina, know you. I'm saying what you just said. It's got people worked out. So let's not get too emotional. But go ahead, Maina.
Maybe it's grasp of English language, but when you say somebody's an idiot,
Maina is talking the real truth. But let me
someone like Rando, when you say somebody's an idiot,
yeah, let Maina talk.
Just let me talk. I'm composed. When you say somebody's a complete donkey, he's a complete donkey. Because and what is happening in
Mr.
Kenya right
Maina,
now?
Mr. Bernard, there are some words that are forbidden in this channel. You can't call somebody donkey, because we are, like Moses said, there are people from Kieleweke, there are people from Tangatanga.
Yeah,
you cannot call somebody donkey because it's our decision.
Yeah, I think the other thing is that on this platform, you gotta be careful when you're speaking. Try and be as diplomatic as possible. And elegant.
That's being diplomatic, When you go to those
it can be offensive.
No, achani na Maina amalize bana.
Please,
Maina
can you let Maina finish his point?
Henneken is not water. Please. Henneken is not water.
Go Jayaga. Maina, please go ahead.
Please, Maina talk. Let Maina talk. We had our time. Let Maina have his time. He's been patient, and it's just the words. I think it's triggering people off. So don't make people trigger off. Just choose your words a bit different.
No, Randall is very right, but we mind our talks, because this platform is being watched with so many people. But if you call somebody a donkey, I can't call Moses a donkey and I say, are we in Nigeria where somebody tell you are stupid, but if you see a man walking, that doesn't mean that he's moving his legs.
Kizito, mbona umeumwa sana? Angesema this
because he's saying that some people are donkeys.
Celebrate.
Watch a Maina ongee bwana. Ongee nyinyi.
Kizito and Ayaga and Clinton, mute your mics now. Maina, go ahead.
When you go to the donkey's house, don't talk about ears. Carry
on with what you were saying before about what do you think about the reform of the government and the change of the government, and how can you reform the government and completely
we cannot reform the government. We cannot reform these people who are there now. What we need to do is get rid of these idiots.
Maina,
these people,
where are we going to get the good people to take their place? Because
you're there,
it seems
Bernard.
like we are all in
Bernard,
Kenya, we are all
you're
Kenyan,
there.
and
You're there.
we can be
Kenya
part of
is
the
full,
union.
no, Kenya is full of good people. Trust me. Give me a chance to talk. Kenya is full of good people. The reason Kenya is the way it is because of the people, not because of the politicians. The way people still in Kenya, if they stole that in any other country in the world, that other country would be very, very poor. But Kenyans are very innovative. They work hard. That's why hata tukiibiwa na hao wezi, we're able to survive because Kenyans are very innovative people. So what we need to do is look at the people that we have. Not the one who are there, but who are coming up. People like this chap from is it Musyoka? Yeah, Musyoka. We got Ayaga, Tiako Kenya. Although sometimes I don't agree with some of the things he says.
Yeah, we are in Kenya.
Yeah, but we got some other people in Kenya. So many. Let me tell you one thing. The reason we are talking here today is because we're very passionate about our country. We love our country so much. But there are not so many Kenyans who are in this venue here today. Wakenya wengi, they rather nilienda kwa nini inaitwa mitandao, unakuta ile kitu ya anaitwa Shakila. Kuna mtu mchana niliona anaitwa Shakila kule. Hiyo kitu ina view ya 1 million people. Hii yetu itakuwa na 1 million. Hata ikiwa na wengi ni 2,000. Because our people wamelala. They're sleeping. They are asleep. And there's so much information to enlighten those people. If you go to Kenya, every vernacular radio channel, it has people talking about what is going on in Kenya. But Kenyans don't listen. Kenya ni watu tuna kichwa ngumu sana. Hata sijui ni jua, I think tunatakiwa tuweke kofia kwa sababu hiki tuna nini bongo. Kenya are very they're rebellious people. Hata tukiambiwa aje hatusikii, memory yetu ni ndogo. Mtu kama Wetangula, Ruto, Uhuru, hao watu wote wamekuwa kule kwa muda mrefu sana sasa. And every 5 years they come back and stand in front of us wanatuambia a different lie on another day. Na tunawaamini. What we need to do is stop entertaining these fools. Show them the door, because we can do that. Because Kenyans, we are better people. All of you here, what mko kwa screen hapa, all of you know a Kenyan you went to school with, who was so good, but today they are rotting away. Is that not true? We don't encourage innovation. We don't encourage the best people. We just, sisi ni mtu wetu tu. Ati huyu ni mwizi wetu. Mudavadi. I grew up around these old people who are telling lies.
Point of order, Chairman. Point of order, Chairman. Chairman, is it in order for the member to say that mwizi wetu? Si apeane mifano mingi. Mbona moja tu eti mwizi wetu alafu anasonga mbele. Apeane mifano mingi.
Clinton. Nani mwizi wetu?
Sie ni ufafanue, nataka mifano mingi. Mwizi wetu, mganga wetu.
Nitafafanua.
Usiwe selective kwa kutoa mifano. Hapo ni kama
Clinton akisema mwizi wetu
Hold on. Clinton.
Yes.
Mwizi wetu, is it a title given to somebody specifically?
Ask Maina Chege. Haya ni maneno yake.
Hapana. Let me protect Chege.
Bernard, can I ask a question?
Chege
I have a
has not
question to
mentioned
Maina.
anybody's name. So if that shoes fits Clinton, wear it.
No, mimi nataka Maina anaongea vizuri, lakini hapo kwa mifano. Atoe mifano kadha wa kadha. Mbona mwizi wetu alafu apumue na asonge mbele?
Okay. Niwaeleze. Hapa mimi nikiangalia hii channel yetu hapa, naona Wakenya, sioni Mjaruo, sioni Muluya, sioni Mkamba, naona Wakenya. Lakini wale waongozi wetu wanataka uone wewe ni Mkikuyu, ni Mkamba, munini. Sasa yeye anapotaka kiti anakuambia Wakikuyu ndio wezi, hao wachunge usiwa nini. Nataka tujione tukiwa wa Kenya, because that's what we are. And the rest of the African countries, they are getting it now. They are getting their house in order. Lakini wezi wetu wanatumia tu hiyo njia ya ati sisi ni Wajaruo, wale wanatuimbia nini. Na hiyo narrative pia hata sisi haitusaidii.
Bernard.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Is the honorable member the honorable member in order to say the rest of Africa is getting it right?
Yes.
Bernard, please. I also have something. I have a question.
Let me fafanua it.
Yeah, okay.
But Muda.
Maina, you have 1 minute to conclude your presentation so that we can move on with somebody else.
What I'm saying is, we as Kenyan, we need to be better people. We need to be more caring, more compassionate. And I'm not voting for politics anymore. I'm fed up with it. In Kenya, there's money for BBI, there's money for ile kadi ingine inaitwa nini? Kuna kadi ingine hapo inaitwa
Huduma namba.
Ndo. There's money for all those projects, because when there is a project in Kenya, there's money to steal, but there's never money for the poor people. And all that matters to me is that those poor Kenyans, because the vast majority of Kenyans are poor. Those people, poor Kenyans, their kids don't have good schools. They don't have good hospitals to go to. And to me, that's all that matters. If we can lift each and every person in Kenya, our country can be a better place to live. Sitaki mtoto wangu apatiwe wheelbarrow, na yule anampatia wheelbarrow amekalia nyumba yake kwa 10,000 acres.
Thank you.
Kwa sababu akinipatia wheelbarrow,
Chairman, skiza examples Maina anatoa, Chairman.
Bernard, please, can I chip in?
You have to protect us, Chairman. Chairman, protect us. We're also members.
Bernard, can I chip in?
Clinton.
Chairman, you have to protect us.
You're protected, Clinton. Hold on. You will have your chance to defend.
Protect us, ama mkutano utakwisha.
Yeah, Bernard, I just wanted to ask, in fact, in this channel, when I started talking, I respected Moses so much, because the way he was talking, when we interacted with him, he came to realize where he was wrong. I want to tell Moses, not Moses, Maina Chege, that whenever you are talking, first, let us, if you want to remove that tribalistic or thing of saying people are mwizi, how this Kikuyu mwizi, this Luo mwizi, You yourself, understand yourself and remove yourself from being called Mwizi. Be to yourself. Secondly, I hope you were listening to what we were talking about before you came with Anakin. Even me, I drink my vodka. But before you came with Anakin, you have to come to this channel, listen how people are discussing, then you know what to say. Like now, you are talking about how Wezi. I want to just help Clinton a little bit. How Wezi, how Wajinga, how fools. You yourself, have you ever even voted in Kenya? You've never voted in Kenya. You've never even done anything according to even to change anybody in Kenya. But what you've been hearing
you
is
need
what
to
you are
protect
saying.
Maina from Kizito chair.
You are
Because
saying what you've
they are
been
not staying
hearing.
together.
Please
Kizito ajui kama
go
Maina
to the link, read what is there in Kenya.
Now,
Mr.
look here.
Clinton, just
Can I respond
leave
to
me
you?
finish with the Chege. Everybody
Can I
will
respond to
comment.
you?
Clinton, you're
Chege,
out of order. Clinton, you're out of
Kizito, can I
order.
respond to you? Kizito, I left Kenya when I was a very young person.
Yeah.
And that does not make me a guilty person or anything. But I have followed politics for some time, for a long time. I try to do the best I can. I may not be able to change the politics in Kenya, but I do my bit. I go out there and support the people that I can. In my own capacity, because I'm not the president of anywhere, I'm just me. Okay?
Yeah.
I have got no interest in being a politician, but I can say where things are going wrong.
Mm.
And I'm entitled to point out when things are going wrong. Those people you're saying that I'm calling Wezi, I don't know whether you have a better name for them. Maybe you do, but I don't. I don't, because for me, in everything I do, I do it with my heart. I live in a country where the politicians, the police officers, the people working in hospitals, the nurses, the doctors, for them is a call. They do it with their hearts. It's not about money. Our politicians, they go to the parliament not to change your life, Kizito. They go to the parliament to change their lives and that life of their children. Everything I've ever done in the last 31 years is to change anybody I've ever come across. And when I go to my burial place, I'll look back and think, I did something to change someone's life. And not so many people can look back and say that.
Thank you, Mr. Chege. The people you change is from your village. You are talking
Not
about
from my village.
people. You are talking
Not
about
people I know.
You've never changed anybody in South Nyanza. You've never changed anybody in Luya land.
Kizito, I have a question for you. Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on,
I will listen. Let me just answer this. I finish, please.
You seem to
Can
have
I finish?
to have a close watch
No, I just want
Chege's
to
life to know when he has voted or not. You know the people he has helped are from his village and not from South Nyanza. Can you tell us what kind of relationship you people have?
No, the way he's talking, the way he's talking is giving you the picture that the way he's talking, because he's talking of somebody like Kalonzo. For first, Kalonzo, you don't know that Kalonzo has ever been in parliament before you were born. I don't know your age, but Kalonzo has been in parliament before even you were born.
What has he done for his constituency?
You are supporting him. I don't want to say what he has done. You are supporting him, but let's take people new like Kalonzo.
No, Karonzo, Musyoka.
You as Chege, come from the land where you are staying. Come from the land where you are staying. Go back to Kenya. We vote for you.
Kizito, not Karonzo Musyoka. That man is a bellend.
Mutula Kilonzo Jr., right?
Yeah, the younger one. Yeah, I'm talking about the younger one. No, the other one is Donkey.
That one is Kilonzo, Mtula Kilonzo.
Please,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Forgive my
okay.
ignorance. But dude,
Thank you.
Kizito,
Yeah.
listen to me. When I help anybody, I didn't do that for because they were from west, whatever.
Western, Nyanza.
Western. But you'll be very surprised. A lot of the people that I've come across were from Western, Nyanza, Western.
That one
I
where
didn't
you
say
are
them.
staying. That one is where you are staying.
No.
Even where Moses is staying, even where so many people from outside,
Kizito,
they
don't be
stay
too much
outside.
personal. Kizito, don't be
Kizito,
too much
you're making this
personal.
personal.
Kizito, don't be
You're
too
making
much
this
personal.
personal.
Order.
I'm
And it's not
loyal.
personal.
Okay, thank you. That's
We're
over
here.
on that one. Now
Listen,
let's move on.
we're
Maina
here
Chege,
to make
thank you for
our
your
country
contribution.
better, aren't we?
We are moving on
We're here to
now.
talk about our country and make it better.
Asante. Yes.
Sindio?
Kenya kwanza, alafu
Hata
mambo
hiyo kitu
mengine
kidogo
baadaye.
nimefanya hiyo si hata ni ya hii channel. It's irrelevant. Ile ni contribution vile my own opinion how things should be, and each and every one of you, your opinions, because we all have different opinions about how we would like things to be.
I beg for forgiveness. I'm loyal. It's only that I
Don't
was born
worry
to
about it.
I was born to be a politician. Even
Anything
here, I'm doing
I've
politics.
done so much. I've done so
Thank you,
much with so
Kizito.
many.
Thank you,
But
Maina.
you see politics.
No,
Do you understand?
mute your mic now. Let's hear from Sage. He has just come in. Then from there, I think I should hand over this chair seat back to Clinton so that
No, you don't hand over to me. Nimekuwa raia na watu wa BBI tunamalizana leo tunamalizana, tunaweka Bandrai place yake.
Clinton, relax.
Tangatanga people wako na huzuni. Tangatanga people wako na huzuni.
Chance ya kuongea. Mimi ni raia kuanzia saa hii, tunamalizana leo.
Clinton, toka kwa giza. Clinton, toka kwa giza. We want to see you when you are talking.
No man, I'm still sick, I'm on bed, but watu wa BBI tunawaweka place yenu leo, kesho tuna move on kama family. Tunamalizana leo bana.
I agree.
Hello.
Yeah. But Moses atangaze msimamo.
No, Clinton, show your face. We sympathize with you. We sympathize with you.
Mute your mics. Let us hear from Sage. Thank you.
After Sage ni mimi Bernard. Najua wewe ni mkabila utaki watu wa Ruto, lakini after Sage nilikuja mbele ya Sage. Mimi pia nataka tu hiyo opportunity. Lakini nawakumbusha pia Moses atangaze msimamo, ndio akituuliza swali tumjibu kulingana na msimamo wake.
Nitajibu.
Noted. Thank you. Sage, please.
Hello. Are you here? Are you getting me?
Loud and clear. Only that the picture is not.
Never. Not unless you are advocating for beauty contest, which I'm not here to respond to or to comply. Now, I think we need to have a discussion, not arguments. And from where I sit, we can do that. I know we can do that. Now, hii kitu ya BBI, I think to me, I have a problem with it. I have a personal problem with it because it is not adding up. And I'll leave those who are maybe supporting it or those who are not supporting it to say they are nini. But I want to correct Maina. I don't know where he has gone to. There's a problem in Africa as a whole, a problem of leadership, problem of economic focus. In DRC Congo, one of the richest countries with mineral, there's a war there. We also see, we have our neighborhood in Somali, there's a problem. Okay? In South Africa, there's a big problem. Nigeria, you have a problem. So I think Africa needs some kind of a mentorship on governance and economic, and we are too much religious. I think it is high time people like Ayaga to get people out of the mosque, out of these Christian camps, so that at least we go the Martin Luther way. Hello. Now,
We
Kizito,
tunakusikiza tu, utuambie tu ni nini unapinga BBI. Acha kutuambia Nigeria sijui Ayaga toe watu wapi. Utuambie what is not adding up in BBI. We want to correct you.
Ayaga. Number one, I want to tell you that I've read that book, that document. I've read it. And I want to assure you that, number one, we have a problem with the number of seats that are being added. Our economy cannot support that. Okay? We cannot support that large number. Okay? Even right now, the number of MPs we have cannot have time to debate about the national issues because there are too many. Okay?
Now, Sage, when you say a question, when you say our economy cannot support it,
yes,
that is based on what? You have carried out an analysis and come to that conclusion, or it is just out of fear that we may not be able to?
I've done my analysis based on how we collect revenues and how we spend it.
Sage,
Yes.
Sage, let me
how much,
help you before.
what percentage does our MPs get every year
Percentage.
of the revenue that we collect?
No, percentage of the annual budget.
So we are not looking at it that angle, brother.
No, you see unasema umefanya hesabu, but I can tell you the parliament peke yake doesn't even take 3% of the budget. So hata tukiongezea the 100 people that we are thinking we can hand, hatuwezi tumia more than 3% of the 3 trillion that we get every year.
I want you to take it.
We are very much capable of paying them. And even
Sage.
Yes.
Sage, in 2010, the same thing we were told that we will not have money to pay governors, senators, plus MCA, plus women rep. We were told those things. All these things we were told in 2010. So, if you want to repeat something or based on rumors, there is a musician where we come from, aliimba ngoma ingine inaitwa VOR. And he said VOR causes confusion. It affects the lifestyle nature of yours. So this voice of rumors have just destroyed you permanently. That you say you have done research. You are being asked a simple question. What percentage of the annual budget? I don't know, either your research is scientific or is a propaganda thing. Tell us, what percentage does our MP get? Simple thing.
Ayaga.
Yes.
Ayaga. Let me give you a little education. Because you seems to be lacking it. When you look at the county government, let's go with the county government or the parliament itself. For you to have one added constituency alone, you need the MP salary, you need the vehicle of that MP, okay? Every sitting, there's allowance, okay? Back in the village, we have personal assistants. Those are additional costs. You get my point?
That is
So
what you
you
are
cannot
asked. That is what you are asked.
you
You are
cannot
not
tell
asked
me
the
when you
basic salary of a MP.
when
You are asked
no
to
this,
maintain a MP
allow me
in Kenya. You
allow me
include all those
Ayaga,
funds.
hold on. Let him make his point, then you respond. Let's have
Ayaga.
communication.
Ayaga, you know you are not economist.
Who told you?
Neither are you a politician.
Who told you
You are
I'm not?
You are not economist. Give us your background.
Here we can realize that
Sage,
Go ahead.
please make your point fast.
Go
Your
ahead.
3 minutes are almost up.
The rate at which I'm going to correct you is going to put you into your perspective zone. Endelea na hiyo your research.
There's nothing
Go
like
ahead with your
perspective
research.
zone. Anyway, this is what I was saying. So I'm talking about in terms of wage bill. What we are bringing on board is beyond our is beyond our financial capacity. That's a
But
fact.
Senji, kama wewe ni economist bro, have figures. Stop just debating like any other Kenya.
Sage, let me help you
kuongea
in
kama
figures.
common mwananchi pale venye anasema MP watakuwa wengi. Just debate with the facts. Stop
Sage,
just
let me
saying
help you in figures.
tunasikia.
Let me help you in figures.
Yes.
Na leo tunasikia now na BBI fair and fair.
Sage. Let me
Bernard.
give you just in figures roughly. Currently, Kenya budgets, we are only talking of 2.9 to 1 to 3 trillion. The spending of all government, I mean the spending of government into civil servants, both salary plus even supporting the offices to the village chiefs. It is just around 900 billion. Imagine, we have not hit 1 trillion. So the government has money. It can support this one. Imagine we have 2.1.
I disagree
Okay?
with you.
We have this money.
No.
So Nikulize Ham, do you know the
Yes.
county at the moment what the national government gives to one specific country is roughly 7 billion. Meaning what we are telling you, what we are spending on paying this representative alone can run a county, let's say Kiambu, for 1 year. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you tell me like we can have, and by the way, we don't have that luxury. Whatever we
When
have,
I
those
talk
people
of
are even we are even
When you say we
represented.
don't have the
when
luxury.
Sage, when I talk of government supporting, I mean even those county governors, that money is included in them. Go to salary and remuneration and government support offices. The material is online. You will
Point
see
of
the
order.
budgets and the documents they present every monthly. It is there.
Hiyo yako yenye unasema ni ya all employees wa government. If we go to the
Yes.
parliament alone, haiwezi fika 2% of the revenue.
Sasa
That's what I was
parliament
saying.
toa kwa hiyo. Parliament toa kwa hiyo.
Point
It
of
is very
order.
small.
So, would you rather pay salaries rather than children having good classrooms? Because
Listen,
taking places like
before
in,
you think of those kids, you need someone to run
No,
that classroom.
hiyo ni another argument yako Moses, it makes sense at all. That's why we are giving that 5% to counties.
Mimi kitu mnanishangaza nayo.
No. Let's get back into the flow. Let's get
Kitu
back into the flow.
mnanishangaza nayo.
You've been given
Ikifika
information.
time ya salaries,
Moses, hold
mmekubali
on.
hesabu.
Moses.
Lakini nikiwapea hesabu kwa
Sage,
numbers za
people like
waliopiga
Sage
kura jana,
are spreading
wanakataa hesabu.
propaganda.
Moses and Ayaga, order.
You see the problem is let people speak with the fact. Achani kuongea stories za propaganda bana. That's why we are giving counties 35%. Na counties huko ndio shule ziko sahi.
My brother.
We are devolving
Nani,
every
Mtembei?
county.
Mtembei.
Yes.
One thing that I would want to tell you for free is that we need to be very sustainable in our thinking. Don't support an idea because you are trying to protect your interest.
No.
Okay?
Which interest?
Please allow me to make my point.
Well,
Okay.
You are very clear that this platform, we are here for this platform up to 2022, meaning you are building on a brand. Okay? And I see you making documentary. It is a good documentary, but I want you to think this way. Okay? Do you know those MPs? They are not watching this platform. They are not even contributing to this platform.
No, some are watching.
Some are watching.
You get my point. You get
Hata
my point.
hata wananitumia clips.
I have
Actually,
Googled
sasa hivi
something.
nimepata kutoka kwa Kimani Ichung'wah.
Bbi, let me read for my friend the real thing that you are trying to tell him, that each MP earns a basic pay of 710 means monthly. PSC, tunaitanga PSC, current spending minimum per annual per sasa MPs wote is 3.54 billions. Like monthly wanatumia 295.36 million means 3.54. Hiyo ndio wanalipwanga as budget every year tukisoma budget. I don't know how percentage ya hiyo pesa kwa ile budget yetu ya 3 trillion inaweza shinda wa Kenya kulipa hizo MPs.
These people are coming here with
very small
rumors.
amount.
Nikwambie.
That's very small amount compared to what I was telling Sally.
Nani?
900 billion. That's what they spent.
Nani? I was responding to Mtembei, and I'm telling you, Mtembei, a platform like this should be a platform where we are not pro-government, but we are pro the citizen. Okay? Right now, the common wananchi hawana the basic needs. People have been laid off. Okay? And our MPs are not discussing this. These people are in the are with the money in their houses. That's why people like Kayaga are here with the pens. Okay? Are here with the pens, so that they can go and convince. They can go and convince their lords, their political lords, that today this is what these are the amount of rumors we've speculated. Currently, let's have a platform where we are able to say the truth.
Sage when they're speaking of fact. In fact, if anything,
and
that's
the
truth.
Sage.
You see, Sage, when you are given the truth, wewe unataka ku stick to propaganda, and that's what we don't want. Tunataka kuongea ukweli. The budget ya MPs hata tukiongezea 100 will never go to 4% of
But
the budget. So that's something we can afford.
Nikuulize Mtembei, must we equate the budget for MPs alone to be half the national budget, so that we say now, okay, it is enough, we don't need more MPs?
No, I think you call that, and that's why we are telling you guys, stop using the MPs as kind of escape ya kukata the BBI, because kuna 35% inapelekwa kwa counties. Hii inaenda kusaidia the common mwananchi pale. Uliza wale watu walikuwa nakata nini devolution at first kina William Ruto. If they travel to some areas hata northeastern, they are just ashamed, because walikuwa wanasema hii pesa tutatoa wapi? Sasa amekuja na tena hii pesa tutatoa wapi ya kulipa sijui of 100 MPs. It's very simple. Hii pesa iko tena sana. Hii BBI we are putting the corruption itakuwa within 6 to 1 year unamaliza na kesi za corruption. Tukifunga corruption, pesa ile iko Kenya, we can even be the first world country within the next 3, 4, 5 years.
So nikuulize Mtembei, how is BBI going to solve corruption?
Ina solve juu inasema kesi za corruption zinaisha within 1 year. Saa hii kesi za corruption can go forever.
Zinaisha tu 1 year. How?
Zinaisha how now?
In 2 months.
Said you have read the document, okay? The document says very clearly that every corruption case must be looked into and be concluded in less than 2 years, not beyond 2 years. That means anybody mentioned in corruption must be investigated. If they are recovering those assets, they must be recovered, and the case must be concluded in 2 years. We have never had that, and that's why we need it in the BBI.
In fact, that is the main reason Tangatanga wanapinga that BBI. But you guys are mnadanganywa na sijui MPs ni wengi. MPs ni wengi nini? How much is MPs going with? Hii pesa inapotea ni more than that, even 400,000-500,000 times.
Kamwambie like ile 9 billion that we lost. 9 billion peke yake ingelipa ma MPs for 3 years. Because the MPs is 3 point something.
Ama 21 billion ya Kimorel na Arol. Ukihesabu 21 billion ya Kimorel na Arol, hiyo ni pesa inalipa MPs for 7 years.
Mtembei.
Yes.
Ayaga Bernard Ham is like nyinyi ni project, nyinyi ni wenye promoters wa BBI.
That is let me help you. But let me say,
I stand with the truth.
Hold on.
I stand with
Hold
the
on.
truth, and I'm honest to Kenya. I cannot betray my country. Whether we support or we don't support, I'm very honest, and I'm a leader who have vision for Kenya, not just for anyone, but for my future Kenya, my son, my daughter, and your son and your daughter. I cannot stand and support something which is wrong. I supported 2007 Constitution. We fought for it. Banana versus Orange. 2010, even 2022, we are going to support it because a change has to come with a cost. It's not just a fast fix quick. No.
But
I'm supporting because I need my future.
It's gonna be a terrible.
You see the ile problem iko nayo kwa mtu kama Moses na Sage. You guys have gadgets. You have the website. Mko na online. These things are online. You can just read them. You can read even the budget yenye inahitajika kwa MPs. Mkisoma hizo vitu hamtai kuja hapa kusema sijui MPs, sijui budget, sijui nini. That's very small thing. In fact, these are matters, they don't matter.
Mtembei. My brother, it is good you have a platform that will stay here forever. How I pray that we will have this discussion 10 years to come. So that you will be telling us that, David, we passed the BBI, and this is the budget now we are using. This is how we've solved corruption. Number one, which BBI was to address, if these guys were serious about the corruption, is Mambona Procurement Act. Okay? That anything above 10% should be tendered for. Now tell me, if you give a tender entrepreneurs an open check that you can quote any figure, are you solving corruption? Because corruption is not about is about overquoting things that can be done. Because when you procure, for instance, a hen, it goes like about 2,000 or maybe 1,500. In a normal tendering process, you can get the same hen at 600. So that margin adds up to corruption. That's why even the budget you're talking about is overquoted. That budget is overquoted.
I want to tell you something, Sage. Ni kama uko nyuma. I think these parliamentaries, they have a certain bill there that wajapitisha inafaa kuenda third reading. Mkikumbuka vizuri kama president after hii KEMSA, the president mwenyewe directed Munya akamwambia, my friend, make sure mumetengeneza law, a bill about this thing called procurement. Means from the moment watapitisha in third reading, wapeleke pale president yake sahihi. Hiyo kitu itakuanga like example government, if they want to procure anything, watakuwa naika kwa website zile documents zako, wale wame apply for that tender watakuwa hapo kwa website and whatever, and how they are going to choose someone to supply or someone they are going to award that tender, itakuwa kwa pale website. Kila mtu atakuwa anaona ni kwa nini wamechukua quotations zake zilikuwaje, and that's the thing we are waiting.
Is it in the BBI?
It's not a must in the BBI. Anakuambia iko pale kwa parliament.
Everything to be in the BBI.
Okay. Let me saidia Sage kidogo.
Benson.
Yeah, Sage, kuna kitu hata mimi unajua kuna vitu ambazo ni mimi kwangu mwenyewe sikukuwa naifurahia, unaona, lakini nilipatana that opportunity to get more educated, and I said here, like, ever since I started to join this platform, there are some things that I've heard from you people that are so much very educative. Sage, another thing I would tell you, like, not everything you want will be in constitution. There's some of the things that the parliament will
will adopt as the act, you know, not that everything you want. Ukitaka kuweka kila kitu kwa constitution, that one will not work. Some of the things, they will bring them to parliament, then they will be as act of parliament. That's what usually happens. I think hiyo inaweza kuwa mzuri. Ama sijui kama nimesema kitu mzuri.
There's
You are
no
very
good
correct.
thing about
Sage.
there's no
Sage.
good thing about BBI and people like Ayaga, Ben, Mutembei,
Sage, you
Daniel.
said very well that you have a personal problem with BBI, and we leave it with you. You have a personal problem with BBI. It is nothing to do with the wage bill or anything. Any person saying that where will we get the money, he should check history. Before Kibaki came, we did not have CDF. CDF was introduced, money for CDF was located. Where was it going for 24 years that Moi was in power? So necessity is the mother of invention. We create more constituents, we will get money for it.
You are lying.
We create more seats, we will find money for it.
You are lying.
That is natural. That's a law of nature.
Bernard,
why can't we have
let me Sage ngoja kidogo. Sage ngoja kidogo. Sage, my brother, let me take this advice to thank.
I'm your in-law, not your brother.
I'm seeing you. I'm seeing you. I'm seeing you. You are taking the line of opposition. You know, opposition had smart people, and opposition always work with facts and figures. Let me tell you, I've been in opposition. Hapo nimekuwa. So I'm advising you. Opposition akujagi na, it is the government that brings the propaganda, then opposition beats them with facts. So if you want to go to opposition the way I'm seeing you, my brother, read a lot, do research. When you are coming to such a platform, know very well that you will meet some indigenous people who went to school to do propaganda like us. And we will degrade you and we will reduce you to -0.
Ayaga, the fact that I'm listening.
You've said,
okay, hold on now. Order.
You've said
Ayaga and Sage and Danrai. Mute your mics now.
You know.
Thank you very much. Hold on.
Okay.
We are going to have Clinton. Okay.
Clinton is asleep.
After Clinton gives his
Clinton
view
is
here,
asleep.
Jenny Raya. Okay. Akimaliza Moses. Okay. Then we'll take one round. Twende kulala.
Bernard.
I am back.
The floor is yours.
Bernard.
I am back. Wait, ongea na Bernard haraka bana.
Bernard, one thing you have to know, where you are the chair. And when you are the chair, I've been interrupted all through. I was giving my statement. You've not considered that. The fact that you live in Karen or you in Lower Karen, you cannot use that to surprise me.
Sage. I said Clinton will.
Ayaga has just attacked me. You have to protect me or allow me to defend.
Hold on. You're going to have enough time to respond to Ayaga. But at now, you're going to have Clinton and then Moses, and then we'll take one round. So that one round will give sufficient time. You will do the response and you will do the attack if you need to. But at the end of the day, you'll be happy. Clinton, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. But hapo kwa round ungesema we will have the rounds and Moses to announce msimamo. Lazima akumbushwe bwana, huyu jamaa halali leo bila hiyo msimamo. Haezi kuwa anatuenjoy hapa, mara ako na sisi, mara ameruka huko kwa
nyinyi mmelepwa. And for us to have this discussion forward, we must have people who are not paid to make it straight. Kama mmelepwa.
Sage, we will start entering you also. Tutakuingia.
Clinton, go ahead.
Okay. Now that I've been told, unajua sisi watu wengine tunapewa time kidogo, lakini wengine sasa mimi kitu naweza nikasema, I'll be very brief. Kwanza,
Leo nimeenjoy hii discussion kwa sababu naweza sema nilikuwa nimeimiss na pia the topic imenibamba. I've heard the way people are talking and people are charged already. Mtu anakuja na already made up mind. Hata kama hajajua topic ya leo ni gani, lakini ashakuja William Ruto lazima anipate leo. Yes, William Ruto is our deputy president. I do tell you this thing. Ni yeye tuko naye kwa sasa. Hatuna Kamala Harris. We have William. Let us embrace one of us. This is our deputy president. He just said that he's running for presidency. Why are we hating him now that he's running for presidency? When one William supports other people, yani malaika, he's a good man. But now come a time, Williams now says, I supported you, and now I feel I should now run myself. Then unfortunately, he becomes an enemy to everybody, including Ayaga, who stays in Lower Karen. Ruto doesn't even involve him in anywhere. Ayaga also hates William. Ask Ayaga, why do you hate William? But they are not in the same camp like Baba. Yeah? They cannot be in the same camp. Maybe they will never be. But we have to at least show some maturity in between by saying that we differ politically. But I can argue with you, you argue with me. Wajua kama ile mentality ilikuanga Kisumu Kondele some years back. I don't know where Kondele is, but it is within Kisumu. That you go and mention anything, hata uvae t-shirt ya Jubilee ama ilikuwa enzi za Kibaki. My friend, your life is just taken as simple as that. Kwa sababu umevaa hiyo t-shirt. Hiyo mentality tulitoka huko na tunataka tuhubirie kina Ayaga pia watoke huko juu. Ayaga anaishi tu Nairobi. Lakini siasa yake bado anapiga ile siasa ya Kondele. So lazima tuhubirie hawa watu wa change. Me personally, I have my political stand. Na niko na reasons kadha wa kadha as to why I'm taking such stands. Yeah? So, when I tell you that I'm supporting this because of 1, 2, and 3, you need also to convince me that Clinton, in as much as you're supporting this, but unakuja, mimi sasa ni dem, unanikatia, unaniambia maneno matamu kuliko yale niloambiwa na kijana mwingine pale. Alafu nasema kwa hao wanaume wawili kwa sababu siwezi nikawacheza juu niko na kura moja, acha niamue ikuwe ni Ham ama Randall. But huwezi nikujia na propaganda Clinton huyo unayemsupport yako hivi, like my friend Maina alikuwa anasema wanasiasa wote ni wabaya, lakini ikifika pale pa kutoa mfano Maina ananaro hiyo mfano yake mpaka nasikia tu ananiguza chini ya maji. So it's either tuongee tusitoe mifano ama tutoe mifano na tufafanue.
Clinton.
Ayaga, you won't interfere with me because I have your mic down here. I will mute you.
No, let Clinton finish. Let Ayaga hold your horses and Dandrai hold your horses. Clinton, carry on.
So they interfered with me when I was telling you this. We can talk. We may decide to give examples. But why you talk about people, yeah? You talk about people, like there is a post in Facebook trending right now ya mbwa wengi wamewekwa pamoja, alafu jamaa anauliza, ladies wao mnasema all men are dogs, chagua hapo baba yako. Sasa ukisema kwamba all politicians are bad, then you start giving example. They are bad because of this and this and this. But your examples, I feel they are hitting me directly and they are hitting my interest. I have to interfere with your statement. Yeah. So it's either Chairman, we stop giving examples or we give examples that suits every person. And Chair also, when people are sorting for protection, there is a faction that you protect much than the other faction.
When Dandrai sought for protection, you even ask for that protection until you drink water, just looking for that protection. But on us, we are just attacked anyhow. So my humble plea with you, the chair, Nivi. We as youths, we may differ in opinion, but we must have the same interest where we want to hit with the one stone that we are having. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Hakuna place tutaenda isipokuwa Kenya. How do we make this Kenya better? It is the leaders, we have the power, but once we go to vote, we donate our powers to the leaders we elect. Now they make decisions on our behalf like they did yesterday or a day before yesterday. So after we gave them powers, they have to exercise their powers. You had them say yesterday that on behalf of the people of so-and-so, like my MP, the shortest one in Africa, I gave you an example the other time Moi died. They were given 1 minute to eulogize Moi. Then my MP used 1 minute of his by saying, I am sorry to the family, but I want to tell his sons they should support BBI so that they become presidents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Akakaa chini. So such people, we elected them thinking that they're gonna solve our problems, but in real sense, they went there for the businesses. And then there is an article in the Constitution that says MPs can be recalled. Wakenya hawajawahi fuatilia hiyo process waseme. Huyu jamaa tulimpeleka yes, but kuna clause inasema he can be recalled back. Hiyo ukijaribu, uende kwa hizo towns weke hizo place pa kunini signs. Either we utarudi kwako ukiwa salama ama utapotelea njiani. We mwenye ulienda kucollect hizo signs. So guys, tuweke siasa mbaya kando. Ukae ukijua kwamba mimi Ben naenda kuvote for Raila, ama hiyo lawyer unity yenu mmeamua leo ni Mudavadi, Ayaga aende na huyo wake, mimi niende na wangu. But tukikuja kuargue, convince me, I convince you. Like I'm remaining with how many minutes too. So in my next 2 minutes, I want to tell you this.
You have 1 minute, not 2 minutes.
But Dandrai laughed for 1 minute when I was talking. So please make them 2.
Bernard, you have to consider that we have different time zones. So
Sage, you had your time. Ayaga interfered with you. You never talked. Keep quiet, Sage. Now, Ben, I'm using my 2 minutes like this. William Ruto has an agenda, bottom-up approach. It has never worked in Kenya because it has never been tried. But can we try it this time? We see if it is possible. I don't know because I've never seen it work. But vitu ni kujaribu. Kama kina Ruto tuliwapeleka watulete laptop wanafunzi waende digital. But we never saw that. Hata hii pia ya bottom up. Let us try it and see. Again, kuna hii siasa ya chuki, siasa ya kuitana majina. I always say, if it is true that the DP is a thief as they say, kuna channels where they can pin him down. Na kama si mwizi ni siasa tu, then nasema ni siasa mbaya. Alafu pia kuna hii siasa ingine pia Kenya, whereby instead of differing politically, they now become enemies. Like I read yesterday in the WhatsApp group that they have not met for 6 months. Sasa hiyo ni personal grudge. And they are members of the presidency. Hiyo sasa ni personal grudge. And that one should not exist. Wakuje kwa kamera watudanganye wako pamoja, lakini hiyo grudge yao wapeleke huko kwao. You understand? Finally, I want to plead with each and every young member here that let us make wise political decisions, because the decision we're gonna make next year will affect our lives for the next 10 or 5 years. So we either make the wise decision or we make the wrong decision and we suffer. And also this. Najua tu mensa zijaisha. Also this chairman.
Wewe bwana.
Chairman, ukiona wanasiasa wanaitana majina, don't take it personal like Ayaga always do. Because I told you when I first came here, Baba kumuita Ruto mwizi. These are friends.
Chase is right
These
for
are friends.
Honorable
Your time
Clinton.
is up.
These
Your
are
time is
friends.
up.
Clinton, you have 30 seconds. Finish your case, please. These people are banning the response, but we must hear Moses first before they respond with their fire.
So I was telling you this. For Baba to call his competitor William a thief, he might have reasons. For William to call him Mganga, he might have reasons. I told you the other time, these people worked together closely. They used to go to a meeting. They close themselves even for the whole night. And then one comes out and calls him the other Weni Mganga. The other one calls the other one Weni Mwizi. Wewe unakataa kama nani unatukasirikia pale Nairobi Street eti mbona unaita kiongozi wangu Mganga, mbona unaita kiongozi wangu Mwizi? Let them fight their war or their fight. I don't know English, but let us make wise decisions. Tuwatege hapa chini. Judgment iko pale kwa the nearest primary school. But I don't have a problem the doyen calling the other person Mganga because these people worked together. Mimi I don't know where they write the names. Kuna majina mengi angeitwa. Mbona akapewa hiyo? Mbona yeye akapea Ruto hii jina ingine? So we have to embrace these leaders as they present themselves to us. Na maswali ambayo nitayajibu ni yale ambayo si personal sana.
I'm happy that you have accepted that the names that these people give each other, we should accept them the way they are. We should not even interrogate them. Is that what you have said?
Unataka kutoa mfano kama ya yule Maina.
We Clinton, unaongea mambo ya Maina na kuambia hata yeye ako entitled.
Maina, sinikuwa nadhani umelala. Sasa Ben, hayo majina nasema sisi kama wafuasi wao tusiachukue personal. Lakini ufai kuja hapa kwa platform useme kiongozi wangu ni hiyo jina. Bana, I hate that name bana. Unachafulia kiongozi jina. So, mnaweza ita wale wengine hayo majina, lakini hapo kwa kiongozi lazima mkuwe na heshima kidogo.
He is very much entitled. Sijui mbona mnasema alikosea.
We Mutembei, we tunakujua.
Clinton.
Yes.
Swali yangu ni very simple. Unajua wakati Maina aliongea akasema mwizi, you get agitated. I don't know why. Is there any political leader in this country, his third name or second name is Mwizi? Let me just talk Mwizi. He just say Mwizi in general. The problem, when anytime the word Mwizi is called out, there is people who are getting agitated than the others. Yeah, why?
But Ayaga, when politicians say the name Mwizi, most of you must also the BBI supporters. You always look at the deputy president maybe as the person involved, but in real sense, he's not. We always don't
mention any name. We always don't mention
kana kwamba mheshimiwa ndio anaown hiyo jina. Na hiyo kitu tunataka ni watoe.
Kitu Clinton hajajua ni kitu moja. Sometimes wanasemanga mwizi unamjua tu na matendo, my friend. Na kama hujawahi iba kitu ya mtu ama hujawahi ongelea jina ya mtu vibaya, my friend. Hata ukisikia watu wakisema kuna mtu alikuwa anaongelea jina ya mtu vibaya au bambaiki. Na hii mwizi tukita tu mwizi hata hajaitiwa jina ingine. Unasikia wakina Clinton wameanza kubambaika. Na huyo mwizi ndio hata Uhuru alisema hata wachia kiti kwa mkono ya mwizi. Wote wakabana tu si William Ruto. Alita William Ruto jameni. Alimisha. Hata mimi sijaita William
Hakutaja.
Ruto. Nauliza tu.
Hatukuteta eti amesema hataachia William Ruto. Kuna presidential candidates wengi na wote wanataka
Alisema
kiti.
tu wachia mwizi. Na
Sasa
mbona
rais
you are so
akisema
Okay, okay, thank you. Sorry, kulikuwa
we
na
man.
power shortage in the upper current, but let's flow. Let's have Moses, and then we'll take our round.
Thank you. So I have a problem with the three main people. One of them is Mutembe, second one is Ayaga, and third one is Danrai. Let me
Okay,
start.
I'm excluded.
So Ayaga brought in a fallacy of
But remember, you are supposed to give your stand first. Special request by Clinton.
yeah, that's what my point is coming in as I talk about them one by one. So yeah, so my brother Ayaga brought in the fallacy of begging the question. In that he was talking about Clinton joining the opposition. And one thing I want to say, like in Kenya today, there is no, because if there was an opposition in Kenya, there were things that happened a lot with COVID-19. You guys saw the documentary about the COVID-19 millionaires. If it was Raila of 2013, there would have been a lot of people in the streets demanding to know those who are beneficiaries for COVID-19. But because he had an aim with BBI to kick out one person out of government, that opposition is dead. And I want Ayaga to explain that pretty well. Secondly, my brother Mutembe, Mutembe, I know you're a representative of deep state in this part. But you have to know that with the BBI, there's going to be a lot of taxes that are going to be increased. I saw you attacking my point a lot because I'm against BBI, and you don't know it's a propaganda thing. It's not about propaganda. I know there's a lot of now the deep state, they're trying to get their people out there to try and make this document famous. And you're trying your best as a representative here. And also, if you look at our country today, there's a lot of fundamental issues that we need to be giving our attention to.
Moses,
like
a
our
question,
beloved,
a question.
I'm not saying I'm a supporter yet.
This
I haven't.
representation from the deep state, is it out of your you can substantiate it?
Imagination yake.
Can you substantiate that Bbi here is a representative of the deep state?
But actions speak louder than words.
The representation, so I will clarify that later. So I'm not saying I'm a supporter, but I'm saying our deputy president said very well that we have a lot of issues that we need to be focusing on, not BBI, like things with COVID. I have a friend who works for emergency room in Kenya. He was my high school classmate when I was still in Kenya, and he got an opportunity, studied nursing, and we talk every day. He gives me update. Most hospital, in the hospital where he's working at, there is no oxygen. Oxygen supply or the protective gears for them, and even nurses are giving up on patients because they are not getting paid. And these are just some of the fundamental issues that we need to be giving our attention to. And BBI should not be a priority at this point. If you look at the world today, almost all countries, they are focusing on beating and fighting this virus. But Kenya is not focusing to that. They are focusing so much into BBI, where they are sending their members to try and make it as famous as it can be, e.g. Ayaga. When I talk about Danrai, also one of them, I don't know, but I'm ready for their response. the guy talked about BBI being passed, and it's something that has already been passed, and we should forget about it. My friend, my brother, next week on Friday, we will be here in this same forum when Senate will have disapproved BBI, and I have hope that my senator, James Orengo, will lead that squad into dismantling this bad project that they're trying to plant in our people. Yeah, and as I said, the main aim for this BBI or handshake was meant to kick out Deputy President Ruto out of government. Even if you see today, I think I talked about this last time. Whenever there's functions in some places where the president is unable to attend, but the DP is able to attend, the president will send somebody else. For example, CS Monya or Matiangi. But in the presence of deputy president, these others will be reading the speech of the president instead of deputy president reading it. And this is also just a disrespect to the office of the president. Even if you don't like the deputy president, please even give him some respect. Because today, God forbid, if Uhuru Kenyatta, something happens and he passes away, Ruto, whether you Kieleweke or I don't know, ODM Mongrels, if you guys like it or don't like it, William Ruto will be the president of the Republic of Kenya if we follow our constitution.
Excuse me, Moses. Chair, Moses has just called ODM supporters mongrels. Whether you ODM mongrels, but with me that one is okay because I don't see.
You repeated to emphasize, eh?
I wanted you to feel it. I wanted you to feel it because with me I feel comfortable.
Okay. Now Moses
Clinton hakuna kuingia, acha amalize. Kama amemaliza.
Conclude your point, I have a question for you.
Yeah, okay, bring that question then I'll summarize.
Amaliza bwana, si umeanza kuniuliza swali ukaenda kwa Matabei ukaenda kwa Danrai, tutakuja tu kwa hiyo line. We maliza.
But so far I'm supporting Moses. So far, Moses,
thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm
Thank you very much.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Another thing, we are talking about corruption, and the mongrels and the cartels talked about when talked about a lot when my brother talked about music. But ODM is the most corrupt party in the Republic of Kenya, headed by their leader. Because today, the Anwai Guru that Raila was fighting in 2014 is one of those who are dining with him today. The other day, she was in the Orange House having dinner, but when the NIS scandal hit Waiguru must go. A lot of people lost their lives on the streets. There was a lot of tear gas canisters. There were a lot of things that was going on. But Anwai Guru went and shook hands. And then another thing, there was a clip that Mike Sonko shared on his Facebook page some back when the what is her name? The current Nairobi women rep was begging Ruto for 50,000 Kenya shillings so that she can go to meet Baba and shake hands, because without that she will not be allowed to see Baba. And she was like, please, I need that 50,000 because I need to go see Baba, and even so that we can also throw away that case that Kidero.
Hiyo ni propaganda na Pasari alikataa.
Moses.
Tena propaganda bana.
It's not.
It's Moses, look here.
I will send.
Okay, hold on. You know when you say that Baba is the head of corruption, or rather the leader of ODM and is corrupt, because he hosted Anawai Guru at Orange House and they shook hand.
Yes.
Did Baba clear Anawai Guru, or Anawai Guru went to the anti-corruption, went through the process, and she was cleared and made a whistleblower? Not by Baba, not by ODM, but by the Anti-Corruption Commission. So, where are you basing your facts?
No, these are people.
It's Malala working at Anti-Corruption Commission.
These are
Is who is working
Malala
at the
is a
anti-corruption?
ANC. Malala is a ANC member, my friend. Don't
Malala is the
forget.
one who sanitized Waiguru under the sabuni alitoa wapi? Sabuni si alitoa oranges.
Tell them.
Clinton, wacha maneno. Moses is talking about NYS scandal.
I'm trying to
NYS
see, like,
scandal
No,
was handled by the
I'm trying to
Anti-Corruption
see
Commission.
Clinton is trying to suckle some bee somewhere, and I want to tell
no,
these people
Clinton.
free and fair. No. I have to tell you this because I'm seeing you are trying to touch the name of someone who is honest.
No, Clinton is
Something is very special person that hajawahi patikana na corruption. Muna trying to drag him in the name of sijui who and who. Can you measure Raila Amolo Odinga with the name with the, Ruto or William Ruto? Second, my friend, and I do tell you, toa jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kwa mdomo yenu. Or else, this platform you are going to disband this platform and everybody go home.
The same way, respect the DP. Yeah?
It's okay. So Moses conclude. Then
No,
the
Chair.
Ayaga, all the mentioned people we are going to respond. Then we take our round quickly.
Chair.
Much rather than Rai has politics of
Chair.
feelings. He has politics of feelings, and that's what we will not display in this forum. You know, if somebody does something wrong, and I think it's wrong, I have a right to say so. The way you have a right to say so, the other person you think that is wrong. You know, that's why we are here. We are here to bring our opinions and views. And if something is wrong, we speak it as it is.
Chair.
Yes,
Chair.
Sage. Yes, Sage.
I think you should read this comment. I think Maina is really. I think it is high time we really need to see how we can square this. There's a concern. Maina he was attacked. Check the comment. He has been. So Clinton, you have to
Thank
see
you.
how you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Moses, you asked me about.
Hold on. Ayaga. Hey. Where? There is something Sage is talking about. Clinton, find out what's up with Maina and sort out whatever the case.
I don't have Maina's number, but let me say this.
No, it's on the public comments. Check on the public comments.
Yeah, I've read everything on the public comment, and I can't comment there while answering Maina. Maina is still listening, or he's still in here. So let me say this: when Maina was talking, I interjected, or I did what? Kizungu yangu pia haiko juu sana, unaelewa. So when I talked, when Maina was talking,
and that's
what I just wanted was that he gave an example. Then I told him, si ukipeana mifano si upeane kwa wote, cause hiyo yenye ushapeana inanikalia ya William. Si ulete ingine ya Raila, ulete ingine ya Uhuru, ndio watu watoshane. Na kila mtu nafikiria kila mtu alifanya nini? Kila mtu alimuingilia hiyo time, but it was not personal as he is now trying to put it out. I just said tukipeana mifano si tupeane kwa wote, unaelewa. Na hata venye anaendelea kucomment, naona hajakasirika juu akisema he's entitled to his opinion, maybe things like that. Mimi sioni kama amekasirika sana, na pia sikumkasirisha. Nilitaka tu mifano ipeanwe kwa kwa wanasiasa wote.
Unataka watu watoshane kwa maovu.
I didn't get kwa maovu. See, we were arguing, but maybe he was serious with what he was saying on William Ruto, but mimi nilitaka iapeniwe kwa kila mtu.
Yeah.
But nikimalizia on the same issue.
Sage.
Nikimalizia on the
I'm the one who brought this thing. Allow me to say this.
Yes.
I'm a speech analyst, and when you see someone is saying that respect is earned, you cannot just take that word literally and like that is narrow. Okay. Naelewa. Clinton, you are a full-time, paid whatever. These are not just mere words. These are what we call internally analyzed, and they have a message. So We are not saying Clinton is bad, but there's a better way in which they can. We need these people to be contributor to this platform. That's what I can say. Otherwise,
Number one,
Ayaga, you can respond.
you remember Henneken. Henneken may be still working. Let me respond.
Wait, before you respond, let me give Sage the homework to do the outreach and get to the bottom of the matter, and then you will report to us.
You cannot give
On
me
the other hand, between Clinton and Gizito was very hard on Maina than Clinton. So
Yes.
I don't know.
But maybe
if
the
my
guy
judgment
is
wrong.
confusing me with Kizito. Maybe
I think
maybe
so.
I can say like that because
No, Bernard, chair. I think Kizito and Maina, they squared it on the platform, and to an extent they laughed. So I think we are not saying that Clinton is bad, but is there a
so
better way they can reach?
there is something you are hiding. Can you say wewe unaona shida yangu iko wapi?
I'm reading the comment.
Clinton, the problem is after Maina alikuwa left wakati tumepewa chance umeongea about Maina. Na hakuwa hapa kwa platform. So I think ndio maana naongea huko. So the best way ni
nimetoa tu mfano eti ile time Maina alikuwa anaongea nilitaka atoe mifano ya kila mtu. Sasa si we si umetaja hata sasa mtu mwenye yuko kwa platform. Inamaanisha unamdharau ama unafanya nini? No man, maybe the guy should just tell me that Clinton, you said this because mimi nikisoma comment yake eti respect is earned. Amesema hapa eti he cannot respect leaders that doesn't respect him. I'm not a leader. Maybe he's referring to the person I was referring to.
No, it's in response to your point that the deputy president should be respected. I think.
So hiyo nimemuingilia wapi? Nikisema the deputy president should be respected,
okay.
not
Now,
must
that's
be
enough
respected.
of that. Let's have Ayaga respond
If
to
it is an
Moses.
apology you are looking for, Bernard, then I may make it later, but not on these comments that I'm seeing here.
We are not
These
looking for
comments cannot
apology.
make
If
me
you
to
want to offer
apologize.
it, please offer it out of the willingness of your
the
heart
comments are
and the
not personal on
realization
me.
of the wrong that you have committed.
No, the comments are not personal on me because I didn't attack Maina personally. Am I the one who said
I agree with you. I agree with you, Clinton. Let's have Ayaga, please.
So before you have Ayaga, let me finish this thing once and for all because nikiendelea kuongea italeta shida.
Let me say something, Chair. I just want to say like
hold on. Goja. That's right.
I want just to tell my brother
right.
something.
Hold on. No. Hold on.
One minute if you allow me, please. 1 minute.
Ben,
1 minute.
let Dan Rice
are you burning on the stove? Goja kwanza. Okay.
So.
Clinton, finish your point. Then you have Ayaga, then Dan Rai.
Let me wake up from sleep and sit like this when I'm making this point. So Ben, Kiswahili pia inanichenga. Sijui niongee lugha gani. Unajua nini Ben? Your time Maina was making the point. I interjected. Kijokes tu venye watu tuna interject kila mtu. Nikasema Maina, mbona hapo kwa kupeana mifano ni kama mifano yote unaelekeza kwa kiongozi wangu. Akanijibu vizuri, nikaelewa. Mwingine tena akamwattack. Hivyo. So is it me that attacked the guy alone? Na hata kama nilimwattack, was it personal? Mimi nikisoma comment inaniambia I cannot respect the leaders who doesn't respect me. Clinton, I am not going to respect a leader who doesn't respect me. I'm not a leader. Maybe he won't respect my leader, Raila or Ruto, because the Raila or Ruto doesn't respect him. That comment is not that bad the way you people are trying to put it. The next one, that is narrow. We elected them and they did not do what we elected them to do. So why should I respect? I did not force him to respect them because I did not even tell him to elect them. Mtu alimuuliza hapa kwa show, did you vote? Huyo hakuwa mimi. Mbona hiyo asira naelekezewa? Na hapo pia unataka niombe msamaha. Ndio maana nakuambia msamaha nitaomba baadaye maybe. Then the last one, respect is earned. Clinton, you are a full-time paid stooge. The word stooge, I deserve to be apologized to for these thieves because I will call them what they are. So for calling me stooge, I deserve what? An apology. But kwa hizo comments mbili za kwanza, I don't deserve to apologize in any way. So Ben, ambia jamaa arudi aniombe msamaha kwa kuniita stooge. Alafu tunaweza songa. Then finally,
Maina mahali popote ulipo unahitajika hapa ukaombe msamaha.
Wajua Sage anajiita eti comment analyst na hapo ameona hiyo stooge. Ni mimi alikuwa anataka niombe msamaha. Na yeye ni comment analyst. So finally, Ben.
Thank you, Clinton. Thank you, Clinton.
Ben, yesterday, Honorable Gladys Wanga tweeted on BBI. Gladys tweeted on BBI akasema 235 for BBI, Reggae continues. Alafu kuna Mkikuyu akamjibu anajiita son of a teacher.
Just mute Clinton.
Mkikuyu akamjibu kwa kusema kwamba keep the
just
reggae.
mute Clinton.
We in Central are waiting for more CDFs. Mau Mau Road is going on well. Kenol to Marua dual highway is on high gear. The 2 dams in Gatundu North are almost done. Keep dancing. Good work. For you guys though, see you get government of Kenya to release ARVs, at least msitoke hivyo. So when I make points on BBI, jamaa ametuambia ukweli kwa hiyo tweet. Sisi wabunge wetu wanasema reggae continues.
Thank you very much. Let me respond to
barabara
Moses.
zinajengwa.
Moses asked me about Moses asked me about
Clinton.
one thing.
Clinton.
Bana, give us time. Give us time.
Clinton, repeat so that Ayaga can listen to that statement. Repeat it so that Ayaga can listen to that statement.
But he has not given me time to read it. Maybe let Ayaga talk.
I've had it. In fact, I saw it.
Hold on.
I have it. So
I don't agree with Ayaga so much because he'll tell me Heineken. Ayaga will tell me Heineken, then people will want me to apologize on what I've not said.
Clinton, hold on.
Clinton, hold on.
There are things that can be shared. Others, you just look at it and you sieve through. You will see this person is speaking from a different premise, which is not Kenyan, and it's not for the building of Kenya. Because the setting up of the people who are receiving roads and those who are receiving ARVs, that is unimaginable from my world of
But chairman.
Acha nijibu Clinton hapo.
Maybe this one is above Bernard Mutembei. Mutembei, I want you to sort out this issue once and for all. Ulikuwa hapa tuki-argue na Maina and watu walikuwa wengi. I did not make any statement.
Uko kwa Maina nimetoka, akiingia hapa ataongea.
I did not.
Atajiongelesha. Toka huko tumetoka.
So Clinton amesoma story hapo ya Twitter ya kajamaa akaelewi Kenya vile kunaendelea. Eti BBI ja benefit the Luo Nyanza sijui wapelekwe ARV. Clinton enda Kisumu uone 3 billion Kisumu port ilikuwa launched na Uhuru. 3.5 billion rehabilitation of old 216 Nakuru Kisumu railway, hiyo iko on place kama ijamaliziwa by now. 15 billion Kisumu brewery, 1 billion Kikomi rehabilitation, 18 billion Kenya Nyanza roads. Huko ni Nyanza peke yake 18. My friend, I can go on and go on and go on. Oh, this
Mutembei, is it true ARVs hazikuwa zimetolewa kwa hii statement? Si ARVs pia hazikuwa zimetolewa. Amesema wapi uongo?
No, Clinton, look here. They are weighty matters for us to concentrate on and not trivialities.
But ARVs pia zilikuwa zimeshikwa na watu wanakula dawa bana. Kwani
Clinton is not even a leader.
Clinton wakati ARV zilikuwa zimesimamishwa ni Luo Nyanza peke yake bro.
But Luo Nyanza peke yake ndio magavana wetu wanasema tukule dawa. Huko ndio kuna ARVs, kuna HIV sana.
Everywhere kuna
na Gladys Wanga anatoka Homa Bay.
No, acha kufikiri hivyo. Everywhere kuna HIV. Every place in Kenya kuna HIV.
But kuna some places that it has high
No,
percentage.
you see, when you
So,
want to share a message based with the facts. Tunasema mara ngapi achana na propaganda bwana.
sasa Mutembei ilikuwa kwa TV, ARVs zilikuwa
Clinton.
zimesimamishwa.
No,
Hiyo
we
bado
are
ni
looking at
propaganda.
Can we
but
make
it was in
progress,
the
please?
whole, the whole country. Wewe unataka
Let me just
kuifanya kama
say
Nyanza
something.
peke yake.
Unajua kitu Mtembei, kitu inafanyika ni kitu moja. These people unasikia wakiongea kama huyu Clinton, they are carrying the information from other people. They don't have original or facts from themselves. And that's the truth. Kitu mtu ameandika kwa Twitter, hata mimi naandikanga kwa Twitter. They will just carry it the way I wrote it there, wakuja watusomee hapa.
How many
Na
followers do you have in
hata nimeona
Twitter?
kwa WhatsApp. Nimeona kwa WhatsApp.
Mutembei, you are being
My friend.
unfair. You are being
No,
unfair.
let me
But
finish
if you will
Clinton.
be fair
Bernard,
for
I
like
want to
2
go and
minutes,
sleep.
then we will have to square this once and for all.
I just want to
Umetusomea
leave.
government projects zenye zinaendelea Kisumu, tumekubali. Nikakuuliza, in the last few weeks kulikuwa na shida ya ARVs walikuwa wanajaribu kutatua.
It
It was
was
a problem,
countrywide,
a
Clinton.
public problem.
That
Yes, it
problem
was
was countrywide.
countrywide. It was
Yes.
countrywide. We accept.
Yes.
But kuna places ARVs zimeaffect watu sana. And that is Luo Nyanza. Iko public.
Hakuna. In fact, Meru Makutano leans in HIV prevalence. Enda nguvu. Wewe ni
And hii tweet ya Gladys ndio jamaa akajibu akasema, don't celebrate reggae, hakikisha ARVs zimetolewa. Sijui amemwambia vitu zingine hapo which are very true.
Clinton, let me tell you something. The moment you want to argue here, and I think Mtembei anasemanga kila siku. Misa zile tuna argue vile tulikuwa tuna argue hapa hata na nani tukianza na siege hapa. My hands inakuanga I do type niki Google the informations. Cause hizi vitu zimeandikwa hapa my friend. Ni akili ya mtu. Yeye hawezi ona hata ile dongo kundu ama saizi hata watu wa Mombasa hawezi ona ile bridge imejengwa. Yeye anaona tu barabara imetengenezwa sijui Central. Sasa inafaa Central peke yake ndio si develop because they have the president inatoka huko. Because every Kenyan in every part of Kenyans they are entitled for development. You can't start counting for us development iko Central na uanze kucount zile ziko Nyanza. Then you are biased. And don't take information from any person.
Mr. Chairman,
Unabeba unaleta hapa. Hallelujah.
Thank you, Dan Rai. Thank you, Dan Rai. Now, please, Ayaga, you had a response to make. Let's make progress to forget chapter.
Thank you, because they have interrupted me a lot. You know, Ayaga to bring energy. I told you this guy. I don't want to engage him. He's just under. I do those things, so I know. I don't even know why we are taking a lot of time discussing him. I was supposed to respond to my friend Moses, my brother. You asked me about opposition. Opposition with BBI, we are going to create the official opposition with a shadow cabinet. So if Sage is preparing himself to join that bandwagon, so be it. He should just be smart guy, read a lot, do a lot of research, and have facts. Things will be well with them. With the issues of that tweet, let me tell you, Clinton and the rest. In BBI, if you look at our politics, even from 1963, mostly we people from Luo Nyanza, we always fight for a cause and the equality of Kenya. We don't fight for something that is benefiting us. When Jaramogi was offered a presidency, when Kenyatta was in a prison, that presidency ingetusaidia sana, but aliacha because he believed in a cause. When he was betrayed, come 1982, when Stage, under the regime of Moi, Stage managed a coup to deal with the central people who are rebelling against his government, we Luos, we join the cause and we suffer and we have the casualties. Yeah, that's why in that coup, nobody has never been taken to court. Nobody was charged. Nobody, because it was stage managed by government. We joined the cause. In 1992, repeal of Section 2A, when people were fighting for multi-partyism, actually we suffer the most. We fight the most. Now there is a political multi-partyism is not only helping us. So we fight for a cause. We don't fight for something that is helping us. In 2010, when the constitution was being promulgated, we fight the same. We fight for a cause. We win that cause. Each and every Kenya is comfortable in our minds. And let me tell you for the fact, we from Nyanza, in our mind, we don't be when we go for something, we don't go for something that is only benefiting us. We don't have that selfish mind. No, we don't. What we have is one thing. We fight for a cause. We believe that if Turkana is affected, we in Nyanza, we are not feeling well. If somebody is affected in Wajir, we in Nyanza, we are not feeling well. We cannot compare our politics with somebody who is writing a tweet thinking that now BBI is more, giving him more than what we have, and we are the people who are fighting. My friend, we never go for politics of emotion. We have settled our eye. We behave like lion. When we settle our eye into an animal, we go for it, we support it, we are going to support BBI, we are going to pass it. My friend, even if he's going to give us zero constituency, said keep quiet. If it is going to give us a zero constituency,
I'm
so
now
be
not
it.
keeping quiet.
Provided the rest of Kenya will feel
I'm not keeping
secure
quiet now.
and equality and
Chair, no.
inclusivity. We
Okay.
are going to
Thank
support it.
you.
My friend,
Thank
keep
you,
quiet.
Ayaga.
Keep quiet.
Now,
Keep quiet. When you guys were talking here
Ayaga,
about
hold on.
You can talk for 20
You
minutes.
have your minute.
But
Hold
we,
on.
we can correct you.
But Ayaga ana
Chair.
good point.
No, man.
Chair.
No.
Chair, allow me to make a point, please. Hello?
Go ahead.
Now, Ayaga,
Yes.
your points are very right, and you are using the word we. I'm from Luo. When you're using we, I sympathize with your thinking, but then it is your thinking. But this is my point. It is high time you think this way.
Ngoja Sage, I'm using we because I'm sure after the vote will be cast, I'm sure 98% of Luos will be supporting this. I'm leaving that 2% for rebels like you. So
Now respect the
now
2%.
let me talk now.
And before,
rebels,
Ayaga, before you add,
I'm not talking for rebels.
Last weekend
Let me
I was
say
in
this.
Even Ayaga,
Even look at my
let me
chronology. Look at my chronology of events. Even in even when Jaramogi was given that position, there were Luos that believe that angechukua. So those rebels, they are still there.
There is a culture that is strong here, whereby we are being taught history, and we will not agree with that.
Okay. Now hold on. Ayaga, mute your mic.
I just want to support what Ayaga was saying. Ayaga was saying
before you
that
support
BBI is going to
Dan
pass.
Rai,
it is unfair.
You are coming to you. Just hold on.
Hold your
horses.
Kidogo Ndandrai. So what is the problem that anapeana history ama ni nini kona shida? Clinton
shida ya Ayaga ni kwamba Ayaga anaongea eti we. Hiyo ni shida ya kwanza. Shida ya pili, Ayaga anatuambia
hata kama anaongea we, si wako na Ndandrai side moja hapo.
Shida ya pili, wakiwa na Ndandrai wawili, sisi tunaongelea mamilioni. Shida ya pili
grammatically where the majority lies are where the we.
Shida ya pili ya
go
Ayaga
and check the book.
Analeta wakati Oginga Odinga alipewa presidency alikataa eti tungoje Kenyatta. Eti sisi Wajaluo, we don't fight for ourselves, we fight for the whole of Kenya,
for the cause. Yes.
Alafu Ayaga anasema we don't care whether we're gonna get 0 constituencies
So long as we fight for the people of Mount Kenya, we fight for the people of Turkana, na sisi fighters tupate zero. Unaona hiyo argument penye inatupeleka. Kenya in general,
Nani?
Clinton, we are
And
not,
then
we
we
cannot,
Mayaga, there
we
was a day we
cannot
compared
selfish.
Oginga Odinga and William Ruto by saying Oginga Odinga resigned when he could not sustain the humiliation from Jomo Kenyatta. These are two different people. That one was Oginga, this one is William Ruto.
Oginga use a proverb, huwezi sukuma gari ukiwa ndani. What Ruto is doing, anasukuma gari akikalia ndani. Gari kama unaendesha gari imekuwa na shida. Wewe toka nje, sukuma hiyo gari. Usikae ndani ya gari, unasukuma ukiwa ndani. That is the only stupidity I will not
Ayaga,
support.
unaona kitu inafanyika. Nilikuwa nasikia hapa Clinton wakiuliza ati wini wakina nani. Juzi nimekuwa ushauri.
Give us some time. If you want to go on rest, we say final words.
You guys.
Let me finish.
Say,
Juzi nimekuwa ushago. Na nimekuwa ushago.
Ngoja Sage aongea alafu Dan Rai utachukulia hapo.
This is what I was.
Siwache niendelee tu nimalize.
Ngoja. Wewe subiri kwanza Dan Rai.
Wewe bana kwani hawezi ngojea wengine wakamaliza venye wanaongea wewe.
Nashangaa. Si mimi nilikuwa after Yaga ni Mtembei alafu mimi. Sasa Sage ametoka wapi?
There's a point I was making.
No, you can't make a point before. You can't make a point before. Yeah,
Nani?
I was saying this.
Nani?
I just want to cement what Ayaga was saying.
Just let Ham say what he wants to say.
Anataka kwenda kulala. So wakimaliza Ham ongea aende alale.
So
I was
if
saying,
that is your thinking, then this is what I have to say. If that is your thinking and you are the leader of this forum, I have to tell you that you are wrong, and I have no apology to make. I can leave this platform for. I'm saying I can leave this platform for milele. You cannot say when I'm making a presentation and you are telling me what. We are here to respect each other.
Kwani you are the one with the monopoly of knowledge.
No, guys.
We want to respond to.
No, guys. Nilikuwa mwanachama lakini naweza kuwa kiongozi anytime. Tukue na order.
We want to respond to Moses.
Yeah.
So let me continue.
Relax. Nisha kumute kitambo sana. Relax.
So let me take over, Clinton. Let me continue before you Ham. I was saying
yes.
Let me just start cement to what Ayaga was saying. Nimekuwa busy by the way hizo wiki, nimekuwa ushago kidogo. Na huko ushago hii BBI siku hizi wanasemanga kwa Kijaluo. Unasema BBI wanajibu kwa Kijaluo sasa berbiro mazuri inakuja. Hiyo ndio wanasemanga ushago. Before uanze kila kitu, hata hii mkutano tumekuwa nayo ndogo kwa nyumba. Unaanza BBI na wanakujibu na Kijaluo mazuri inakuja. Sasa ile kitu utatuambia itangusha BBI hata ikienda kwa ground. Sioni. Na niliwaambia hata tulienda hapa Central na tulikuwa tumepeleka mahali mbuzi, although in terms of money. But those people were very very categorical. Walikuwa ile story unapiga na 1 2 3 kumkisimama nje kama wakili. Tunawauliza BBI ni nini? They still believe at BBI wanapewa constituency mingi that wawezi kataa kupitisha hiyo kitu. Na watu wa Central watapitisha kwanza. Nikijibu Moses, I just want to be a bit short and clear. Moses, let me tell you something. Hii BBI ilikuja after salamu ya Raila and President Uhuru Kenyatta. Na hii salamu ilikuwa kuleta amani. Hiyo salamu ndio ilisimamisha watu walikuwa nakufa, mawe kubebwa na mapanga. Sasa wakaamua kukua like nini inaweza fanya tusipigane tena. Ndio wakakuja na hizo 9 points agenda. Na hii BBI kitu najua na BBI. Maybe BBI can't serve the interest of each and every Kenyan. But in general kuna vile inasaidia. Na tunasema katiba ya US wamefanya amendment mara mingi sana, more than I don't know 60 times. Sisi yetu ndio tunafanya ya kwanza. Let us just agree. Kwa ile mnaona ni mbaya, nyinyi wenyewe mnaona ni mbaya, you can organize kama vile Kuro Kota organize yake, punguza mzigo na mkuje na mpeleke kwa county. Na hii kitu tuliambiwa ya kwanza, ati hii kitu hawatapata signature, tukapata sijui 4 million. Wakatuambia hii kitu itaanguka kwa county mapema. Hii kitu ikapita kwa county. Tukaambiwa tena hii kitu ati sasa haitapita hapa parliament, itapita. Sasa senator, nilikuwa nasikia jamaa kiniambia hata senator kama imeshapita
hiyo sasa ni kujigamba. Chairman, si anajigamba kwetu sisi wengine.
Ngoja nimalize.
Chairman, protector.
Imepita kwa MPs. Imepita kwa MPs. Na pale sisi tumeona tu watu wawili, watu wanne wamepinga.
No,
ni Orego that pia hawezi piga no, lazima tapiga yes. Otieno Mula alifanya.
We should mind our language, Chairman. Anaweza sema hiyo kitu ilipita, badala ya kutuambia tulisema hawatapata signature, si walipata. Haitapita sijui hapo kwa MCS ilipita. Hiyo sasa ni
chronological account.
Well, Mr. Chairman, sir, the discussion is not between Clinton and the speaker.
Okay.
Let everybody also contribute, please. Thank you.
Where are you from?
Let me say my point.
Let me finish. Sasa ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kumaliza nayo.
No.
Wacha na BBI. Nilikuwa nataka kusema, unaona hizo comment tunaona hapo, by the way. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Chea kanikata, and I have to obey. I have to follow protocol. Nilifundishwa kitu moja, nilikuwa najaribu kusema, never engage someone that you fail ako sawa ama ako sober. That's the truth. The moment mumeanza kuengage na someone you see that it's not sober, niyo ni kama mnaleta fractures zingine haitatusaidia. So what we do, let us just focus here. And this 20 minutes remaining of mine, I just want to donate to Hama Conti. Sitaki kumaliza hizi 20 zote.
20 minutes. Hata kama una support BBI. 20 minutes.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Danrai. Let's have Ham and then we proceed.
I think 20 minutes is too much.
No,
just need to
about the 20 minutes of Danrai. He has no 20 minutes to donate.
Anyway, I need to make just 3 statements. One, I think we are all mature, and when we are discussing things, we don't need to take them personal. We are educating Kenyans, and I know there are so many university students who are watching us because I mentor them, and they know this program. Especially most of them are law people, and they watch you guys. So let's discuss something with sense, because the same thing you are saying here, they are going to apply in the university schools, more so when they are doing their campaigns, and they will pass it and they will take it to parliament. That is one point. Let's discuss sober. When you are talking something, don't just say because people are talking it. Are facts. Know how these facts are based, both in the House of Senate, both in the House of Parliament, both outside and even in your circle. That is one. Two, when we talk of counties being added, no, constitutions being added, let's not talk of adding that constitution. Let's tell Kenyans, how are these things going to take place? If the formula will be applicable, how are they going to get that constitution? For those who don't know and those who know, let me say it. How are you going to get the additional constitutions?
Clinton, mute your mic, please. Clinton, Ayaga, mute your mic so that we can communicate here.
How are you going to get the constituencies they are talking of? 7 of them. This is the formula. Take the total number of county population. For example, if it's Machakos, 1,098,532. That is the population of Machakos County as per last census. Divide by the number of maximum number per constituency. They are saying per constituency should take 135,000 heads. I mean heads per person. So you take the total population of your county, divide by 135. You will get the number of constituencies that county should have. For example, if it's Machakos, you're going to get 8.156. Then you will realize that number, which is going to be 0 point, if it's exceeding something, you need, if it's more of a half, you might push government to give you 1. That means, for example, if Nairobi has 4 million, take 4 million, divide by 135,000, you get the total number. Then count the current number of constituencies, which are there in Nairobi, subtract the remaining. That is what the government is looking to add. That is my second point. Let's not talk without telling Kenyans, how are they going to get these counties? I mean, constituencies. Because most of them are asking, what are they for? But they forget it is the representation of number which is being looked to. And it's not applicable in many cases because, for example, Wajir, Northeastern, these counties have large mass of land, but they don't have population. So how are they going to get their counties if it's applicable? They are looking in the mass land. 135,000 or 132,000 population. On what square kilometer should they fit in? That's how they are doing it. Then the third and the last one is that when we are talking of BBI, let's not look at it as subject which are raised as a result of shaking hands only. The issues BBI is addressing, they have been there since Kibaki regime. It is only that those past regimes, they have been stepping down upon these issues. These issues are the one which caused the skirmish between 2007 2008. The same issue came 2013. The same issue came 2018 2017. So it is not about handshake. It is something which has been there, but they need to formulate it to law because there is a lot of injustice. This BBI, it is talking of so many things, not what you think. There is more of land injustice. There is more of resources injustice. There is more of the past historical, which has never been paid to. We have been talking of, I'm sorry to use it as an example because it is the common in public domain. The Central say they fought for Uhuru, but we forget there were other people who fought for the same Uhuru. So there is also resource allocation, which it's coming to counties. So let's educate Kenyans so that there are people who don't know how to go about it. They don't want to read because they find Kiingereza ni challenging because this book is in English and Kiswahili. And I believe my grandmom, wherever she is, she may not read Kiingereza and akisoma Kiswahili, it's not everything at a capture. So it is you and me who is going to make it simple. We simplify for them so that wherever they are, even if they don't understand what they are voting, they have a reason to say, I heard of this, yes, or I heard of this, no. That's simple. We are helping a young generation, a mid generation, and a senior generation. Otherwise, I have those three to make. For the case of mine, I cannot say because I know he's under influence, and people with the influence, you don't engage them. Final, have good night. See you next session. I'm working tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you for supporting me on that. They want apology that is not even coming now. Thank you, Ham. Apology I'm selling. Thank you.
Yes, guys. I wanted to say Dan Rai has politics of emotion and feelings. And I think that will not take us anywhere. And my brother Yaga has a little bit of it as well. But I'm sure as we talk more and more and get to engage each other and get to know each other well, I think we will get along and Kenya has a bright future. As I see all of you here, Kenya has a bright future, and we are the one to change it. As long as we leave this politics of emotion or feelings or the deep state or whatsoever, we are going places.
Oh, okay. Let me because
But
maybe
unaenda kulala bila msimamo, but ni sawa tu.
okay. Thank you very much again. Maybe.
Moses aliniita deep state.
Oh, okay. Malizana na yeye alafu niingie.
Yes, because Moses unafaa kuniambia unatoa jina deep state wapi? Mimi I'm not a deep state. Hata Uhuru simjui, Raila simjui, I don't know anybody. So how comes unaniita deep state bana?
No,
the way you defend them.
Iko online. Unasema sijui MPs sijui watakula pesa mingi na kuambia MPs they eat 3.5 billion per year. 3.5 billion compare na 3 trillion budget. What is that? Hiyo ni kama can drop hivi. Sasa nikikueleza hivyo how do I become a deep state?
Umemaliza? Okay.
MPs wanakula 3 billion.
No, Moses is to respond to Tembei first, and then Benson, please.
Thank you, Ben. Mutembei, you are talking about MPs kulipwa 3 billion Kenya shillings. So they can afford to pay more MPs as they come in. But they can't afford to pay nurses, doctors, and teachers. Yet they bring doctors from other countries like Cuban doctors. They bring them in.
That shows you si kushindwa kulipa, but ni watu kukataa kulipa. Si ati ni shinda ya pesa iko. Kama kuna shinda ya pesa, mbona tunaleta the Cuban doctors na walipa so much kuliko hata Kenyan doctors?
Why can't they
pesa iko bro? Pesa iko.
Baini bwana, kesho mimi nimeenda.
That's empowering our own people. They are not empowering our own doctors.
Waenda soma BBI.
Mtembei, the question you could have Moses, the question Mtembei could have asked you is not to bring those people. You were one time in Kenya. You know how Kenyan doctors behave. They are there, you are suffering, they are going to take their tea, they leave you. So the government sat down and say, how can I pay these people and I cannot force them to work? You cannot force them to work. That's why they went to bring those people who can work and pay. That money is there.
Kizito hata sikuwa nataka kwenda that side, because nikienda that side I will tell you that doctors are very highly paid. In fact,
it's true.
Doctors are highly paid in Kenya. Sijui Moses kwa nini nadhani doctors wanalipa pesa ngapi?
Can I say one thing? When I was in high school, I remember my business of Form 1.
Yeah.
One thing tulikuwa tunaulizwa ways to motivate your employees to increase their salaries, to pay them well, which is not applicable to our Kenyan doctors. They are not getting paid well. They are not getting empowered. The government does not believe in them. That's why they are bringing.
How do you know that,
Moses? For your information,
how much does a Kenyan doctor have?
Why do they want
and to add on top, Moses, for your information, my second wife is working in Kenya. She's a doctor and she's coming to visit me here every year. The amount of money she's even earning in Kenya is more than what I'm earning here.
Wife number?
Number 2. Yeah. And she's not even a Jalu, it's a Kikuyu. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not a tribalistic, for your information. And she's coming. I don't even pay. She's the one paying to come.
Hata sisi walimu tunalipwa kidogo hapo Kenya.
You see,
Mpaka nikuwe principal
there's money. I'm telling you, if she comes, when I look at her records, what she's getting is more than even what I'm getting. I'm only ahead of her because of some of these special things we are having here.
marry the third one.
No, I have two is enough for me.
Now, thank you. Let's have Benson now, please.
Okay. Okay.
Ulikuwa umelala lakini umetuweza.
Asanteni sana. Mimi unajua kitu moja inanifurahisha ni kuwa katika siasa ya Kenya sijawahi kuwa naweza sema kitambo sana ndo nilikuwa ODM, lakini kisha baadaye nikuja nikatoka nikawa na mtu ambaye yako independent. Na kitu ambacho mimi narai naomba watu wetu wa Kenya, siasa tusichukue so personal kabisa. Hii ni kitu ambacho itafanya watu wauane, unaona? Because naona is not the first. I know, by the way, let me confess this. By the way, when I was in ODM, actually I was like in the inner circle. Unajua wale watu ambao wanaongea na wasomi wanaleta. Kuna kitu ukishaingia, kuna venye inakuwa. Na ni ile uchokozi ukisikia mtu ameguza baba. Yani inakuingilia. So kuna time, there was a time I can remember Mingo Magara said what, and I had the remote on my hands on Raila, and I found myself throwing my remote on the TV because like what he said, you know. And let us not take it so much personal, and like what we need to do is like just to do something like entertaining the same time we are giving information to the people who are following us. And something that I really need to share with you before I go is very short. I did something like sometimes I do talk to people about leadership, as I usually mention. There's something that I wrote about. I usually categorize things like in two places. There's a leader and there's a true leader, and all this thing, all the two, you can differentiate them by knowing who they are. And I can tell you the true character traits of a leader include, that's according to my writing. I'm not saying they are true, but that's assessment that I made. I might be wrong in my assessment. Yeah. So truly leaders are, we call them the character traits of leaders. One of them that I came out with are professional manipulators. They manipulate you. They're not very truthful with what they want to do for you. Another thing, not willing to leave power. That's true leaders. That are leaders categorize people. And another thing, they threaten people or create fear in people. So when we come to true leadership, is like true leadership is not about seeking, but about discovering purpose, and you commit that purpose to pursue it. Yeah. So if in Kenya, and I say this, that's why I usually don't have like side. Like in BBI, there were some places that I was not happy with, but I stood in a point whereby I could listen to everybody, what they're saying. Like I should not go this side because we are all Kenyans. So if there is a true leadership and they believe that they've discovered a purpose in the BBI and they want to commit to pursue it, and it's going to bring good things the way we are being told, then I will sit and wait, and you know, because at the end of the day,
Mr. Benson, differentiate between a politician and a leader. We have leaders and we have politicians. You have to differentiate the two. The two are not coming together. They are like water and fire.
That's why I was telling you based on what I did. You know, I was not saying that my deed. I cannot say that I was right on what I was doing. The project that I was going to talk to people about, I was just doing about true leadership and a leader, you know.
Yeah,
I was not talking about
politicians are not leaders. Politicians, they sweet talk you to believe on what they want. They want you to give them money, to employ them. But leaders, they are people like in a company, there's a leader who he behaves like a leader, but politicians are liars. For them to sell their things, they have to lie.
And that's why
ngoja mwingine amalize bana.
That's why Kizito, that's why I'm telling you, I'm usually in a school whereby I'm ready to disagree with you, and I'm ready to disagree on a very mutual understanding with respect. That's how my mom taught me, that I would listen to each and every person, and I maintain that respect, and I maintain your view, and we still remain friends. That's why you see Ayaga is my friend. Even sometimes he says some of the things. Clinton is my friend. I don't have that feeling. We are all friends. So as young men, let's look for leaders, true leaders, and the true leaders that are going to share the vision of the country. They've discovered something, and if this something is going to bring changes in our society, then let's go for it. But if it's a leader and you don't bring change in the society where you live, you don't deserve to become a leader. Thank you.
Like Ruto.
No, I'm not mentioning names. No, I'm not there. No, you will decide by yourself.
So, thank you very much, Benson.
Yeah.
Clinton, since you are
Yes.
back, I want to hand over this steering wheel to you. But before I do that, I will let
hand it over to
Collins to weigh in before we have Randall has been silent for long.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
then Mutembei, and then we'll pick on Maina has something to tell us. So let's have Collins first.
Okay, thank you so much. I was not in, but I just heard it from outside. So I didn't sign in because I'm doing something. I only got agitated by somebody who talked about the doctors' salaries in Kenya. I didn't like it, but I have just to react on it. When Kenya procured the doctors from Cuba, the first time it was said, I wrote it. And the first person to talk about it on my post was Dennis Itumbi. I said, Kenyan doctors are paid, the new doctors are paid 114,000. By that time, they were paid 89,000. The first doctor from the attachment, from the internship, they're paid 114,000. So that's the salary per month. And when they go, they are paid 245,000. After the internship, they are paid 245,000. That's inclusive of the house allowances, risks allowances, non-practice allowances, and there's another allowance that they're given. So if somebody says doctors in Kenya are paid well, that person is lying to himself. Because when I wrote that, the highest paid doctor in Kenya, I'm not talking of specialists, I'm talking of doctors. Because we have the consultants, we have the registrars, and we have the MOs, then the MO interns. They're different in categories. I belong to the medical field, so when I say this, I'm saying
Collins,
it.
Collins, 245 C pesa.
Okay, well, I want to give the base, then you understand what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yes. When the Cuban doctors were being brought to Kenya, they were brought to Kenya at 765,000 Kenya shillings, the least, per month. And I am ready to repeat that, 765,000 Kenya shillings per month. I said it like when Kenya is taking doctors from Cuba, they will pay them 3 times the salary of the Kenyan doctors. Itumbi wrote on my text that Luos like politicizing things because he read my name and he took it as a Luo. Luos like politicizing things, and that's what he wrote. He didn't say Luos, but he said the people from the lake like politicizing things. When the doctors came to Kenya, they were going to be given 821,000, but it was renegotiated back so that they could be given 760. So is that not 3 times the value of our Kenyan doctor?
Collins, don't lie to us. I went so much private, even I have explained my private life. whereby I've mentioned my wife, they are being paid. But in Kenya, everybody who is being paid, they are being paid more money than me, who is working here. My wife, the school,
Yes,
my
the way you're
category,
working is
I'm
different.
very much more ahead of her, but we are equal in the money we are getting. But it's being paid in Kenya. But me, I'm being paid here. When I compare my salary, when I finish all my taxes plus everything, we are reaching the same level. These Kenyan doctors, they complain, but they don't tell people the truth. The truth is, in Kenya, we just like to complain. But I'm telling you, Kenyan doctors, they are being paid. And the only problem they have, they don't want to get that their money. They want to overcharge you as a patient. That is the problem, because they want more and more and more. And they are finya sisi watu wa chini mpaka hata huwezi enda hospitali. You
No,
understand?
Kizito, are you a doctor?
No, I'm not a doctor. Me, I'm a logistic by profession. My wife is a doctor.
Wife number?
Okay.
Number
Are
2.
you in the medical field?
No, my wife is a doctor by profession. If she was here, she could be a doctor. But
Do you
because she's
know-
in Kenya, she's a doctor. But when she was here, she could have been a doctor.
Just wait, Kizito. I want us to speak from facts. I don't want us to speak from what your wife tells you. I want us
No,
to
not
speak
my
from facts
wife,
because I can
but
get
my
my
wife
payslip.
is my wife.
Yes, I
It's
can
me
get
who
my
is paying
payslip
everything.
from.
Even the house is staying, I'm paying, and
guys.
where
Excuse me,
all
Kizito.
the living I'm staying is my
Excuse me,
wife.
Kizito.
I
Okay,
undertake
Kizito,
everything.
sorry.
Excuse me,
So I
Kizito.
know
Kizito,
everything that she's doing.
Kizito.
And
Kizito,
remember,
fanya
she's number
hivi,
2.
subiri. Mute your mic.
Order.
Let's listen.
Order. Kizito, you've just been asked, are you a doctor? You are not. Your wife number 2 is the doctor.
Yes,
Now
she's
the
the
one
doctor,
talking
but
to
it is
you,
my wife. She's my
the one talking,
family.
Are
She's
you in
my
medical
family.
field? Are
the
you
one
in
talking to
medical
you is
field?
now a doctor ambaye amepitia hiyo malipo anaongelea. Wewe ni bibi amekuambia.
Nine, she never told me. I'm monitoring everything because it's my family.
Very
You
well.
have to understand that.
Very
It's
well. Yeah.
understanding within the family.
Okay, Collins, proceed.
Okay, let me. Okay, I think Kizito is making us understand something. So I'm going to ask him straight.
Okay.
How much is the house allowance for your wife?
The house allowance she's getting to the house is paying is getting about over 100,000.
I'm asking you how much is the house allowance?
Almost
in the payslip?
100,000.
In the
Almost
payslip.
100. Yeah.
Okay. How much is the commute allowance?
There are so many private things that I need not to discuss in this channel. There are
Oh,
so
no,
many
not to
things
your
that,
wife, not your wife.
yeah.
Okay, not your wife. In the payslip, how much is the non-practicing
That
allowance?
one is too much private. I just gave
No,
a
not
private.
for your wife.
No,
I'm not asking
that
for your
one
wife.
is Collins. Collins, we have to be true to ourselves. That one is too much private. I can't discuss everything private in this channel.
Kizito, we are discussing doctor salary. Si bibi
Yeah.
yako. Wewe ile salary
In doctor
We are
salary,
not discussing. We are not discussing
Mtembei,
your wife.
is it more than 245 yenye
understand.
Collins amesema?
The
Kizito,
fact
listen. Is it more than 245 yenye Collins amesema?
is more than.
So Kizito,
It's
sorry, I
more
think you're
than.
taking it personal. It's not talking about you per se. It's just
Yeah.
in general.
Okay.
It's information.
Okay.
It's more than.
Okay.
It's more than. The fact remains it's more than.
I want Kizito to speak of this. Huh?
Yeah.
There's Dr. Dan Mugusu who died.
Yeah.
How much money was he being owed by the government, and for how many months?
The money you saw in internet was not exactly what he was getting. The money you saw when they were airing on the internet, they were putting in, it was not the exact amount of money. That's why his case was very much complicated. You know, we people, we talk of what we are seeing on what we are hearing, but that man was getting.
This is what I study.
You are a pathologist. You are a pathologist. Sorry, you are a pathologist. That
Who is a
one is not a
pathologist?
doctor. That one is not a doctor. We have pathologists. We have analologists. We have all this kind of things. A pathologist, you
Excuse me.
deal with the
Excuse
pathologist
me.
things. But we have got.
Kizito, you'll respond to Collins after he's finished making his remarks.
Yeah, because no, it's showing me the
you've
book.
been asked,
You
you've been
know,
asked,
Clinton, you
wait,
hide.
Kizito.
Okay, for us to have progress, for us to make progress, Gizito, hold on. For us to make progress, let Collins make his submission. Amalize. Tuache interrogation. Huh?
Yes.
Give your submission, and then from there, let's progress. If Gizito has a response, he will give after Collins has finished. Thank you.
I think Kizito won't respond to Collins because Collins is talking issues medicine and Kizito himself is not a doctor. So
we are not even talking about medicine. We are just talking of clear things because
Collins, excuse me, Clinton, you have to know that he was asking me questions, but I went so much private in my life. I went so much private. That's why, you know, your wife is somebody like you. So when he's doing everything, she's undertaking, everything she's getting, you have to know.
Yes, but Kizito, hear me
Thank
also.
you.
You said this was your wife number 2, and she's the doctor telling you everything that that they are being given.
But
So
you know,
believe
number
in
2 is being loved with everything, and she need me more than I need her.
You believe in an information that you've been told, and here somebody is also giving you the other side of the story, but you are disagreeing with him completely, basing your arguments that what you are being told is the truth. You've been asked, house allowance anapewa mke wako ni ngapi?
That is too much private, Clinton. It's private. It's for my family. It's not for every discussion here.
I think Gizito answered the question. Clinton. Gizito answered the question. He said, whatever figure that Collins is giving, it is less than what his wife is getting. I think that's an answer enough. So let Collins substantiate his claims. Then from there we can make progress. Thank you.
Collins pia mimi nitakwambia I know of an intern doctor mwenye alikuwa na over 289,000.
Okay. I think at some point we need also to know what we are talking about because I'm surprised.
Game of
Just
learned
check.
friends.
Maybe yours ilikuwa kitambo sana.
So can you carry on what you were saying about the doctors and the pay and what you think?
Okay.
I was listening. I was interested.
I've already gone to the site for the salaries. Okay. The average for our doctors in March 2021, the projection increase of the salaries has moved from 114, because I was talking about 114, to 127,000. That's the least paid doctors are being paid 127,000. And those
inclusive
are the
of allowances.
Yes, but we have other allowances that are always like overtime.
Oh.
In medicine, we have a lot of things about payments. So there are people who are working in other areas that are paid more. Somebody said is a teacher. A teacher who is working in hardship areas are being paid the hardship allowance, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we have other regions when we don't have those hardship allowances. We have doctors who are being paid risk allowances that are higher. Even nurses, there are nurses that are paid risk allowances that are higher than the other nurses. there's a risk allowance. There is a commuter allowance. Then there is non-practice allowance if you are on administration. Okay? So if somebody is speaking, the average doctor in Kenya is earning 345,000 Kenya shillings. The highest paid doctor is paid 583,000 shillings. And for you to reach even that point, you must be one, the general physician, like we have the endocrinologists, we have the cardiologists, they're paid high, and the neurologists, because they are internal, they do, after their masters, they do the internal medicine, but from the internal medicine, they do postgrad after that. And somebody told us that pathologist is not a doctor. After doing the masters in medicine is when you do AP, anatomy and physiology, or you can do anatomy, pathology, or you can do clinical pathology, and that's what I'm doing. That's when, after that, somebody does what we call with forensic, because my line is in forensics. So that's my line of practice. After doing all this, by God's grace, I should be doing in forensic pathology, and that can take somebody another 2 years. So if pathologists are not doctors, then I don't know which kind of doctors. And remember,
No, don't take me wrong, Mr. Collins. Don't take me wrong.
Kenya,
Don't take me
Kenya,
wrong.
no, we are still okay. We are still okay.
Yeah.
Don't struggle. We are still okay. Don't struggle. Because when you struggle, you end up speaking things that are not factual.
No, don't.
Yeah. So we are still good. Up to now, we are still good because
I don't know why the speaker is muting my phone, but I'm talking with you. You know, that one is disrespect.
No, that's so nice. It's not a disrespect. I'm saying, like, when we struggle, we start arguing so much, and then we want to defend ourselves. We end up saying things that cannot be evaluated anywhere. So
no, for me to finish, then let the speaker mute my phone. What I wanted to tell you, your point where I chip in was not the point of you are a doctor, you are studying pathologist, or you are being a what in that doctorate thing. That one is not my problem. I just wanted to give you an example why the doctors, they always even strike, they do all the things, but when they go back to discuss, they find themselves in a wrong side of the constitution, because you find they go to strike, but when they are asked, can you tell us how you've been working? They are not working what they are supposed to do, because you find example in Kenya, leave alone where you are staying. In Kenya, a doctor is somebody who put on a white cloth. It's not somebody, even somebody from chemist, people call a doctor. He can do abortion, he can do everything, he can do anything. People call him a doctor. Doctors,
okay. Can we go
who
on
are
with
there,
what we were
they are
discussing?
being paid.
Can I come in here?
Kizito, I don't think unaelewa tulikuwa tunaongea about.
Can I come in here?
Can we do what we were saying, because we are supposed to be discussing?
Can I come in, please?
Continue, Collins, because it was about salary.
Maina is talking something.
Oh,
can I come in?
Yeah, Maina, check it.
Please, okay, thank you. Most of us on here today, naona we're on the right path, but kuna watu wengine pale, they have like an axe to grind, like Kizito. Nobody's on here when we're to happen. We want the best for our country, because we all come from different professionals. Like somebody like Collins, maybe amefanya kazi in the health whatever industry. Nobody's here to show off. But for whatever reason, I feel Kizito, you're taking so much, like personally. There are things that were said before, and I don't want to go back to it because I'm too big for that kind of nonsense. I really am. I want to be the bigger person here. Tuko hapa kujaribu kufanya nchi yetu iwe njema, si ndio? Tunaelewana? Hakuna mtu ako hapa ati, kwa sababu tunapoongea hapa we have our moms, our dads, our sisters and brothers who are not on here today, but we would want the very best for them no matter what, si ndio? Kwa hivyo tunapoongea hapa, let us not be selfish. Unapoongea vile unasema, don't think about yourself ukiwa peke yako. Think about your mom, your dad, your brothers, your sisters, your grandpa, whatever, other people. You have more people behind you than the face that we see on here today. Kwa hivyo, let us not be selfish. This is not a beauty contest. I may not agree with you. You may not agree with my point of view. It doesn't make me wrong and it does not make you right. Lakini tuheshimiane.
Mr. Mtembei, it's going too much. It's going too much because Mr. Maina Chege is thinking that we are here for beauty context. What I wanted to say, we have to talk with facts. We have to talk facts. Not only to talk of beauty context. Yeah, we are not in beauty context. We were discussing. But when Collins bring an tangible issue.
Heshima ni ya maana.
Kizito, unaweza ngojea Maina amalize, utapewa time yako ba.
Okay, sisi wote hapa hakuna mtu mkubwa kushinda mwingine. Wote tuko pamoja, we're in the same level. Hakuna mtu wa mimi niko Uingereza, mwingine yuko Kenya, lakini mimi ni Mkenya. Hakuna mtu wa maana kushinda mwingine. Hata moja. Tuko hapa, tuko level moja. Kwa hivyo usione mtu mwingine kama if you don't agree with whatever the other person is saying, it doesn't make them a bad person or a good person. Hebu tuwekane level moja regardless, tusikilizane, si ndio?
Yeah.
Hiyo ndio kitu ya maana.
Okay.
A point of information.
Hapa tuko hapa kutusiana. Wewe sema haki yako, mimi niseme haki yangu.
A point of information. A point of information.
Can I continue when Chege is done? Because Chege, I slided my time for him.
Okay.
Mimi nasema
I just sliced my time for him.
We're taking
so,
nasema
because I think Moses wants to talk, but
don't demean anybody.
Yes.
No matter what. Kuna Kizito, jamaa anaitwa Kizito aliniambia vile aliongea ni mimi kama si Mkenya.
Okay. Tunaomba radhi kwa niaba yake.
I'm sorry, Mr. Maina Chege. I'm sorry. You are a Kenyan.
Simama hapo niongee. Mimi nikienda Kenya, unajua rafiki yangu, my best friends are watchman, maid, mtu wa ananisafu kwa hoteli. Those are my best people. Do you know why? Because they give me the feel of the place. Si ito watoto wa matajiri. Mimi napenda watu wale wa chini, kwa sababu watu wa chini ndio watu wa maana.
Umejua Maina, wewe ni shemeji yangu
kabisa.
I think excuse me guys. Maina ulisema excuse me Collins, just a minute. Maina ulisema unarudi kwa sababu ulikuwa na complain sana kwa comment section. Maybe kuna mtu alikutaja
Sikurudi, nilikuwa pale, sikurudi. I was there. I was already there.
Now that you are on the panel, allow me to ask you this.
Go on.
From where we were arguing before you left, did I offend you?
I never left.
Way? Okay. Regardless of what you did I offend you in any way that made you to make like 8 comments on the comment section that had Clinton on your comments?
Okay, do you want me to answer that? I'm not easily offended. I'm too old than you are. Yeah. The other thing is, Clinton, you need to stop. You're defending the indefensible. Wezi wajinga wameibia mama yako. Na wewe sijui, I don't know if sijui uko nchi gani, lakini mama yako najua uko Kenya. Lakini you're supporting them. Utaki niseme ni wezi, utaki niseme wamefanya. Unataka niwaite nini? Pop ama nini?
That's a very good question.
Goja, sijamaliza.
Yes.
Clinton.
Clinton, hebu niongee tafadhali, please.
Yeah, talk to me, Maina. I'm listening.
The truth is like a lion. It does not need defending.
Yeah.
Unapoongea ukweli, ukweli unajisimamia
kabisa.
Kiswahili yangu si nzuri sana, lakini I think unaelewa.
Yeah.
Kwa sababu
you are a Kenyan.
Simama. Ule jamaa unaongelesha pale, unaniambia ni mheshimu. Mama yake akikuwa mgonjwa anamleta Ulaya kule naishi. Lakini wewe unaweza kuleta mama yako hapa ati amegojeka. Uwezi hata unaweza zile pesa, utakuja hapa kututisha pesa. Unaelewa?
Yes.
So don't defend the indefensible. Hawa watu wameharibu nchi yako intentionally.
Okay, thank you.
Unajua wamefanya vile kwa nini? Unajua wamefanya vile kwa nini? Simama. Unajua wamefanya vile kwa nini? Because they don't want to change the status quo. Because it benefits them.
Thank you. Umenijibu mpaka hapo. So my point on you is according to your comments, ni kama nilikuwa nimekukosea sana. I also had a right. I also have a right to defend any politician that I support. Same is happening to Ayaga, same is happening to Kizito, Moses, everybody in the panel. So when I defend the indefendable, as you are saying, it is my decision, and that one should
absolutely.
I support Ruto. It is my decision. Call him a thief, call him everything. I don't care, but that one is now your decision. But I also made mine to support him, though he is insupportable. So when you mentioned me on the comment section, I was worried. Oh. By telling
the reason I mentioned you on
Clinton, respect is this. You know, you mentioned me too much until I was worried that maybe.
No, don't worry.
I was
very worried. Kwa sababu I wasn't able to speak hapa. Sikupata muda wa kuongea hapa, lakini vile nasema ni
okay, mimi nimekusikiza na kama una shida na mimi ni sawa.
Sina shida. Hata kuna mtu ana shida na mwingine hapa.
Okay. Can I continue for the 2 minutes?
Okay, thank you, Maina Chege. Thank you, Maina Chege. For 2 minutes.
Clinton, thank you very much. Clinton, now hold on. This is not an argument. It's a debate. So we're having a debate. So don't take it personal. We're just having a debate
It's not
one-on-one.
personal. Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
so
I
don't take it personal. Don't
continue?
think anybody's out to kill you or anything.
Let's
Again,
get
remember,
on that, please.
this thing
Let's
that this
stay
platform is
on.
going to be here for the next year or
But
even 2 years,
Randall,
even 10 years.
Randall, you
Oh.
were here when the panelists were telling me to apologize. So
Sorry?
what was I
Okay.
apologizing for when you are now saying that I should not take it personal and you are telling me to apologize? Ninge apologize hiyo time.
Hold on,
Ningeniambia
hold
saa hizi
on.
nichukue hiyo apology yangu back.
Clinton.
Come on.
Hold on.
Clinton.
Okay,
Clinton.
let's make progress.
Let's proceed bana. Mimi nimemalizana na
Clinton, hold on. Weka lale basi.
Hakuna shida.
Naomba hivi.
Hakuna shida hata
Okay,
kidogo.
let's
Chege, thank you. Thank you for your contribution.
Let's take this.
Now, we are going to have this, okay? We'll have Collins to finish his submission. From there, we'll have Randall has been silent all along. He will say for 1 minute. Then we'll have Ayaga, and I think we should be bringing down the curtain.
Bernard, 1 minute, Collins. It is
Bernard hatuja contribute.
Sawa Kizito utaongea. It is 5 minutes 5 minutes past 3. I'm going to the bed, my friend. Mimi kwa hiyo discussion kuna kitu nataka kuuliza Collins kama daktari. I have only one question, my friend, and if you answer me, I go. What is the difference between a pathology and a doctor? And is a pathology a doctor? I only have one question. If you answer me, I will go and sleep. Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you 3 names that you need to know very fast. Huh? The government pathologist is called Dr. Johansen Oduor.
Oduor.
Is he a doctor?
That is what I'm asking.
That's what I'm asking you. Is he a doctor?
No, I had my friend, my colleague here saying a pathology is not a doctor. I'm
No,
confused.
because he doesn't know.
As a doctor, now explain it to me.
No, because he didn't know it, but we are just trying to make him understand, and any other person. We have the pathologist in charge of the Western province, former Western, because it's capturing Kakamega County, Bungoma County. It's called Dr. Danson Mchana. Is he a doctor?
Yes.
Yes. We have a doctor pathologist capturing the Kisii Homa Bay. Is called Dr. Sava. Is he a doctor?
Yes.
We have a doctor capturing the whole of Nakuru, the former Rift Valley, North Rift province. The former Rift Valley is called Dr. Mulungulu. Is he a doctor?
He's a doctor.
So,
can I say something quickly?
Yeah.
Can I say something quickly?
And then the doctor in charge of all the blood transfusions in Kenya is called Dr. Oduor. Is she a doctor?
Oduor.
No, not
Johnson.
Johnson. There's Dr. Oduor, the lady from Alego. Is she a doctor?
She is.
Kenya has only, I think, if more, then there are 23 pathologists.
Can I say something quickly?
Okay.
Yes. Outside of Kenya, there are so many Kenyans who are specialists in different things, who are doctors, who are professors, but they choose not to go back to Kenya because of the politics of Kenya.
And poor
why
pay.
is somebody like Colin working in another country? Because they'll be screwed up in Kenya. Why am I in England doing what I do? Because I've been screwed up in Kenya.
Okay, okay. We were still talking about the same thing.
Collins, can you please continue? Chege, wait for somebody to finish, then you
finish
continue.
so that we can pick
because
it.
we want to understand. Me, I don't know this pathologist is a doctor.
Kizito, for you to be a
Put your face
pathologist,
on
you go to a med school,
on the
you
screen.
go to the med school, everybody does general medicine, everybody does general medicine. After all the general medicine, you go to the hospital, you work for 1 year, that's the internship. You go back to the med school, you do 2 years. You can choose to do anatomy, pathology, or you can do clinical pathology. But you can, if you're in North America, you can do CP. It's called clinical and anatomy pathology, which is fully all of it. So these people who do the clinical pathology, it's easier so that they can pass through the forensics. The people who do anatomy pathology, it's easier so that they can do the postmortems. So that's the difference. At first, you qualify as a doctor. Okay?
Colin?
Yeah?
What country are you in?
I'm in the US.
Oh, right, okay. What do you do
So,
exactly? I'm sorry.
I'm a student.
Oh, in what?
In pathology.
Okay. Reason I'm asking, because two of my brothers, they're like working sort of hospital type thing.
Yeah, the hospital has very many things. So, like, we were just trying to make things work. My main thing was to dispel the propaganda of the doctors are paid well and the doctors are sitting. So that's what I want us to make, because not everybody. Kizito said something that is very right. Kizito was very right that in the hospital there are people who put on white, but they are all called doctors now at Wainje, who don't understand them well. In most of our hospitals, it's not easy to see a doctor.
Yeah,
because you will find that doctors are only 3 in a whole hospital.
Yeah. Collins?
Like, for example, I think I want us to go slowly. Because,
hold on, Collins.
Yes.
Maina and Kizito, mute your mics, and Clinton, so that we can communicate.
And Bernard also mute Maina's because Collins was talking to me. Mute Maina.
Collins, go on.
Yeah, so we should understand. Kizito said something that is very important, because he said that many people put on the white and the public call them doctors. Some of these people are not doctors, and some of them are even health records officers. So with you, when you see them taking their tea and you think that, oh, he should be attending to me, and I'm the person who is sick, so this guy should be attending to me, na anakunywa tu chai. And then you start developing that, kwa nini madaktari wanakaa tu na mimi nataka kuhudumiwa, naumia na ananiangalia. That person cannot do anything. That person is a health record officer. He has nothing to do with your sickness. So he can't help you. There is a person who is there. The person who attends to you the first is not a doctor. The person who attends to you the first when you get to the hospital is a nurse. And the doctor will only attend to you once the nurse has touched the patient and has given the doctor that unaona daktari, huyu ni hii na hii ndio inamfanya. So the doctor's work is to get all the information done. If you see the doctor attending to the patient on first come basis, then that's an emergency medicine doctor. Kenya, we still have, I think kama ni wengi sana kwa county, ni wawili ama mmoja emergency medicine doctor. So we still don't have them. So kuwapata ni chache. For example, the neurologist attached to the whole of Nyanza region, including Kisii, Migori, Siaya, Kisumu, is Dr. Joey. Is only one person. So in the whole Nyanza, this person is covering only one person. So how many days will this person get to attend to the patients?
So you see where now you are coming to my question. You are coming, Collins. You are getting me right where I was complaining. I never dispatched your school.
No, you are right. You are right. You are not. Yeah. The only thing we disagreed was, and which I think we should always know, is that madaktari wamekaa chini
No,
na patients are suffering. The doctors are
I just
very
wanted
few.
you to I wanted you to come in and explain to us exactly why they have to know what doctor is.
Yes, you are now right. So after knowing all this, in Kisumu District Hospital, which is called Kisumu County Hospital, there is only one internal medicine doctor, and that is Dr. Otedo Amos. He's only one person. So if you have a patient having a problem with internal medicine, there is nothing he can do. The clinical officers will do everything, and then a complicated case will be passed to him. He only does ward round, I think, only. He doesn't see outpatients. And he can't go do ward round if the all information is not there for him. There is only one surgeon in the same hospital, Dr. Efe, and is covering that hospital, and is also covering other private hospitals. There is only one gynecologist, Dr. Mitei. Mitei is only one person. So he will be covering the whole of that hospital, which is containing very many wards. So if you start talking about the doctor, then you will end up getting that you are not getting the attention. Our doctors are not well paid. The Cuban doctors who were brought to Kenya, they were paid 3 times the salaries of our doctors. 3 times. Then the doctor said, okay, sisi mnatunyima pesa, na wale wa Cuba mnawapea pesa. So you said about the strike, why our strikes are not so well structured, because there is something called CBA. That CBA is the problem, because when people are going to, it's called collective bargaining agreement or return to work formula. When people go to those strikes, people do go to the table. And you will find that people are not agreeing because the system in Kenya is now poor. The doctors are being released by the national government. They are posted by the national government, but they are paid by the county government. So that's where the disparity is. Yeah?
Mr. Collins, before he talks, Mr. Collins, before he talks, you who is studying in the US, when you go back to Kenya, you are going to be a doctor, a pathologist. These people who are demonstrating, most of them, they put on white clothes and they're not doctors. You explain to us exactly how many doctors we have in the whole Kenya. You are very right and you are very candid to your explanation. So, if you hear doctors are demonstrating, how many doctors are demonstrating in the whole Kenya?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That is the problem.
I think now we know where the problem is.
Yeah.
Because including you don't know who is demonstrating when you meet them.
Collins?
The people who are demonstrating, we have something called NAN. NAN is the Kenya Union of Nurses. You may find that it is only the nurses that are complaining. During that time, the clinical officers are on duty, the medical laboratory officers are on duty, the records are on duty, the pharmacists are on duty. When doctors, the main doctors are demonstrating, you'll only find the AMOs and the pharmacists and the dentists. These are the ones that are now demonstrating. You'll find the others are working, nurses are working, the clinical officers are working, and the medical laboratory officers are working, the lab technicians are working, technologists are working, farm techs are working. Then when you find the health workers, there is something called health workers. When health workers are demonstrating, everybody is now demonstrating. So that's the difference. So you'll find that in a hospital, when the health workers are demonstrating, you'll find all of them are demonstrating. But when you find that it is only the clinical officers, which is called the COC, the National Union of the Clinical Officers, kama wana demonstrate, you'll find only the clinical officers demonstrating. It's the lab is not demonstrating, the labs are working, the nurses are working, and the doctors are working.
So now you understand why they are not being paid, because they are demonstrating on behalf of the people who are supposed to demonstrate.
You are wrong. You are wrong.
Collins,
Yeah.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I live in England.
Mhm.
In USA, do you have a senior medical technologist?
Yes.
Because two of my brothers do that.
Yeah.
Do you have bioinformatics?
Yes.
Okay, okay, that's fine. Because my
So,
sister.
so what Kizito is saying is not understanding something. When teachers in primary are demonstrating, they're demonstrating
Kizito does
under.
not understand anything.
Yeah, when teachers in primary are demonstrating, they're demonstrating under NUT, correct? KNUT. Are they demonstrating on behalf of the secondary Kupet? No. And when the Kupet are demonstrating, are they demonstrating on behalf of the NUT? No. So these guys belong to different levels. Every level.
My
There was
brother.
a time when only nurses were demonstrating, and any other person in the hospital was working.
Kizito?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think.
Bernard, can I speak to Kizito, please?
So I think because you made me to discuss things that were not even in my level to discuss.
Maina and Kizito, mute your mic.
Yeah, but I have to answer
Mute your
Collins
mic
first. Before I mute, I'm
Mute
going to
your
mute
mic
in 1
first.
minute. Only in 1 minute. Collins.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for muting your mics. Collins, is there anything remaining in your submission? Want to go to Radon?
Whatever I was supposed to say is the thing that they never told me. I just said, like, when somebody talked about the Cuban doctors, our Kenyan doctors were not paid well, but the Cuban doctors were brought on the international scale. Because on the international scale, the least doctor is paid $84,000 per year. Divide that by 12. So $84,000 per month should be around $7,000, okay? Per month. $7,000 per month in multiplication of 106, it brings to 40,000. So that is the level that doctors are paid in the international market. And that's the entry point. Okay? So our doctors are not even paid the entry point of other doctors in the national. Remember, Kenya is lowly served by our doctors because a doctor should only see, I think, 20 to 40 patients in a day. In Kenya, you are supposed to see. Oh, he asked something. Maina Chege asked something about the technologist. A technologist is only supposed. I was a technologist in Kenya before. A technologist is only supposed to see. I was supposed only to read 40 slides. 40 in a day. There was a day in Homa Bay District Hospital, I did 127 slides. I'm supposed to do only 40, and I did 127. And by that, it was 3. I'm still remaining with 2 hours to leave the job. So that one tells you something. A doctor in Kenya, is doing jobs that should be done by 3 or 4 doctors in other countries. So what can we do? Because we are here to look for solutions. We should advise our people that whenever you get a B and above, and you think you can do medicine, instead,
Colin.
Yes,
Colin. I was just gonna.
Yeah.
I'm a bit disturbed by what you just stated there. We just said, and how can we resolve that? I mean, you have a Cuban doctor being brought to Kenya and being paid 3 times the regular doctors, when we can actually employ our own doctors, as we do know we have, but especially if it's BBI talking about employment. I mean, can they look into that and say, instead of us getting 1 doctor from a foreign country, and paying them for 3 of our own doctors that we have in Kenya, what can we do to change that and just put those our own doctors and pay them that amount of money instead of paying one person for the amount?
Randall,
That's what
Yes,
I think
you know.
I've
How can you get around that?
You are right, Randall, because that is
Randall,
why
I've
we're
got an answer
suffering,
for
because
that.
we brought doctors from other countries because we have few doctors, and the doctors we have in Kenya, it's only of late from 2015 that our doctors are not employed. Before, we had our doctors employed, but they are still less.
They've not invested enough.
So the thing here is this: we left the country to be training for us doctors. Now, what is the solution? If a kid has a B plus and he thinks he can do medicine, if the family or the community can pay for him, because training a doctor in Kenya, one doctor, I think it's around 1 million shillings. So if we have a group that can say, okay, wewe umepata A, wewe umeitwa daktari, wewe umepata B plus, wewe haujaitwa daktari, umepewa bachelors of science, nini general science. Mtoto kama anataka kufanya medicine, is our community ready to sponsor one child mwenye anataka? For example, I didn't do straight medicine in Kenya because I got less marks. I was given bachelors of science in general science. I didn't know what I was going to do with it. And that's why I ended up applying for the Kenya Medical Training College. So I went through the Kenya Medical Training College, finished it up, then I did my bachelor's degree in Kenya, then I came over here. Then I started another way. So that one tells you, is our community ready, the people who can pay, to pay for this, our students? You know your brother, you know your sister, you know somebody from your village, somebody who has gotten a B minus, because B or B minuses, they are not sponsored by the government. Are we able to raise the people who are outside and the people who are inside? Are we able to raise for this kid? Because it's 130,000 Kenya shillings to pay for medicine every year.
Absolutely.
So are we able to pay 130,000 or 150,000?
I would say yes.
Aende aishi maisha ya kawaida, lakini anasoma medicine pale Moi, Kenyatta, MKU, or Nairobi is very difficult because they choose from the government. So are we able to take our kids so that they can take medicine? After taking the medicine, then you tell them, like, wewe haukufunzwa na government, so you don't have a loan from the government. You have a loan for the community. So when you're coming for internship, because even me, if I come from here and I want to work in Kenya, I'm not having any loan with the Kenyan government. So I will be going, like, I don't have a loan with the Kenyan government, but if I'm taken for internship, the government will have to pay me, but I now have the authority to choose where I want to do my internship. An intern doctor can treat, because I'm a sharp PTA practical.
So as you pointed again, sorry,
Yeah?
as you pointed again,
Can I say something here?
The doctors are not paid by the government, they're paid by the sub-government, correct?
Yeah,
Rando,
the doctors are being
So that
paid by
means
the
the
county
sub-government is the
government.
one that got to figure out, we need a doctor for our sub.
That is why, Collins, you have to vote for BBI. Vote yes for BBI.
Instead of all of them
So
sharing
that
one doctor with
they
that
get
whole,
paid.
you know, group of area.
Yeah, so what we
order,
wanted us
everyone.
to do, and what Kizito was saying, which I am, you know, Kizito didn't know that I'm supporting him. It's only that I'm supporting him from another angle of an expertise that understands what is going on. That's the thing. I'm just supporting Kizito, but on a way that he understands. I'm trying to shed more light in it. That when we get people who can do medicine, we take them and sponsor them, and then they do the medicine. After doing that medicine, I was in a school, the school where I went to school, my college. How do you call him? Rwanda president, Kagame. Kagame is sponsoring 5 students every year, 5 in that college. And if we tell you how much we pay per semester, you can run mad. we are paying 2.2 million Kenya shillings per semester. So it's not money that can be paid easily, but
But
that
at the
money
same
is
time,
enough. Yeah.
sorry, Colin, but at
Can
the
I
same
say
time, we look
something
at
in here?
investing,
Can I come in here?
that's an investment. So because we're getting something back for it. So you're not spending all that millions
Randall,
and nothing's coming back for it. So we are still getting something back for it, which we should see that there's a benefit for it. So you pay for
Yeah,
something, you get something back, and that will keep we enrich the
Randall,
country itself, and
yeah.
put us in a
So
very better position.
yeah, yes, Randall. That's why we are telling our people
Randall,
that if you can get
Randall,
somebody who does that, our people have a lot of money. This money they are distributing in Harambes and whatever and the CDF. If they say that every constituency, we only have one child being sponsored by the CDF, only one for medicine. Then at least
Randall,
at the end of the time, we will have at least 2 doctors or 5 doctors. At the end, we have 5 doctors sponsored by the CDF to the government. So there will be at least every 5 years, we have 5. Every 5 years, we have 5 doctors. Every 5 years. By the end of 10 years, we will be having like 10 doctors from one area. A constituency that has 100 registered voters, if you have 10 doctors, how many doctors do you, it will be a doctor per 10 doctors and 100, it will be a doctor per 10,000. So that is less. You see that calculation? That is what we should be talking to our people about.
Okay, can I say something quickly?
That's
Randall,
I think I'm done.
Randall,
yes,
your question is very, very valid. You've asked the right question, and I think Colin has answered you the right way. The problem we have in Kenya is the government is not investing enough to support those people who can come and do that. Colin can be a witness. There are hundreds, maybe thousands of Kenyans who work in medical field in Europe and America who are not in Kenya, and they don't want to go back in Kenya because they don't feel environment in Kenya is viable for them. We have people, I can't think his name. He was one of the pioneers of some medical something in virus in America. But this man would not want to come back to Kenya because Kenya has not created that viable environment for people like us who live abroad, who can come and make a difference. I'll give you a very good example. My sister, she was the first person in the world to study bioinformatics about 15 years ago. And she's Kenyan, but she happened to live in Europe. But that girl, because of the hassle and nonsense that goes on in Kenya, she'd rather just stay in England and practice over here. My brother is a senior technologist. Colin knows what that is.
Yeah.
At St. Thomas.
Minor, I hear what you're saying, but as much as we're on this platform, the one thing about this platform is being informative and try to be more to better ourselves and finding solutions. So
we are.
As much as I'm on this platform, I'm not saying there's negativity, but there is negativity. But I try to kind of block that out as much as possible because it blocks your view. You kind of get clouded. You don't see forward. But as you say that, I know a lot of people, even here in the UK, who have traveled, who come and studied medicine here. I'm not going to say their names, but I know them. They're very big in Kenya, who work in Jomo Kenyatta Hospital, who are professors, who are teachers, but they studied in England. And when they finished studying their medicine, they went back to Kenya. And when I go there, I'm with these people and I know these people. And they know me since I was young. So, and they make me proud. As much as it might be difficult, we can't give up on our own home, because if we give up on our own home, who's going to help us? You know, if your father gives up on you and your mother gives up on you, your next door neighbor is not going to come and help you. regardless how you feel. So it's us, regardless, you feel like, your country is kind of not all that, but there is a betterment. And that's what we're kind of trying to get the solution here on this platform.
No,
And that's why I'm listening to Collins of what he's saying. And
Rando, I
completely
agree with that.
Come back. You're going back to Kenya, aren't you?
No, Rando, I agree with that completely.
Collins. Yeah, sorry, Collins.
But
yes,
you're going back to Kenya, right?
Rando, I agree with that completely.
Right.
But
just wanted to know if Collins going back to Kenya.
It's exhausting for a lot of people.
That's like
the reason you and I are on this platform today is because we love Kenya.
Obviously,
there's so many Kenyans who are in this country who are not on this platform, and they would not give a flying monkey about this platform.
No, you can't say that. That's something that
it's true.
Let's stay with the people that are positive, and maybe other people might see
you're
positive,
and I'm positive. That's what we're here.
So we're gonna raise up their morals and inspire.
Absolutely. That's why you're here and I'm here.
Thank you for
That's
your
why
input.
you're here and I'm here.
That's what I'm gonna decide.
Look here.
That's why you're here, my friend. Rando, look. What about you?
Right here, it's 25 minutes to 4 a.m.
Niko upande ya Clapham.
Clapham?
Clapham hapo. Niko upande gani? Niko South London.
I'm from Southeast London, but I live in High Wycombe now, but I work in Westminster. I know Clapham very, very well.
Eze, ukipita pande hizi za Clapham na pande za Streatham, nipigie simu pengine tupige kachai.
I know that area very well, very well. I'm from Lewisham.
Oh, Lewisham, yep, I grew up there. I went to school there.
My parents live in Catford. I went to school in Catford. I went to Forest Hill Boys.
Okay, I heard you. Yeah, you're nearby. You don't get to, but it's nice to see brothers getting together.
Yeah, I'm from. I went to Danson College, or off Stansted Road.
Okay, I don't know that area.
And I've lived in Catford, Lewisham, Crystal Palace. Yeah, I'm from around that.
Okay, yeah, I went to Hammersmith College.
And I know Clapham. I know people.
I want just to project something so that people can see. This is what I meant. This is where the salaries are coming from.
Yeah,
okay. It's not too close.
Oh, these are jobs in Kenya.
Collins, I think if you could share the link, if you have a link.
Yeah, we can see. It's not clear.
You can put salary explorer for just go to Google and write salary for doctors in Kenya.
Okay, can I something quickly? Bernard.
Yes.
Uko wapi?
Yes, Maina. Mimi niko Nairobi. Nairobi, yes.
Mimi nikikuja Nairobi, nitakuja kunywa chai na wewe na Tipo sana. Baba chai.
Wewe karibu tuchome nyama. Watu wamenunua chai.
Haya, sawa. Nyinyi mwe na usiku mwema. Bernard, tutakutana na nyinyi.
Yes, let's bring this down so that tomorrow is also another day.
Yeah, I just pray that when we come to this platform, I'm just praying that when we come to this platform, please, at a good point, let us always have the facts down. Because,
absolutely.
This platform is being watched by others also, and there are people who can also take something from here to change the systems. Because
absolutely,
you have a minister watching here or a policy maker, you can go to the office and say, okay, today I learned something here. For example, I learned how to start a business from this platform. And I'm planning to start maybe a pharmaceutical business in Kenya. When I come back, at least I now know people who are working in that field, so at least I can start from there. So at least when we are in these platforms, please let us be a bit factual and not hearsays, so that we can produce the figures. It's always easy to work with the numbers because numbers don't lie. It's not easy to work with people's salaries because somebody will tell you, like, I'm earning 8,000. And when you realize that this person was saying 8 so that it can be seen big, that person is earning 4,000. There are people who can tell you, but I'm just earning 4,000. How can I work with it? That person is earning 7,000, but he knows that when he says 4,000, you cannot ask him for a rambe. So these are kinds of things that we must also see the twists of life.
Survival
Things are so right.
language.
Yeah, because nobody will ever tell you. I had my wife that I was having her own ATM. I'm the person who held her ATM. I didn't know how much they were paid until the money clocked in their account, and I'm the one who was supposed to check. So these are different things. So Randall, it was so nice. Mina, Chege is also nice. Kizito, it was our pleasure to have you. And also any other person, I didn't have to be in the thing. I'm having my exams. I think my final exams in the school for
all the best
next week. So can we have a next time again? Thank you so much.
All the best. Let's meet again later on in the day.
Everyone else, thank you very much for the day.
Randall,
Okay,
you
sawa
are the
sawa.
one. Aya, asanteni, usiku mwema, mchana mwema, whatever time you're having for yourself.
Oh, Mtembe is here.
Mtembe, ulienda wapi wewe?
Mtembe uliacha tukichoma hapa. Mtembe alitoroka nikichomwa.
Memaliza.
Okay, anyway, vile ningesema is the way tunaongea hapa. We don't have to agree with each other. Because those people who agree with each other are fools. Only dead fish goes with the flow. So vile tuna argue hapa, that is positive. That is a good thing. And we can always remain good friends and good Kenyans by arguing and talking about situations in our country. Lakini ukiona tukisikizana zote, then there must be something going wrong somewhere. Hatuwezi sikizana zote. It means somebody somewhere is not using their brain. Yeah, na follow too. Ni kweli?
True.
Yeah. Because huku zaliuna Colin, wewe unafanya ile kazi unafanya kwa sababu your mind is conditioned maybe in one that way. Na mimi nafanya ile kazi nafanya kwa sababu condition yangu iko pande ingine. That is why kuna tumechoka zote.
So Colin, I mean Mina, nilikuwa nataka kusema when these platforms come on, I wasn't being funny at Clinton, but this platform, this show, this is gonna be here for like maybe 10 years. So when you talk when you say things, you gotta remember people are gonna see you and they're gonna hear you. So when you're talking about Watu Dipunda and things like that, I mean that's gonna stay here for a long time. So try and stay a bit more positive and direct your language more not so harsh. Because somebody was talking about the other day about Kenyans are subhuman, Kenyan are animals. And I was like, you're degrading people. It's not good.
Rando, yeah. I'll correct you there. What I said when I said it's about true, Punda.
Yeah.
Listen, Punda. What I said to Punda is an African saying that when you go to a donkey's house, don't talk about the ears.
Right. It's the same thing when people say we are monkeys. Like white people say we are needing manugu kutoka Africa. You're monkeys from Africa.
Don't worry
These
about
are my words. So we don't call each other names. It's not really nice, especially on a platform like this. There could be a 17-year-old, a 16-year-old, young people listening to it. And so if you're gonna direct something, try and find another word than insultive as much.
Let me tell you, Rando, do you know what the big problem with black people? They're always walking around eggshells. Nobody wants to take responsibility. Nobody wants to be told how things are.
You gotta be an example.
With me,
you have to be an example.
With me nasemanga naambianga watu vile ilivyo. Do you know what the difference is between black people and white people? I'll give you a very good. You live in England. No color.
Rangi, si mzungu na yeye.
Do you know the big difference between white people and black people? White people take responsibility. Black people don't. Black people is always someone else's fault, someone else's responsibility. Whether ni kanisa, whether it's a business, whether it's whatever. And that is why we are where we are now. Today, if you're the manager of Manchester United and your team is not performing, you fall by your sword. It's not the players who are going to go down. It's you as the manager. But when it comes to black people, I'm the manager, but hiyo makosa ilifanyikana because ya mtu mwingine yuko kule chini yangu. Black people don't take responsibility. And that's the difference between black and white people.
Okay, why not? Why not?
And
Let me correct you there.
Listen, as black people accepting that we should not take responsibility for anything, that's why we're in the situation we are now. And what good is that doing us? Nothing. It's not doing us any good at all.
Yeah, okay, Minor, I'm going to show you a difference between me and what you're saying. I'm not black. I always tell white people I'm not black. I've never been black. I'm an African and I'm a Kenyan. So when somebody asks me, oh, where you're a black person, I say, no, I'm not. I'm an African. They said, oh, you're from Africa? I said, yeah. And they say, what part of Africa? I said, I'm from Kenya. Black is related to slavery and those people that were brought into slavery that has no heritage. I have a heritage. I have a language of my mother tongue. I have a tradition. I have a culture where I come from. If you're black, there's no black continent. There's no black country. There's no black passport. There's no black history. Do you understand? So you are not black. You are an African.
I'm still
stand up with that. When anyone says you're a black person, that's what I said earlier. I was talking about applications for jobs.
Rando.
Sorry, when you apply for a job, they ask you, are you black, African black, or are you being black?
I feel you, my brother. I feel you. But do you know what? Though?
I'm proud to be me. I'm proud to be Kenyan. I'm proud to be African. Whatever they want to say about Africans, I'm like, I am one. And I don't care what you say, but I'm proud to be what I am. And I'll carry on my sleeve.
Rando, I feel you. I get you. But do you know most of our people don't want to be what you are, even the ones who live in Kenya. You call up a Kenyan today. If you pick up your phone today and call up a Kenyan, ask them, what are you doing today? Hey, I'm watching a movie. I'm on Netflix. You turn up in Kenya, that same friend, they'll be wearing a baseball cap, one facing up that way and the other way, and another one facing the other way. And you ask them, why are you wearing your baseball hat that way? And say, oh, that's what they do in the movie. Because most Kenyans, it's Kenya, it's a Kenyan thing, it's not even an African thing. Most Africans want to be Africans, but our Kenyans don't want to be Kenyans. They want to be something they're not. They're not.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but not all of them, as I said.
Do you know why I'm saying that to you? Do you know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
I've been going to Kenya for 31 years, and I've made lots and lots and lots of connections. Every single person I've met, I have to correct them because of what they've told me about what they're doing. And I said to them, I'll tell you this, some of my cousins, when I came to Europe, they were not born. Today they have families. They only ever heard about me. So when I come over to Kenya, they're all excited about seeing this uncle who's been in Europe for this long. But they're trying to put this a European or American thing about them by maybe the way they dress up, but that's not what I'm looking for. I want to see my cousin who look like a Kenyan, and that's not phenomenal with just my own cousin. It's something about our people. But crossover to Nigeria, Tanzania, Uganda, they feel like they are Tanzanians and all that. But our people, they do like to copy what they see online or what they hear, or they're trying to make an impression. I don't know how often you go to Kenya, but I do see that every single day.
Oh yeah,
And
I mean, we have influences. The whole world has an influence, and it's about if you do know where you're coming from, you follow anything. So, but if you know where you're coming from, you stand by what you believe and what you are. So, as you say,
unfortunately, our people are falling
there's
for
some white people
anything.
that want to be African. There's some white people that want to be African, and there's black people that want to be European. So it's a switch. It's a question about yourself. So if you go to America, you got some white people who are dressed like black people. You know, hats back, baggy trousers, hip hop, and you know, and that's a hip hop culture comes from black people generally. As you know, hip hop. You know hip hop, the music.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, breakdancing. That's us. Reggae. It comes from Jamaica, and there's people that take that on and make it their culture and make it their own heritage, which is not.
Rando, the problem
is Kenyan.
Rando, the problem is people following things blindly, not questioning anything, just saying something and just following it up. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, but those are the people that have been misled and maybe lost their way along the way.
Unfortunately, there's just so many of them in Kenya. I don't know how often you go to Kenya, or how often do you watch Kenya stuff. You need to go to you watch a lot of Kenya.
I was in Kenya in 2017, the first time after living in UK for 34 years. And
So
I loved it.
where are you from in Kenya?
Huh?
Where are you from in Kenya?
Basically, I'm in around Kiambu, somewhere called Githega.
Okay,
That's where
I'm
my
from.
mom comes from.
You had a place called Nyahururu?
Yeah. No. Githunguri, you know Githunguri, Kiambu.
I've heard of it. I've never been, but I've heard of it.
Huh?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I was born in Embakasi.
Embakasi, okay, that's in Nairobi itself, right?
Nairobi, yeah. But I kind of grew up like 10 years in Nyahururu, which is back then it was in Nyandarua, but now it's called like Kipia.
Okay. Now I've been to Migori, I've been to Kisii, I've been to Mombasa, I've been even across the border to Tanzania. That was in 2018. Next time I'm going back, I'm planning maybe to visit Ethiopia and possibly even Uganda. So I like culture, I like history, and I like to learn about my inheritance and my background, where I come from, basically.
So where your parents are? They still live in Kenya or something?
No, they're here in the UK.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, don't want to go too much because there's a platform around the world, so I don't want to give up too much information.
No, come on. It's only me and you know.
Yeah, I had like an adopted father, but then my mom is my mom, but I don't know my real father anyway. But they came here when I was about 7 years old. So since I was 7, I've been living
what
in the UK.
language did you speak in Kenya yourself?
Sorry?
What language did you speak?
Me, my mother tongue is Kikuyu.
Okay, I'm Kikuyu myself.
Yeah, I can tell by the name Minor.
Minor Sheikh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know.
So I can tell straight by the names. But
what do you do in the UK?
In UK, at the moment, I'm not doing nothing. I had a business, it went bad, and it went south. Due to Corona, I'm just waiting to get myself back together. But actually, I want to go and retire in Kenya. So I went to Kenya to find a way I can retire, and I found it really difficult. So I still want to go back again. So I have a.
You got family? You got
Sorry?
family? You got any kids? Any
Yeah, I got
family
married.
or?
I got married, and I have my wife there.
Hmm.
So, and I have I also have children in Kenya. So it's a question: do I want to bring them here or do I want to go there? But for me, I think I want to go there because I feel
Okay.
like I want to go there and live there for the rest of my life, and also see my children grow there. But then, when my children grow up, they can decide to go to Europe or go to America. That's up to them. But I want to go back and retire there. Just do some farming.
like
When you get old to a certain age, just do some farming. Look after the cows and put some
Yeah.
water out for the goats. And when I was there, I love walking. And seeing the greenery. It's so nice. It's so free and it's totally different compared to UK. So yeah.
Mate, I did enjoy like your talk, the way you're saying stuff. Because the thing is, you're your own person. You're saying how you feel and how you see things.
Yeah,
And
that's
how it
me.
should be.
I'm a bit of an activist, so I'm a freedom speaker kind of in a way. So I don't hide nothing. I say how it is. Even when I was in Kenya, I used to point things out. Like why police
You need to
corrupted.
be your own person, if say.
Yeah, I can't stand up and see injustice, so I have to stand up and say something. And if there's anything I can take, if there's a project that can develop people, like this project here, I know it's not a project, but it's actually politics at the moment. But if time comes and I get opportunity to
with
contribute
me,
to a project, I'll be happy.
I respect what other people are saying, but I challenge what I don't agree with. It doesn't mean that I'm right. I may be wrong.
No, we
but
agree
I
to
still have to
disagree.
live.
Yeah, we agree to disagree,
Yeah,
disagree to
exactly.
agree. Yeah, it's a debate. It's just a debate discussion.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's just reasoning.
Mate.
That's what makes us human. Compared to
Absolutely.
animals, we can talk. You can't talk to a lion and tell it not to eat you. But when you see a human being, you can tell him I'm hungry or I'm thirsty and I need some water, and the human can understand you.
And that's the point I was trying to make to these guys, especially the ones who in Kenya. Sometimes they think maybe I'm not saying the right thing. I'm just saying what I feel, and they may not agree with it. But some of them were taking an offense, taking it personal, and attacking me, and even inboxing me.
But to tell the truth, minor. Even for me, I felt a bit offended because I didn't like it. I didn't like what you were saying. I mean, I could hear what you're saying. I know Kenya's got corruption, but then insulting them, they're stupid. They say they're educated, they're donkeys. You don't have to go that far, especially on a platform like this. As I said, there was someone here before, and they were undermining people. So if I go to Kenya, they say, "Oh, look at them! They're living like savages, or they're living like they're backwards."
The problem is
even in Europe, you got people who are backwards. Even here in Europe, you got people who have never been outside the country, who does not speak another language, and when you show them something, it's like they're backwards, but it's just that nobody's perfect. Nobody's a genius. Not all of us are genius.
No. Listen, I don't have the answers to every question. I wouldn't say I wouldn't put myself on a pedestal and think I'm the best person out there.
No, nobody has the answers to everything.
But
we work to find the answer.
I'll always point out where I feel things are not going right. People might not agree with what I'm saying, and I don't blame them. They might feel that maybe.
You sound like you're disgusted with your own country.
No, I'm not. I love my country.
Or are you disgusted with the government itself? Are you disgusted with the politics itself?
Very. Do you know why?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's where the insult's coming from. But
what I was trying to say to say to people is, we can do better.
And we are going to do better.
But we can do better. What I was trying to say is, because what has happened is, the people in the government, they know the system. They know how to manipulate people. So they can do whatever they want. They can say whatever they want.
Yeah, man, when you
listen,
say that,
listen.
look at Boris Johnson. Over here in UK, we got Boris Johnson. People are running after him because of the Brexit, saying you should be there talking about Brexit, we should be in Brexit, we should be out of Brexit. The same thing we having in Kenya of BBI or no BBI is the same thing that we're
Listen,
having here.
it's not, listen,
No politician
at
is
least
perfect, but
here,
everyone you can't
listen,
satisfy everyone.
Rondo, listen, here, at least people are very much informed. Like, you see, the Brexit business, it was one of the most divisive thing in this country. It divided even families. Like my family, we all live here, but we all voted differently. Some of us voted to stay in Europe. Some of us voted to stay out of Europe. And that is just a reflective of what happened to most families in this country.
Yeah, but it's a question. The question is what people are asking me about Brexit and the idea of Brexit when I was in Kenya. They're talking, what do you think about it? And I said, I don't know, but I do know that if Brexit, if Britain goes into the European Union and into Brexit, do you know they're going to lose their sovereignty? Then they're under the parliamentary of the European law or under the parliamentary of the European Parliament. So they kind of lose a lot of their sovereignty. And the economy as well is under threat because now they're dealing with the euro, no longer the pound, which we've got to remember the pound is the highest and strongest currency, not only in Europe, but in the whole world.
Rondo, let me tell you one thing.
People are trying to argue, are we gonna, they want to get the right, like BBI, they want to get the right constitution that can fit for Europe and for Europe to enter. And that's what Boris Johnson is arguing the case for. Once we have a good agreement with Europe, then they'll enter Brexit or not.
Let me tell you, first of all, Boris Johnson is an opportunist. He has got no interest with Brexit or whatever. All he wanted to face it. Yeah. What I'm saying is, I remember all the debate during Brexit. I used to get people come over to me because of the work I do. I work as a police officer. I'm a police officer in Westminster. And I used to work in, do you know Leicester Square? Leicester Square. It's not very far from where you live. No. I used to get people from Europe come over to us and say, please urge your citizen to stay in Europe. Because the rest of Europe, they're so crowed up about politics. But the British, they're like Kenyans. They just go with the flow.
You see, there you go. Not everybody's perfect, as we said. So
yeah,
Kenya,
I'm not saying nobody's perfect. Ask a British past man or woman, who is the leader of Germany? They don't have a clue. No, go to your local butcher in Clapham. Ask them, who is the president of France? They will say Putin.
That's Russia.
Yeah, but that's what they will say. They don't know. They don't have a clue.
Yeah, but it's the same thing with Kenya as well.
But you go to Europe, they're very much interested in Europe. I swear to God, I saw so many people come over to us, standing outside Leicester Square, Piccadilly, Coventry, Soho, Italian, Belgium, French, say, urge your people to stay in Europe. We love having English people in Europe. But English people were not having it. Not because they understood it, because they had people like Nigel Farage, some Boris Johnson, opportunist. Not because they know what they were doing. They didn't know what they were doing. Do you know why we are out of Europe? Because of idiots, the older people. All the young people in this country voted to stay in Europe. But all the old people in this country, including my mom, my dad voted to stay, my mom voted to get out. this whole thing divided. You should know this. You were here.
Yeah, but that's the same thing in Kenya. The BBI is same thing. Is destroy. It's kind of dividing people. The yes and the no. So it's similar thing. So you can't say, well, Western worlds are better off than what's going on in Africa.
What I do care about myself personally is what happens to the ordinary member of the public. Not now. What should have happened to them long before? All the people that you see in parliament today, they've got everything set up for their own benefit. They don't care about a Kenyan or not a Kenyan. They've put that ordinary Kenyan in their predicament so that the next election comes along, that Kenyan will be so poor that all I need to do is give them £1 to vote for me.
But that's the problem there. That negativity is a problem. We're looking for solution. Sorry, Minor, we're looking for solution. So if we look at example Tanzania used to be corrupted, correct? It did not do no reform. But when Magufuli came along, rest in peace, a lot of changes was made. Now, it's a question where are people going to, corruption has been brought down in Tanzania now to the point that other people are talking about it. Tanzania doesn't have to come here and tell, well, we're not corrupt, we're not corrupted country. We know that.
Rondo, let me tell you.
Can Kenya find itself directing itself towards that, like directing itself towards bringing the corruption down, working with the people and making a new constitution that will work for the generation, for the future of our generation.
Let me tell you one thing about.
I was just gonna say, Minor. I was just gonna say that because we, the fathers, our generation will bear the sins of our forefathers. So whatever we do today, it will not maybe affect you so much. But these politicians, what will happen in future is going to affect them because what we're going to leave behind. And that's what the struggle is to make a better future for Kenya and for the generation that's coming up. And the generation that's coming up is totally different, especially this new technology generation.
Let me tell
Instagram and Facebook.
Let me tell you about maybe other generations in Africa think differently, but the ones in Kenya, they are so behind.
No, we're not.
Listen,
no,
you speak to Kenya.
Like in East Africa, Kenya is one of has the best economy in East Africa.
Listen. Rondo, said that conversation we're having as a team earlier before. You're not gonna say 100,000 Kenyans listening to that kind of conversation. But you go back to the internet, see some stupid woman stripping off, talking nonsense. There's going to be a 1 million view and 1 million comment, because that's what Kenyans.
It's not Kenyans alone. No, it's not Kenyans alone. I don't believe it's Kenya alone.
But it's the truth. That is the problem with us people. We don't want to accept the reality on the ground. Because you see this group the way now, right now. There's no way at no time will you ever see 10,000 Kenyans coming to listen or liking our contribution to what we're saying. No way.
There is.
But if no, it's the truth.
No, a lot of people have complimented on what when I came along, I complimented on some people I heard like Benson and.
But did you see how many likes were there?
It's not about the likes. Again, we're not here for popularity, and we're not here for like who's hot and who's not. As I said, it's not a fashion contest.
I know, and I say that myself.
Yeah, because again, it's just a start. But within a few years, within a few years, you look back and you be like, this platform has grown. And as someone was saying earlier, there's a platform that has about, I think, 1 million followers and views.
Rondo,
This was just starting.
We have to be realistic. When I was growing up, I don't wanted us to be in the position we are now and doing more for people. But I don't think for one single moment we're any better off than we were back then. The same goes with my parents.
Minor, it comes to a contribution of yourself, individual. So the question I would ask you, would you contribute in Kenya? Like, as I said, there's people that come here and go back to Kenya contributing massively. They're professors, they're lecturers, they work in hospitals, there's people who do engineering. There's somebody who even know who's going to stand up as an MP. So these are people who studied here and got degrees and went back and they got masters and
Randall, let me get you.
What can you contribute yourself?
What you said, mention one single person that you know who've gone back to Kenya, who've done what you've said they've done. Do you know why? Today, I know so many Kenyans who live in this country and America, who've lived here for the last 30 years. I've known they would not bother going to Kenya. Not because they don't love their country, but because they cannot be bothered with the politics. Because it's exhausting.
Politics is everywhere.
Listen.
Politics is everywhere. Your wages, you're getting employed, going to work.
I'll give you a very good example about myself. I've been in my profession for 18 years. If I was to go to Kenya right now, do you think I'll be successful?
No, you're not going to go big. No, you're not going to go to Kenya to be successful. You're going to Kenya to contribute what you have learned.
In trying to bring about a change, do you think I'll be successful?
It's up to you. If you find it, if it works,
it's not up to me. No, it's not up to me. No, it's not up to me. Do you know why? Because the system out there don't want to have a change. If it was to bring try to bring a change, they'll be like, who are you? What are you trying to do? Because those people out there, they benefit from the status quo. My integrity is non-negotiable.
Are you talking from experience?
I know that.
That's what I'm saying. Are you talking from experience or are you talking about you know it? I mean, I'm talking from experience. I went to Kenya in 2017. Then I went back in 2018, started a business. And within the first month, it was really hard. But because the Kenyan people who were there,
so what business were you doing there?
Let me finish. When I started the business, it was really difficult for me for the first. I met someone from New York, and he lived in New York in Texas for 10 years. He said, if you want to do all right in Kenya, you have to at least stay here for a year. So I decided to stay for 2 years. So when I went there, I started my business. I'll look for business, any type of business I can invest in. So the first business I found it. Within the first month, to be honest, I didn't make nothing. The second month came up, it turned out it started to pick up. And this is through word of mouth, people that know people, and people who are promoting me. So people did not want to see me suffer. They didn't want to see me, go down. Then from there, by the third month, I was making so much. I mean, I was doing very well. But not only doing well, but I was contributing to the community. Because I had young men who was working for me. I even had a lady working for me. And I was contributing something to the community itself. So it's not about what Kenya can do for me. It's a question of what can I do for Kenya. And those people that want a difference,
you went there as a business person, didn't you?
Sorry?
You went there as a business person.
I'm business all the time anyway.
I work in public services.
In Kenya?
Not here.
Okay.
So if I was to go to work in public services, it means I have to be employed by government. A lot of the people who work in the government there, they're set in their ways. They just want to turn up at whatever place they're employed at, and they set up a shop. You turn up, say at the house, say for example. Do you know at the house?
No.
Is it land? You know, when you buy a plot or land in Kenya, the place you go to, it's called land house. It's called that house. So when you turn up at those places, when you've bought a house, and you want to try and investigate if this land is legitimate, those people there, do you know what the first thing they will tell you? Well, you need to pay this amount of money for us to do the right checks for you. I personally, if I was to work in that kind of an office, I would only let people pay whatever is allowed by the government, not what I think or what benefits me. In my profession, for example, if I was to go to Kenya right now, none of the people who work in Kenya right now would accommodate me because of my view and how I look at how things should be. Because a lot of the people who work in my field in Kenya, all they want is to make as much money as they can. Not from their own the employment they've been employed to do, but it's by doing harassing Kenyans and getting as much as they can get from them. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. But again, that's how we was talking about this crowd from earlier. We're talking about corruption, and which I said as well, zero tolerance on corruption, and it's on BBI.
I know. I listened to that very well.
About corruption.
I was when we were talking about that, I was not on the platform. I was just listening from the outside.
Yeah, it was a bit earlier. So
I
I
completely agreed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, minor. So people do know there is corruption, but instead of giving up and saying, "Oh, Kenya is terrible because it's corruption," people say we need to do something about it. So there's those people who are talking and those people who are trying to make a difference. So zero tolerance on corruption, which I was saying earlier. You see, in UK, as you know, in UK, if you are a government official working in the government and you find to be dealing with any form of government, any form of corruption, what would they do? First thing they do, they arrest you. When they arrest you, they take all your bank details and they take everything that you own until you are investigated. If you're found guilty, everything is taken away from you. But in Kenya, if they found someone who's corrupted, all he has to do is just, he puts a little money into some lawyer's money pocket or judge money, and he goes back into politics. And this needs to stop because Kenya's like, you know what, we
Rondo, that's my point. That's my point.
We can make a change.
What you were saying earlier on the platform, and that was before I came on the show, but I was listening to it. It's been going on forever. My grandma died at 102 years. In 5 years ago, she died. She found that system. 102 is a long, long time. That is like 2 generations in human life. Is that not true? My parents had to live through the same thing. We know it's wrong, but it's there. And I'm having to relive that thing. And here you and I and those other people are talking about it.
Yeah,
this
but
is over 100 years later.
Yeah, we're gonna keep on
We're
pushing
having the
and
same
something changes.
conversation.
We're gonna keep on pushing it until something changes. Because Tanzania did that, and some other countries have done it. We can do it.
That's what I was saying. That is the point I was making. That I was saying to people earlier. I don't know if you listened to that. I said saying to other people, other countries across Africa in Middle East, they're changing the way they think. They're making a difference. They're saying we cannot accept this.
That's a new generation. That is the new generation. The generation that's coming up, they don't want, they're bearing the sins of their forefathers. So they're like, we don't want to go through the same things our forefathers did. So we want to change that for the future of our
that is the
generation.
point I was making.
So what my parents went through and my grandparents went through is not what I want my child to go through. You know, I don't want my child to go through the same thing my family
and that's
did.
what. And I don't know. Some people thought I said I was upset. I was not happy, and what have you? Because I disagree with this guy.
Okay, as we say, don't take it personal. It's just opinions.
No, I'm told. Listen, my friend.
Don't attack nobody.
No, I didn't. I just I cannot even get upset, my friend. Listen.
But we're looking for a solution.
I deal with complete donkeys every single day of the day. I cannot get upset. But what Kizito didn't get is I was not getting upset. I was just saying that we can be better people. We can bring about a change. And that change starts with you and I. If you say this is wrong and I said that was wrong, and the next person said that was wrong, that's how you start a movement. But I was trying to say to Kizito, don't attack me. I'm just being honest. I'm just saying
So he's not attacking you. He's just
it has to
attacking
start. It has to start from somewhere.
Yeah, but he's not. As I said, he's not attacking you. As well, me, I was not attacking you when I said that. Like you kind of use bywords like donkey and stupid. That's insultive, you know, to a point. So I was kind of myself. I'm not attacking. I'm just trying to correct you. And if you agree on that, we can agree to disagree. But I know what you're talking about.
Of course. When I said the donkeys, I said in a very is a African proverb. When you go to a donkey's house, don't talk about the ears. You know the donkey have got long ears.
Long ears, yeah.
So when you go to a donkey's house, don't talk about the ears because the donkey will be thinking, "Oh, you're talking about me."
But did he say the word jinga? When he say when they're jinga, I mean educated word jinga. It's just a bit.
But the thing is, if they were the thing is, I'm not going to praise idiots. I refuse to do that.
No, praising. It's not praising. You're not praising anything. You should be saying your opinion.
We don't have intelligent leaders. We have opportunist leaders.
Yeah, intelligence to do that. They need intelligence
All
to do that.
they care about is themselves. And why is a stupid thing for me to defend somebody who don't care about me? In African society, not even in England, we say respect is earned. I'm not going to respect you if you don't respect me.
You can't respect me or disrespect me. Minor.
But
minor.
If you
minor, you cannot disrespect me and you cannot respect me. Respect starts from you. If someone insults you, you don't need to have them validate you. They don't need to validate you. You're good or you're bad. You need to know yourself.
It's a double sword. You respect me, I respect you.
Yeah, I understand that, but your respect could be a disrespect towards me. So that's what I'm saying. What makes a person respectful is the way you carry yourself.
Rando, do you think for one single moment any of the people that you know in the politics in Kenya have any time for you, any time of the day for you?
Sorry?
The politicians in Kenya today, do you think for one single moment, I don't know what part of Kenya you come from, whoever is the politician in your constituency, do you think they're thinking about you, your mom, or anybody?
No,
All
I
they're
don't think
thinking
so.
about,
No,
all
minor,
they're
minor,
thinking about,
minor. When I went to Kenya, if I want anything done, I go to the representatives or for anything. If I wanted some administration work done or maybe for my ID, I go to them. If I have something to do with my KR pin, I go to them. If it's voting, I go to them. If I have a situation like someone comes and breaks into my house, I go to the police station and I report it. So I don't expect them to be sitting there waiting for me. They have their job. But if I have a problem, I will go and consult them because that's their job as a representative for me.
Rando, you're in a position of privilege. Think about that simple Kenyan, every single Kenyan, everyday Kenyan. That guy who pushed that mkokoteni, that border man, if they had an issue, do you even think for one single moment they would even have a contact for their local councillor, let alone MP? They wouldn't. Right now, where you live at in Clapham, if you don't know who your MP or councillor is, you can look it up online and call them directly because they have a surgery office somewhere.
Yeah, they have a department. Yeah.
And contact them and say to them, my name is Randall. This is the problem I have at the moment with you or with your environment or whatever. In Kenya, an everyday person, can they do that? They cannot. And that's what I'm advocate for.
For what I saw like, you know, when I was in Kenya, there was a house and they had hay and they were starting a fire. And this hay burnt the whole house down and plus the restaurant next door. Do you know what happened? The fire brigade came and put out the fire. If there's an accident, an ambulance turns up to look after the people. Now, the services here and the services there are really different. And that's what I was saying earlier. Someone said, I think it was you that was saying that, I don't know if it was you or someone else, they were saying you can't compare Europe and Africa. You can't compare Europe and Africa. If you're going to become a developed country and the whole world's a competitive world, if you're in school, if I'm number 10 and my friend Sammy over there is number 1, I want to know, what does he do? If I say, oh, Sammy's number 1, I'm number 10, you know, he's got nothing to do with me. Yes, it has. If I want to be on the top 10 and I want to be on the top 5 of my qualifications, I need to know who these people, what these 10 people do. So if Kenya wants to be, you know, competitive in economy, sports, we have to look at the outside world. What are they doing that we're not doing? And what do we need to develop a country so we can move forward and be competitive and be also on the same level as Middle East and Europe? You know, you put these things in. So as I say, so in Kenya, when I was talking earlier, I was saying, okay, what we do here in Europe, it can be implemented also in Kenya, but it still take time. Now, as again, in Kenya, they say what? Kidogo kidogo ujaza kibaba. Is that what they say, right? They say kidogo kidogo ujaza kibaba.
Kweli, yeah.
So
I came across.
Yeah, little by little. By now, until 10 years, what we start today, it might be just one drop of water, but in 10 years, the tank will be full.
I came across a Maasai story where they were talking about this small group that was being persecuted by another group. So this small group, they heard about this other big group coming over to attack them. So they decided to move on before this other bigger group came along. The chief in that small group was blind, but there was another man in that group who was disabled but he could see. So the chief said to the disabled man, why can't I not put you on my shoulders, and you can be my eyes, and I can carry on because I'm strong, although I cannot see.
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense completely.
So with us, we can see for other people, even Kenyans. They can put us on that pedestal. We can say for them, and we cannot keep giving excuses all the time. Because when I left Kenya 31 years ago, I'm hearing the same excuses. But when I talk to everyday people, all they want is a change. 3-4 years ago, I think it was, I stayed in Gong Road, and I became very good friend with a security guy. And that security guy, he was a Luo, very, very intelligent man. And I just loved his insight. He told me, you know what? In Kenya, I'm one of the poorest people in our country, but there are people who are poorer than I am. And he said, where I live at, we have to buy electricity every single day. We have to buy gas every single day. And he said, the rich people, they don't have to do these things. They buy it in bundles, in wholesale. So for them, it's cheaper. But because me, I'm poor, I have to buy it in bundles, so it's more expensive for me. And that's the point I was trying to say to people here, that I like living with the local people because they have the feel of the place.
Yeah.
Because if you go to Kenya and you hang out with the politician or the mighty of the places, you'll never get the feel of what is going on in the country. You only get the feel of the place when you hang out with Mama Boga, that woman selling cabbage in the market. And that's what I like. That man holding stuff on his shoulder, sweets and whatever. That's when you get a feel of a country. You don't get a feel of the country by hanging out with Ruto's children or Odinga children. Because I've met those kind of people as well. I've met them in New Stanley Hotel. I've met them in Serena. That's where they hang out. But this is a very, very small group of people. 95% of Kenyans don't even know what that is. And those are the people I hang out with. And those are the people that I care about.
Well, I mean, Maina, when you say that, when I traveled there, I went to a place which is industrial, which is called, I think it's called Gara.
Gara, yeah, I've heard of it. I've been to Gara before, yeah.
Yeah, and people were shocked, and they're saying, "Sijui huyu amejua anakuwa anafanya nini hapa." But for me, it's more raw. You feel it, and you hear them telling you stories and what they're going through, but the passion and the bureaucracy that they have, and they share it with you. I never found myself to be feeling threatened or under danger or anything like that. And they looked after me, made sure I got home okay. If I needed anything, they got it for me. And at the same time, I went all the way to the shamba. So when I was in Kenya, I had a car wash, which I said so many times here. Most of my best friends are either matatu drivers or owners of matatus or the mechanics.
Those are the real people. Those are real people. Those are real. Even in the country.
I have them on my phone. These are my best friends. We used to sit there every single day after work.
now that's what we. Rando, this is what I've been trying to tell you for a long time. Because even in this country, we have those people, and those are the real people. You know that white
They do the work.
man,
Yeah, from 4 o'clock in the
that
morning
white
up
man,
until 10.
that man shouting at Brixton fruit market. You know, those are the real people.
Yeah,
Those
they
are
tell
the
you what's
real.
going on the streets. They're telling you what's
Those are
going
the
on the
real
ground.
Those are the real world citizens.
They tell you what's going on.
Exactly. And that's the point I was trying to make. Because it does not matter whether I'm in Europe or I'm in Kenya. We all want the same things. All those people are facing the same thing. You ask that man shouting in Brixton selling grapes and fruit, oranges and whatever. Go to Kenya, find the exact same person. They want the same things. They want to have a sustainable business, be able to take the kids to a good school and afford a nice house, a mortgage or whatever, because that's what the world wants. But in Kenya, we've created the government has created this society which has a tier. They are the top and they're the very bottom. It's there in this country, but it's more preference back in Kenya. It's more feasible in Kenya than say, well, not even in Kenya, in Africa.
Yeah.
Because here, you can put your head down regardless of where you come from, whether you've grown up in Council State, and say, I'm not going to engage myself in criminal activities. I grew up in council places in Catford. 99% of the people I grew up with are in jail or dead. But I'm a police officer. Because we can refuse.
That's your profession. That's your profession. You're still a human being.
Yeah, exactly. Because we can make the decisions that we can make about our lives. And this is a foreign country. Kenya is our country. We should be able to do more because these people are in their country. Protect them, help them.
Right. The thing is, you see, the government, again, which I did point out here again, the government is the people. These people are representative on the behalf of the people who are delegated and voted into power to represent you. So when they do what they do, they don't do it, they didn't get there because they just got there because it's just by luck. They were voted. So when I was in Kenya, I kept on telling a lot of Kenyan people, unasema serikali, 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 serikali. Lakini mimi nasema serikali ni nyinyi. You are the government. You are the voters.
Let me tell you one thing.
These people are only representatives of you. So if you're not happy with the services they're giving you, it's up for you to confront them. And such as this platform, it's us to confront that BBI that they're trying to bring in because they're representing us. And does that BBI represent us? Does the Constitution represent us? Is the person that we're going to vote for the future going to represent us or not? Because we are the government. So by the time we put that vote in, we want to know what are we getting back in return. If we don't get what we want, then basically you have to step down.
There's a saying, every country, every nation decides the government they have. You know why? Because the government has been elected by their own people.
The people are the government.
Yeah, but those people, if they wanted a different government, they could have easily done that, but they chose to have a government. So they cannot go on blaming that government because they chose it.
No, the powers that be is for them that they chose. So they have to deal with what they chose. It was your choice.
Exactly.
You chose that leader to lead you. And if he leads you in a bad way, it was you that put him there.
Exactly. So these
someone on
people,
this platform earlier said, I think
we're
it
not
was
talking. These people,
Clinton said earlier, to chunge,
absolutely, and
ule
these are not mad
tutachagua,
people. Mhm.
sorry, right now, I was just gonna say, ule tutachagua, itakuwa miaka ingine 5 ama miaka ingine 10, tutakaa na huyu mtu. Sasa tukue sober. So they have to know before they get the right president to know that this is the one we want for the next 10 years or 5 years.
And my point is, we have to re-educate our people, because
And that's what this platform is for as well.
Our people are not the most intelligent people, because by the end of the day, they've been there for a very, very long time, electing the same people over and over. Mujembe, karibu.
Umetuache hapa tulikuwa nafunga.
Kama kwa hapa.
Mtembei.
Yes.
Mtembei. Utitaki hapa sasa tutoke.
Ni kwa kuona endeleeni.
Umekuja kutufukuza?
Hapana.
Sio kwa nyimbo ya Mtembei, hata kutufukuza.
Ana ameondoka. So, Rando, you're going to say, what I was saying is, this group that we have right now, we should all respect each other, regardless of what
and educate each other and educate those people who are watching.
Yeah, and nobody should take anything personal, because I don't.
I learned so much here. I've learned so much.
And that's what I'm trying to. I've been attacked personally today, and
you have not been attacked. It's just a debate and discussion.
No, you didn't. People inbox me.
They're just having fun.
No, I wasn't upset.
No.
Listen, I can never get upset.
No, they don't mean no. Yeah.
I'm so 18 years I've worked in my profession, and I can tell you 99% of the people I've dealt with, they don't come over to me to say hello. They come to call me a dickhead. 99% of people I deal with, they come to say something nasty. They don't come to say hello.
Well, I always say don't entertain nonsense, and nobody can disrespect you except yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. So for me, some of these people are falling all over. Just because I've said I'm not happy about a situation, they think I'm offended. I'm not offended. I can never ever get offended.
That's your choice.
I can never ever get offended. I'm too old and too. I've got like a rhino backside type. I can never ever get offended. Never ever. Because even some of the people I'm arguing with here, well, not arguing, having a conversation with, I was still in Europe when they were born. So I can never ever get upset about anything they're saying. And the good thing is, they think back, oh, I'm sorry, or maybe he thought I said I was offended. I'm not. Listen, I'm not. What should I be?
Yeah, it's just some people get triggered off. They get triggered off by a word or something that somebody says, and they trigger off, and it just gets out of order. But you got the right people to keep it in order.
If most people in the world today, they will deal with maybe 1 or 2 idiots in their lifetime. For me, it's a living experience. It's an everyday thing. I deal with a complete donkey every single day, no matter what. Whether I like it or not, somebody will come and give me a hard time.
That's life.
No matter what.
It's life. Everyone goes through something.
That's the profession I chose. That's the job I do.
Mm.
And I've come to accept that there are people like that in life.
They are.
Ruto, I can never ever get upset about anything. Never ever. You know? So all those guys who were saying all I did was try to put my point across. Some people might not agree with it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, but minor again. They didn't mean anything bad about it. It's just they were just trying to correct you.
I don't think they did.
Yeah,
No,
no, just trying.
what I was trying to do is
Even me myself, I was really like, I wasn't really happy with the way you're describing things. And for this platform is going to be here for a very long time. There's people that are going to watch it, which I told you. There's people from 17 up to 40 years old that are going to
they will
watch
have
the
with
show.
me, the
Huh?
problem they will have with me is I'm too honest for a lot of people good.
Honestly,
If
is nothing wrong with
they
that.
don't like it, no, let me put it this way. If they don't like it, they can ask me to leave and I'll be happy to leave. I've got nothing to lose.
Okay,
But
minor.
I've always been honest. I can never ever hold back. I'll tell you how it is.
Okay, minor. As I said earlier, and I was talking, I said, I've been in works in, against. I'm an active in, an activist in a way. You see yourself in your profession that you do. You told me you do. You see your profession, minor. The profession that you do. You see someone doing something they're not supposed to do. Your job is to go and confront that person. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah? What's the first thing you do? You go to the person and say, excuse me, can you stop right there? I'd like to have a word with you. What does that person turn around and say to you? You're a pig. You're a be this, calling you all these names. Do you understand? Now that person, I always say here, especially when I work with youths, I say when you talk offensive to officers, when you're offensive back to them, that's when they get aggressive with you. But if you respect them and deal with them in a correct manner, they will do you the courtesy of dealing with you the same way.
Absolutely.
So you come and say to me, excuse me, can I have a word with you? I will stop and say, oh, what's the problem, officer? I said, no, we just saw someone walking down there. Something happened over here. We just want to ask you some question. If I start effing and blinding, effing this and effing that, and you go and effing there, you're not going to like it, are you?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
Calling you names, you're a pig, you're this, F off, you're going to get upset. But if I was polite and say, oh, I don't know nothing about it, but how can I help you? Well, I just want to find you, I just want your ID, I just want to get your name. First thing I do, I say, I got no problem, here's my driving license. So they go up there, yeah, July, October, Hector, November, Romeo, Alpha, November, December, Alpha, Lima, Lima. When he gets back, he says to me, oh, Mr. Randall, we have no problem with you. You can go ahead. But if I was aggressive towards them, it triggers something. And you get upset. So what you were saying is the way you were putting it across, which triggered some people on this platform. And when they got triggered, that's when they came after you. But if you spoke your anger, but more, as I said, in my eloquent way, people would have listened to you and said, okay, this guy is really upset about how the system's working in Kenya. It's not really nice. But when you get insultive, that kind of touch people's, nerves. And that's what happens. So even myself, I was touched. My nerve was touched myself. And I was like, you know what, Minor, you can't be saying that. You can't be saying that, Minor. If you came to me and you talk to me like that, you're going to trigger something off between me and you.
Rando, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing, yeah? I was not one bit upset about anything at all. Listen,
Don't let emotion take over.
I've done 8 carnivals. You go online today, just check police riots in London. All you see, every black face you'll see is me. I've been the blackface. The last 4 years, I was the blackface of police. Every time they spoke about police online or on TV, it was massive. So I've been in the middle of everything. Even when I don't like where I work because of discrimination, because it happens.
I know. That's what I was talking about. Again, this
It's
discrimination within the system itself,
it's not
within
easy being
jobs.
a black officer in the Met.
Yeah, you find
But
it tough
outside
within
of
the job and outside the job.
yeah. So I'm having to deal with the idiots within and outside.
And outside.
Yeah. So, and that's why I have to stand up for me.
That's why you keep your
And what I
decorum.
believe in.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah,
why I'm
that's
very
what I
vocal.
said. Mina, that's what I said. You will not be disrespected by nobody because you respect yourself to stand up for what you believe.
Listen.
But then you use elegance to to do things.
It's not easy for people like me. And I tell you what, when you're black or Asian in police, it's not easy at all, at all, at all. I've had black people, officers come over to me, and Asian officer come over to me and say they want to resign. They want to be in there for 2-3 months. And I say, hang on, just stay on there. Try to encourage them. And I say, if you ever want anything, because I know what if that fails. I know how lonely it can be in the police. Let alone, we're talking about Kenya, where there are black people, African in their own country. You and I live in England, where the vast majority are the white people, and they're the ones who hold the high seats. And we go and work there, and we have to survive. It's like a lamb surviving in a jungle full of lions. That's how it's been for me for that
You're gonna be
18
a strong
years.
lion. You're gonna be a strong sheep.
18 years. So when you hear me talk about stuff here, I know what I'm talking about. I challenge everything because the reason I've been able to stay in the place for as long as I have is challenging those idiots. I've seen white officers stop a group of people who are smoking because there was smell of cannabis coming out, and they stopped a black guy who was with white people because they've assumed the black guy is the one smoking cannabis.
It happens all the time.
And then it turns out,
I get judged. Same way.
The black guy didn't even know there was any cannabis of any kind. So when you hear me speak up, because for me, this is a lived experience. It's something I live every single day. Every single day.
Good job.
18 years on is no different from the day I started.
But Mina, to get to this discussion, but did you understand what I said about how you projected yourself on this forum today and you found that people were coming after you? It's not that people was hating you, it's just the way you're projecting yourself. As I was saying, just the way you was projecting the words you was using.
What you and others don't seem to think or care. I didn't care because that is my mind. That's how I say things. And I want people to know that's how I say things. They may not necessarily agree with what I'm saying.
Yeah, but Mina, this is not your house. I cannot come to your house and start smoking cigarettes and you're not a smoker. I have to respect your domain. This is somebody's domain. I think it belongs to Mutembe or it belongs to Clifton. So they have rules. They have rules.
Listen, I want somebody, whoever is created this forum, to tell me this. You cannot say this thing.
No, they did.
If they tell me that,
they did. Even Bernard, who was actually the chair, I think they call him the chairman. Even Bernard himself said that. He says, "Mina, please, could you, the way you're talking." if you listen, they got nothing against what you're saying. They agree what you're saying is right, but it's the way you put it forward.
Listen, listen, Rando, I'll check with them tomorrow or whenever they come back.
No problem. No problem. They're always here.
I will check with them because if they don't agree with me, that's fine.
No, they don't. Mine, I'm not saying that they do not agree with you. I'm just saying
it's
the way you were
got nothing
saying.
to do with you.
It's the way you was putting it.
Don't agree with my opinion and they think it's so painful that I shouldn't be on that forum.
No, Maina, if you read the comments, people were saying they got nothing against your opinion. It's the way you was projecting it.
I don't give apologies for anything I say.
No, they don't want no apologies. You see now, me and you, we've been talking.
Listen, that's the problem with black people. They're too, they don't want people to express themselves.
Yeah, but
my problem is, my issue is, I'm so used to working with racist people that I have to deal with every single day, and I have to tell them what I think. And because I challenge everything they say, they choose to keep quiet and they do this microaggression.
Yeah, but do you have to use profanity? Do you have to use profanity?
What's profanity here?
Like foul words.
Just because I said the donkey. There's
other things in there as well. There's other things as well you said.
That is an African proverb.
Yes, that's one. But there's other things that you said, Minor. There's other things that you said that triggered. That's what I'm saying to you. People have no problem with your opinion. It's just the way you put it across.
Like what?
So they got no problem with what you were saying, that you disagree with the BBI, you disagree with the government, you're not happy they're corrupted. Everybody agrees on that. They're like, your opinion is your opinion, and some people agree with you because they believe the same thing you're saying. But it's the way you put it across that people got triggered. As I said earlier, if you stop somebody and they're saying F you, you pig, and all that, obviously you're gonna get offended because you're just doing your job.
Listen.
But if the person talk to you in a respectful manner, using the right words, then basically you have a decent conversation, which I've had so many times with some officers. They say to me, I like the way you contradict yourself. And I'm like, well, I'm glad that we have a good conversation. But some of them, they get, oh, these people, they arrest me because of this and all that. I said, no, this guy's got a job to do. Just show him your ID, show him your driving license. He's going to ask you a question. Where you coming from? Coming from work. Where you going? I'm going home. Have you been in trouble before? No, I haven't. Fine. We checked. You can go. But when you start arousing, violence and getting aggressive, that's where the problem comes into it.
I wasn't aggressive, was I?
No, you was passionate. You was passionate. You wasn't aggressive. You was passionate. Yeah, I'll call it a passionate, no aggression.
What I'll say is, I spoke my mind. Some people might not.
Nobody's got no problem with that. Nobody's got no problem with that.
Some people might not agree with it. It doesn't mean I'm wrong and they're right, or the other way around.
Nobody's right, no wrong on this platform. It's just opinion.
And I stand to be corrected. I don't stand on a pedestal and think I'm the righteous and I cannot say no wrong. I could be wrong.
Even you can correct someone as well. If you hear something that fully, exactly. You can come back and say, oh, so and so, I heard you so and so. You can correct someone and someone say, Minor, thank you, I stand corrected, Minor, I appreciate that, and they carry on with what they're saying.
Exactly. But I didn't go out there and say everything I said is right and everybody says wrong.
No.
I still to be corrected.
No, there's nothing like that.
I don't have any issues with anybody. I don't.
Nobody's got issues. No. It's just that
I don't have any issues with anybody.
We're just trying to unite. We're just trying to unite for the right cause for Kenya, as Kenyans.
Listen, I wouldn't have any issues with any single person on there. I like every single person, even the one I don't agree with. And I've said that to them before. I said that to Ayaga. I've said that to Collins, every single one of them. I said to them, I don't have to agree with everything you're saying, but this is what I believe in. You have your own opinion, because But at the end of the day, opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. I don't want to say that because they're gonna then twist it, and it's going to look like something else.
Anyway, Minor, I think
But
it's
it's the truth.
Is it time to
It's
go
the
to
truth.
bed? As you do know, over here is what? It's kind of late, but I love talking to you. And you're gonna come back on this platform, right?
I'm also mate. They know me.
You're always following it.
It's
Okay,
not the first
great.
time.
It's the
This
first
is
time I
not a
met
big
you.
deal to me.
Okay, it's the first time I met
To
you.
me, this is not even a big deal.
Okay.
I've had this position before. They argue about what I've said.
Okay.
But
So
I'm a critical thinker.
I'm just gonna say good morning because it's 3 o'clock in the morning over here now. So I'm gonna say good morning.
All right,
Have a good
brother.
day, and just stay safe. And,
All right.
but hopefully we'll catch up, and you're not so far because I know you're here in London. If I'm anywhere nearby there,
Crabham is around the corner, man. I always come to I know some people down in Crabham.
Okay, we'll stop contacts, and hopefully we can even have a discussion here together somewhere, maybe with a latte or a cappuccino or something.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, thank you very much,
Absolutely.
man. Have a good night. I appreciate it. Thank you very
All
much.
right, buddy.
And good night to everyone else who's on the board. Thank you.
You take care, buddy.
Same as well.
Good night.
Let's go off.